We good to go, Nanya?
Yes.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. It's 9 a.m., December 13th, and it's the P&T Committee DUR Board. I'm your chair, Alex Park, and we'll go ahead and get started today by convening our day and doing some roll call. So please say here or good morning or present. Just somehow let us know you're with us when I call your name. So we'll start with the P&T Committee members. Peter Barquette. Maybe I see Dr. Barquette on the participant list. Might be having a little trouble coming off mute there. Laura Besti.
Here. Good morning.
Morning. Virginia Bicola.
Good morning. I'm here.
Morning. Kavita Chawla.
Good morning. I'm here.
Morning. Michael Corsilis.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here.
Dmitry Davidov. Okay. Kevin Flynn.
Good morning. I'm here.
John McKay.
Good morning. I'm here.
Morning. Christy Weiland.
Good morning.
Okay, and moving on to our HCA members. Nanye, we see you there. Luke Dearden. Lita Vasquez.
Here.
Amy Irwin. Ryan Pistoresi. Donna Sullivan.
I'm here.
Morning. Marissa Tabile.
Good morning. I'm here.
Hi, Marissa. Ryan Takatomo.
Morning, I'm here.
Ryan. Zoe Zarate.
Good morning.
And our LNI members, Jamie Mai.
Here.
Okay, and our DERP presenters, Beth Shaw.
Good morning.
Good morning. Janet Schellinger. You're not quite on yet. Shannon Robolino. We're also not quite on yet. Just Jennifer Lyon. They might pop on, I think, when their turn to present comes.
I'm here. I'm sorry, this is Jennifer. Can you hear me now?
Oh, good morning. Yep.
Okay, good morning. Yeah, I'm here.
Good morning. And Dr. Parquette, I see you on camera for the good of the order.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Sorry, some minor technical problems coming off of mute earlier.
Yes, these computers are supposed to help us, but they get in the way sometimes. Magellan Medicaid Administration, Umang Patel.
I am here.
Good morning. And our MCO reps, I'll just read these off. Greg Seamus from Molina, Heidi Goodrich from Molina, Petrel Eichelsdorfer from United, Omar Dowd from Community Health Plan of Washington, Jeffrey Nativi Dodd from Community Health Plan of Washington. And I think that's the list. And Nanya will now go over some meeting logistics for us.
Yes, thank you. The committee and presenters can mute and unmute themselves. So please mute yourself when not speaking to limit background noise. Presenters, please share your webcams while presenting. Committee, please share your webcams during discussions and motion considerations. For stakeholder participation, the chair will read the list of stakeholder names who pre-registered to speak. We will mute you. After the chair will ask if there are any other stakeholders, please raise your hand. We'll call upon you and unmute you. You can also use the Q&A box. We'll address your questions during stakeholder time. If you did not fill out the stakeholder conflict of interest form, please answer the questions we will post on the screen. Your 3 minutes will start after you have answered the question. And lastly, the meeting is being recorded. Please state your name every time you speak. Thank you. And Leader has an announcement.
Thanks, Nanya. So this is Alex Park and Jenny Bucola's last meeting with us. Both of you have served as chair of the committee. In your time here, you've been here for in-person meetings, and then when we went totally virtual. So I want to thank you for your participation on the committee, your hard work, and your flexibility. Donna?
Yeah, thank you so much. It's been wonderful working with both of you, and you'll be sorely missed. Really appreciate the leadership that the two of you have provided. And just a reminder, if there is a vacancy after a year, you're able to apply and come back if you're wanting to. So we'll keep that option in mind for all of you. But thank you so much for your service. Really appreciate it.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Go ahead, Alex.
No, please go ahead.
No, thank you, Lita. Thank you, Donna. And I want to thank all the committee members. I know it's not the same virtually as it was in person, but it's nice to feel connected to all of you and the shared work that we're doing. So I appreciate being a part of a really great team. Thank you.
And I'll echo what Ginny said. And Ginny, thanks to you. I learned a lot from you with your distinguished leadership as chair of the committee. And thanks to everybody on the committee and at HCA. It's not easy to do what all of you guys do. And it's easy to see, though, the commitment and the thoughtfulness you put into forming a formulary, which is not easy because we could probably spend 90% of our GDP on healthcare if we wanted to. If we allowed ourselves to, obviously we can't. And so that's where some tough decisions need to be made for everyone's benefit. So thanks to all the work that you do. It's hard to believe 6 years have gone by. Oh, thank you, HCA, for the gift. I'll use
Yes,
that.
thank you. That was a nice surprise. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, well, Ginny and I get to kind of sunset ourselves, I think, because the next item on the agenda is to choose a new chair and vice chair of the committee. I'll stay with you for the rest of today and finish out the work. I do have something I need to step away for, and thank you to Kavita, our current vice chair, for stepping in around 1 o'clock when I have to be away for about a half hour. But Nanya and Lita, can I turn that over to you for the process of getting this group to vote for someone to step into those roles?
Yes. Olita, can you help me with this process, please? Thank you.
So I want you guys to put forward nominations first for a new chair of the committee. Or if anyone wants to volunteer as chair of the committee.
I would nominate Kavita.
I was about to take your name, Laura. I would nominate Laura Bestie.
Okay, so we have 2 nominations. Anybody want a second one or put another one forward?
I would second for Kavita.
Okay, any other input? Kavita, do you accept?
Yes, thank you. Do we need to vote? Like, I don't think anybody voted.
All right.
You have to accept the nomination.
Yeah.
Oh, I accept. Got it. That's
Yeah.
Got it. I accept it.
Okay. And Laura, will you accept a nomination if you are voted in?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's take a vote. We could do it by the committee raising their hand. So first for Kavita, raise of hands. Okay, and now for Laura. Okay, Kavita, you are chair. And now for vice chair, can we have some nominations?
I nominate Laura.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, any other nominations?
I'll nominate John McKay.
Okay. All right, and John and Laura, will you both accept if you're nominated? If you're voted in?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so let's do another raise of hands. Laura, raise of hands for Laura. Okay. Okay, and now for John. Okay, Laura, you are vice chair. All right, so starting February, we have Kavita as our new chair and Laura as our new vice. Thank you, guys.
If I may, starting
Yeah.
February, since it's starting in February, February is when I'm actually out of town internationally for 3 weeks. So Laura might actually have to start off the year being chair.
Okay, great. Thank you for letting us know.
Yes, I'm so sorry about that.
Okay, Alex, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. Kavita, I apologize. I got mixed up on the raising this. I thought we were voting for the, but anyway, I
That's
fully support what happened. It's obviously time for me to step down as chair because my brain is getting addled. Okay, let's, I think that's all the housekeeping. Is that right, Nanya? Okay, let's get to pharmacy stuff. So we're 4 minutes ahead of schedule because we had such a consensus on who we want to lead the committee, which is cool. If Beth Shaw and Jennifer Lyon are ready to go, we are ready for the tirzepatide type 2 diabetes systematic review.
Great. So I will try and share my screen. Hopefully you can see
Yep,
the right thing, and it's still there now.
yep, coming through great, at least for me.
Perfect.
For me too,
I
thank
feel,
you.
oh, great. Thanks, Nanya. I feel like I've witnessed a bit of P&T history there with the new nominations. So thank you and congratulations to both of you. So good morning. My name's Beth Shaw, and I will be presenting the systematic review on tirzepatide for the treatment of type 2 diabetes. This is the first of 2 presentations this morning on the use of GLP-1s for this particular condition. So this slide shows the overview for today's presentation. So standard GERT presentation. So I'll take you through a bit of brief background. We'll talk again in brief about the PICO's key questions and methods that we used for this report, and then we'll spend most of the time looking at the findings and conclude with a discussion. So just a bit of background here. Type 2 diabetes, as I'm sure you well know, is characterized by elevated blood glucose due to defective insulin secretion by pancreatic beta cells and poor response in insulin-sensitive tissues. Treatments typically include diet and exercise, those kind of lifestyle interventions, but can also include pharmacological interventions such as standard treatment like metformin, the SGLT2 inhibitors, DPP4 inhibitors, the TZs, sulfonylureas, as well as insulin. And increasingly, we're seeing the use of these GLP-1 receptor antagonists. So in terms of the mechanism of action, GIP and GLP-1 play a significant role in glucose homeostasis. And as part of the kind of suite of GLP-1s, tirzepatide is now an FDA-approved GLP-1 and GIP receptor coagonist approved for the use of type 2 diabetes. So in terms of the PICOs that we used for this review, the population that we were looking at is both adults and children with type 2 diabetes. We focused this report specifically only on tirzepatide, the brand name Mounjaro. So we're really only looking at, in this report anyway, at the single GLP-1 tirzepatide for people with type 2 diabetes. We again focused this report on the head-to-head comparison of tirzepatide with the other GLP-1 receptor agonists. So we were looking at studies that compared the effectiveness of tirzepatide against dulaglutide, semaglutide, exenatide, liraglutide, and lixisenatide. And in terms of the outcomes, we were looking at disease-specific outcomes, so those that are commonly used for measuring the effectiveness of drugs in type 2 diabetes, so things like change in HbA1c. We looked at the proportion of participants achieving their target HbA1c, generally recognized as around 7%. We looked at a change in fasting serum glucose, and we also looked at weight loss as part of that overall management of type 2 diabetes. In terms of harms, we were looking at serious adverse events, discontinuation due to adverse events, hypoglycemic events, and cardiovascular events. We also looked for any measures of quality of life. However, just to note, as we go through this presentation, none of the included studies reported any measures of quality of life. So that's a kind of just a note from the outset. In terms of study designs, we only included randomized controlled trials, and we also limited those studies to those conducted in countries categorized as very high on the United Nations Human Development Index. Our key questions were fairly standard. We were looking at the comparative effectiveness and harms of tirzepatide, and we also looked at whether those effectiveness and harms varied by patient characteristic. So we're thinking by age, presence of comorbidities, for example. We were also looking at the characteristics of ongoing studies of tirzepatide versus those other GLP-1 receptor agonists. So let's move into the methods section. We searched a range of databases, so things like Medline via PubMed, the Cochrane Library, and clinicaltrials.gov and other registries for those ongoing studies through to June 28th this year. Each of these individual studies that we included, we did a risk of bias assessment, and then we applied grade to specific outcomes, giving you that overall certainty of evidence. And where needed, we used OpenEpi piece of software to calculate relative risk and absolute risk differences where needed. So if the data are in the paper, we were able to use those calculations. Just as a reminder, here is the DERP approach to risk of bias. So if we assign a low risk of bias to a study, we believe that, the methods were clear, they followed the correct processes, and they really took, made a great effort to mitigate those potential biases and to manage the conflicts of interest. Conversely, if we assess a study as having a high risk of bias, then there were things that were done in that study that might introduce serious bias, and perhaps they really didn't address things like conflicts of interest, and they really did not use best practice in that study. And then just a reminder about the grade certainty of evidence. So just to note here at the top of the slide, you can see the outcomes that we rated using grade. So we focused on change in HbA1c, the number of participants achieving that HbA1c of less than 7%. We also rated fasting serum glucose, the weight loss outcome, as well as the harms such as serious adverse events, discontinuations, and hypoglycemia. So again, grade certainty of evidence. If we assign a high certainty of evidence, that means we're very confident that the estimate of effective interventions on that outcome lies close to the true effect. And really what we're saying is that if new research were to be published next week, we would anticipate that it wouldn't really change our understanding of the impact of that intervention on the outcome. However, if we're more in the kind of low and very low end of grade, it means that we've got lots more uncertainty around that. So new research, if it were to be published next week, would probably, change our understanding of the impact of that intervention on the outcome. As a reminder, randomized controlled trials, all of these studies are randomized controlled trials, start at high certainty, and then using the grade approach, they can be downgraded for issues around inconsistency, imprecision, risk of bias of those individual studies, as well as reporting biases. So let's move into the findings first. So first of all, here is our standard study flow diagram. You can see that at the top, kind of the left-hand side, our database searches found 367 records. As we moved through the process, we screened those full 367 and assessed 40 of those studies at the full text level. When we went through that process and we excluded studies at that full text level that didn't meet our PCOS and other criteria, we actually ended up with 5 articles in this particular review that reported on 3 randomized controlled trials. So overall, 3 randomized controlled trials reported in 5 papers. So just to give you an overview of what those look like, we have those 3 total studies reported in 5 articles. 2 of the studies were assessed as being at moderate risk of bias, and 1 was rated at high risk of bias. It's worthwhile noting that there's some of the kind of nuances around grade. So whilst this study was rated at high risk of bias, one of the primary reasons for that rating was because of lack of blinding. However, when we go through the grade process, you'll see that it was not always downgraded for risk of bias depending on the outcome, because blinding, we feel that that would not typically affect things like lab-based measurements, where blinding is less of an issue. So where the high risk of bias plays out in grade is primarily for the harms outcomes, where blinding or lack of blinding may well have impacts on those the assessment of those particular outcomes. So we're really thinking there around serious adverse events and discontinuations. And in terms of the actual comparators of these 3 studies, 2 compared to tirzepatide with dulaglutide and 1 compared to tirzepatide with semaglutide. So these are the characteristics of the included studies. So on this slide, you can see the characteristics of the 2 included studies comparing tirzepatide with dulaglutide. So you can see on the left-hand side, we have the author and the year, study design, both are randomized controlled trials. Both of them are multi-site studies. However, one's multi-country, international, and the other one is primarily in Japan. You can see the interventions and sample sizes, as well as the demographics and the study duration. Overall, the 2 studies were generally similar in design and baseline characteristics. So you can see here, like the age and the baseline HbA1c were fairly similar. But I just wanted to highlight a few key differences. Worthwhile noting that the 2 studies used different dulaglutide doses. You can see the first study here, the Frias et al. In 2018, used a dose of 1.5 milligrams for dulaglutide. And then the Inagaki study, the Surpass-J mono trial, they actually used a comparator dose for dulaglutide of 0.75 milligrams. Another difference is that participants in that second study, the Surpass-J mono study, were not permitted to use background metformin during the study period, whereas nearly all of the participants in the other study and the third study that you will see were able to use metformin. The last thing to note is that the studies included multiple dose groups for tirzepatide. So you can see here both of them used dose groups ranging from 5 milligrams to 15 milligrams. Because of this kind of dose ranging approach, we will present some of the findings as ranges across the different dose groups. So where you see ranges, it's because of those different doses used. And in some of the outcomes, we were able to pool across those different dose groups. So just to note, we were not pooling across studies, but we were pooling those different dose groups. So you'll see both ranges and both pooled estimates across those different dose groups. And finally, this is the characteristic of that third study, again by Frias et al. In 2021, also known as the Surpass-2 study. Again, by definition or by inclusion criteria, this is a randomized controlled trial conducted at 128 sites internationally. And this is the largest study with a total sample size of nearly 1,900 participants. Again, just noting that all of the participants were taking metformin during the duration of the study. And as before, you can see that a range of tirzepatide doses were used from that 5 milligram to 15 milligram compared against a 1 milligram dose of semaglutide. So let's move into the findings. Just to note, we're going to run through the effectiveness data first by each comparison. So we'll go through the effectiveness data comparing tirzepatide and dulaglutide. Then we'll look at the effectiveness of tirzepatide versus semaglutide. And then we'll look at the harms, again, in that order for the 2 comparisons. So first of all, you can see summarized here the findings on those disease-specific outcomes for the comparisons of tirzepatide versus dulaglutide. So first of all, you can see that both randomized controlled trials reported on the mean difference in change in HbA1c. And depending on the dose of tirzepatide, tirzepatide reduced HbA1c more than dulaglutide, and those differences ranged from 0.52% to 1.53%, depending on that dose used. We rated this as being of high certainty for improvement, and all of those reductions were statistically significant when compared with dulaglutide. So we're very confident that tirzepatide reduces HbA1c more than does dulaglutide. Looking at the number of participants achieving that HbA target of less than 7%, that's generally recognised as being a clinically important target for glycemic control. Again, we rated this as high certainty, so we're very confident about this finding. And again, this is one just to note that we combined the information across those dose groups. So not pooling across studies, but pooling those dose groups. So you can see that the risk ratio of achieving that HbA1c, so people taking tirzepatide were 50% more likely to achieve that HbA1c target of 7% than people who received dulaglutide. So in terms of absolute risk difference, that means around 259 people more per thousand treated would achieve that target with tirzepatide when compared with dulaglutide. And then from that other study, you can see that that risk ratio was similar, around 44% more likely, translating to 296 people. All of these findings, you can see from the confidence intervals there, were statistically significant when compared with dulaglutide. So again, very briefly, you would 44 to 50% more likely to achieve that target with tirzepatide when compared with dulaglutide. Looking now at the outcome of achieving that body weight loss of 5% or more, again, generally recognised as a clinically important, weight loss target, or basically a clinically meaningful weight loss, 5% or more. Again, based on those two randomized controlled trials, we rated this as being as high certainty of evidence. So again, very confident in this finding. So again, the risk ratios combined across those pooled different tirzepatide doses. You can see the relative risk of 2.69 or as high as 7.24. Again, you can see from the confidence intervals, these were both statistically significant. And they translate into those absolute risk difference of around 376 more per thousand, up to 667 more people per thousand treated, achieving that target of weight loss with tirzepatide compared with using dulaglutide. When we look at the mean difference in the change in that fasting serum glucose, again, based on those two studies, we have high certainty of evidence around this. The reduction of fasting serum glucose across those dose groups from one of the studies range from 2.59 to a reduction from 25.9 to 35.7 milligrams per deciliter, which is around 12 to 24% of the baseline value. The other study did not actually report the actual values, but they did report a statistically significant reduction compared with dulaglutide. So again, both of these were showing that you achieved a better reduction, a greater reduction in fasting serum glucose with tirzepatide than you would do with dulaglutide. So now we move into those disease-specific outcomes, the effectiveness outcomes, looking at tirzepatide versus semaglutide. So as a reminder, all of the participants in this study were required to take metformin throughout the study period. So from this single study, the glycemic control was measured by a mean difference in change in HbA1c between participants taking tirzepatide versus semaglutide. Again, we gave this a high certainty of evidence, and it showed that with tirzepatide, you were more likely to see a reduction in HbA1c and a greater reduction in HbA1c. So the findings, depending on that dose of tirzepatide, ranged from 0.15% to 0.45%, and findings were statistically significant for all dose groups when compared with semaglutide. So again, a greater reduction in HbA1c with tirzepatide versus semaglutide. When we look at the proportion of people achieving that target of less than 7% HbA1c, again, we graded this as high certainty of evidence. And you can see that participants were around 9% more likely to achieve this target when compared with semaglutide. Again, combining this across dose groups, so that's an absolute risk difference of around 74 more people per 1,000 treated with tirzepatide when compared with semaglutide. Again, statistically significant. Looking at the number of participants achieving the body weight loss of 5% or more. Again, high certainty of evidence, so we're very confident in this estimate of effect. So participants who received tirzepatide were around 35% more likely to achieve that target of a body weight loss of 5% or more. And this translates into an absolute risk difference of 202 more per 1,000 treated. Again, you can see from the confidence intervals, this is statistically significant. And looking at the change in fasting serum glucose, again, a high certainty of evidence. And the reduction of fasting serum glucose ranged across those dose groups from -7.3 to -14.7 milligrams per deciliter. And that's around 4 to 8% of the baseline value. And all of those reductions were statistically significant. So again, we were seeing a greater reduction in fasting serum glucose with tirzepatide versus semaglutide, and high certainty of evidence around that finding. So let's look now at the harms outcomes. So going back to the comparator of tirzepatide versus dulaglutide, you can start seeing now how some of those concerns about perhaps risk of bias and imprecision start playing out now in the harms outcomes. So for serious adverse events, we rated this as being low certainty of evidence. So some level of uncertainty around these findings. Generally, what we see from these studies is we see a lower rate of serious adverse events with tirzepatide when compared with dulaglutide. So you can see kind of a relative risk of 60 to 68. You can see the absolute risk differences there from around 18 fewer per thousand through to 35 fewer per thousand experienced serious adverse events with tirzepatide versus dulaglutide. However, these estimates were not statistically significant. You can see they cross that line of no effect, and they were highly imprecise, hence the uncertainty and the low grade rating. Similarly, with discontinuations, you can see we've got a low certainty of evidence for this. And when combining dose groups, the risk ratios were 1.19 and 1.63. So we were seeing higher discontinuations due to adverse events with tirzepatide compared with dulaglutide. However, again, these were not statistically significant and again, highly imprecise, wide confidence intervals. Hence, again, the grade rating of low uncertainty. So we're seeing fewer serious adverse events, higher discontinuations with tirzepatide compared with dulaglutide, but lots of uncertainty around those findings. And when we look at hypoglycemic events, so these were defined as a fasting serum glucose of less than 70 milligrams per deciliter. Again, you can see low certainty of evidence around this, so lots of uncertainty, but you can see that we're seeing higher rates of hypoglycemic events, so ranging from almost 4 times as many down to just over twice as much. Again, you can see those absolute risk differences, and again, neither of these estimates were statistically significant, and again, very wide confidence intervals, highly imprecise, leading to that low certainty of evidence. So higher rates of hypoglycemic events with tirzepatide, but lots of uncertainty with that finding. When we look at the harms outcomes for that comparison of tirzepatide versus semaglutide, again, you can see for serious adverse events, we have twice the rate of serious adverse events with tirzepatide when compared with semaglutide. Low certainty of evidence across this, You can see an absolute risk difference of 33 more per 1,000 participants taking tirzepatide, experiencing that serious adverse event. Just to note here, this estimate is statistically significant. So certainly for the relative risk, that ranges from 1.23 to 3.87. But again, it's imprecise, wide confidence intervals, and potentially biased due to lack of blinding. So if you remember, we talked about that risk of bias and how it plays out in grade, and this is that specific example here. We also looked at that discontinuation of the study drug. Again, low certainty of evidence, so lots of uncertainty around this. We see here with that relative risk of 1.89 and the absolute risk difference of 36 more that we're seeing more discontinuations with tirzepatide when compared with semaglutide. Again, this is statistically significant, but imprecise, and again, potentially biased by lack of blinding, hence that low certainty of evidence. And finally, looking at the hypoglycemic events, in this study, this was defined as a fasting serum glucose of lower than 54 milligrams per deciliter. Again, low certainty for trivial to no effect in this particular case. Although it's twice as high, you can see 4 more per 1,000 participants. Again, really wide confidence intervals, and it's not statistically significant, leading to that low certainty of evidence. So now just a bit of information on that key question 1A. You remember that kind of sub-question around, do the effectiveness and harms vary by a particular patient characteristic? Of the included studies, only one reported a subgroup analysis. So that's the SURPASS-2 trial, the comparison of tirzepatide versus semaglutide, reported change in HbA1c when stratified by patients with a baseline HbA1c above 8.5% and those below 8.5%. It's worth noting that the authors simply reported the findings between these different comparisons, and they did not conduct any formal subgroup comparisons. So there's no real direct statistical test about these findings. What they found was that participants with baseline HbA1c greater than 8.5% exhibited a relatively greater within group reduction in HbA1c relative to participants with baseline HbA1c less than or equal to 8.5. So really you can see at that higher level, the range varied from 0.16 to 0.55%. For those people at 8.5% or below at baseline, the range is similar, but they don't quite achieve that higher level of the 0.55, but they achieve 0.40% reduction, again, depending on the dose used. And it's worthwhile noting that the between group differences in each strata are comparable to that kind of overall, or if you think about all the participants, regardless of their HbA1c baseline level, which range from 0.15 to 0.45% overall. So now just to give you this slide that summarises the grade certainty of evidence ratings and the direction of effect for both comparisons of tirzepatide with dulaglutide and semaglutide. So just to briefly orient you to the table, the rows are stratified by the drug comparison and align with the outcomes presented on the previous slides. The colour coding indicates the direction of effect. Specifically, green indicates that tirzepatide was favoured. Red indicates that the active comparator, so dulaglutide or semaglutide, were favoured. Yellow indicates no effect, and grey indicates that the outcome was not reported. So really, that's the quality of life. The circles in each cell also correspond to the certainty of evidence rating, with more of those circles being filled in. So more of the circles being black indicate greater certainty. So you can see 4 circles filled in indicates high, going down to 2, where we have the low certainty of evidence. And as you can see, all of the disease-specific outcomes were rated as high certainty of evidence and favoured tirzepatide. Harms outcomes were all rated as low certainty of evidence, and the direction of effect was mixed. In some cases, that favoured tirzepatide, and in other cases, it favoured the comparator or really showed no effect. And as noted, none of the included studies reported quality of life. So finally, just looking at our characteristics of ongoing studies, we were able to identify 2 ongoing randomized controlled trials meeting our inclusion criteria. Both of the studies are part of that SURPASS trial family. So if you remember, 2 of the completed studies in this review were also part of that SURPASS trial family. And these compare tirzepatide with dulaglutide. So both of these trials are looking at that same comparison. So we have SURPASS CVOT and SURPASS Switch. Both of them have estimated completion dates in the later half of 2024. One is a blinded randomized controlled trial of just over 13,000 participants, primarily assessing cardiovascular harms over a period of 54 months, which is a longer study period than either of the currently published studies looking at tirzepatide versus dulaglutide. The other ongoing study is an open-label randomized controlled trial of 250 participants, primarily assessing HbA1c or glycemic control over a 40-week study period. So moving into our discussion, to summarise, we identified 3 randomized controlled trials of tirzepatide for type 2 diabetes. 2 of these compared tirzepatide with dulaglutide and 1 with semaglutide. We did not identify any studies actively comparing tirzepatide with exenatide, liraglutide, or lixisenatide. So overall, tirzepatide showed a favourable treatment effect for glycemic control, HbA1c, when compared with dulaglutide or semaglutide through the 26 to 52 weeks of follow-up in those 3 studies. And we rated this finding with high certainty of evidence. The magnitude of treatment effect for HbA1c reduction ranged from 0.15, generally viewed as being trivial, through to 1.53%, which would generally be considered clinically meaningful difference compared with dulaglutide or semaglutide. Significantly more participants using tirzepatide achieved a clinically important glycemic target of the HbA1c of less than 7% when compared with dulaglutide or semaglutide, and also greater reductions in HbA1c with an increasing dose of tirzepatide were observed. However, this dose-response trend was not observed for other disease-specific outcomes, which we'll talk about next. And just to note, SURPASS-J mono reported the greatest reduction in HbA1c. However, this may be explained because participants were not able to take background therapy, specifically metformin, during the study period, whereas a majority or all of the participants in the other 2 studies were taking metformin, potentially also contributing, delivering that lower HbA1c. So tirzepatide showed a favourable treatment effect for body effect and fasting serum glucose compared with dulaglutide or semaglutide through 26 to 52 weeks follow-up. We rated this finding with high certainty of evidence. Significantly more people taking tirzepatide achieved that clinically important weight loss target of 5% or more, and tirzepatide resulted in statistically significant differences in reducing fasting serum glucose. However, the relative reduction of fasting serum glucose with tirzepatide was larger when compared with dulaglutide than with semaglutide. And as a reminder, the study reporting those greater reductions in fasting serum glucose compared with dulaglutide did not allow background metformin therapy. So there's something playing out here with those, whether participants were continuing metformin or whether they were not able to use metformin during the study duration. Adverse events occurred in roughly 64 to 85% of participants. However, in general, serious adverse events, discontinuations due to adverse events, and hypoglycemic events were rare. When compared with dulaglutide, tirzepatide showed a slightly lower incidence of serious adverse events and slightly higher hypoglycemic events and discontinuations due to adverse events. However, there was lots of uncertainty around these findings. And when compared with semaglutide, Again, we saw that tirzepatide was associated with a slightly higher incidence of serious adverse events and discontinuations, but really no difference in hypoglycemia. But again, lots of uncertainty. And just to note, deaths and cardiovascular events were not common in any of the study arms in any of the included studies. Just to note some kind of limitations of both the evidence and the review. There was extensive involvement of an industry sponsor in these trials. So we're talking about the involvement of pharmaceutical industry sponsors in all aspects of the study design through execution, analysis, and manuscript preparation, resulting in moderate to high risk of bias for all 3 of the included studies. None of the studies, as noted, reported quality of life, and none of the ongoing studies are reporting those. The number of studies is relatively small, with only 3 randomized controlled trials, and there's a gap in the evidence, with no studies identifying comparing tirzepatide with those other GLP-1s. In terms of the limitations of this review, there were no, in terms of the limitations of this review, we only included studies that were published in English, and only those studies conducted in countries categorized as being very high on that Human Development Index. And as usual in our systematic reviews, we did not include data from press releases, conference abstracts, or trial registries reporting results from those studies. So bringing all this together with state considerations, compared with the other GLP-1 agonists that were in the trials, dulaglutide and semaglutide, tirzepatide improves outcomes related to glucose control and weight, with mixed effects on serious adverse events, hypoglycemia, and discontinuation due to adverse events, although all those serious adverse events, etc., were generally rare across all of the study arms. The current body of evidence is limited in terms of head-to-head comparisons of those different class members, and therefore the evidence base as currently exists may not be sufficient for fully determining the appropriate place in therapy. So state Medicaid agencies may need to consider how tirzepatide should be used in pharmacy programs along existing therapies, including other GLP-1 agonists for type 2 diabetes. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Beth. Very thorough systematic review. It's time for us to do questions from the committee, and I see Dr. Parquet has his hand raised.
Thanks, Alex, and thanks, Beth, for a very thorough review. I have a question about the study design and how to be thinking about intervention and comparator dosing in these studies. I noticed that the dulaglutide dosing was only 1.5 milligrams, which is a relatively low dose compared to the tirzepatide dosing, which ranges from kind of like a low to medium dose all the way up to high doses. And I'm wondering how much of the efficacy signal and even the safety signals maybe is a dosing effect. It was noticeable that there is still a signal at the lower doses of tirzepatide, but it's quite a bit smaller than at the high doses. And so how are you thinking about those differences in dosing? I mean, dulaglutide goes up to 4.5 milligrams, I believe, and 1.5 milligrams is a relatively low dose. The difference is not quite as significant on the semaglutide study, but it's still there. I think semaglutide, the comparator, was 1 milligram, and the full dose of Ozempic would be 2 milligrams, and Wegovy, which I know we're not talking about the indication of weight loss, but that is, I believe, 2.4 milligrams compared to the highest doses of tirzepatide. So I don't know, how are you thinking about that?
Well, hopefully you can see I've just put up a table about, because we had this question before about, you know, the different doses that we used. So you can see here in this table, we've got the doses. So we've got the drugs, tirzepatide, dulaglutide, and semaglutide.
Beth, we can't see the table. We just see the question slide.
Oh, okay. Let me stop this share and let me try and share a new slide. Hopefully you can see it now.
Yes, thank you.
Great, thanks, Lisa. So yes, we've got here the table. So you can see on the left each of the drugs. We've got the doses that were used in those included studies, and then we've got the current FDA approved doses. So you can see already that tirzepatide is using those currently FDA approved doses. So, you know, the studies used 5 to 15. The current doses range from 2.5 to 15. But when you look at dulaglutide, the highest dose used was 1.5 compared with an approved dose of up to 4.5. And similarly, semaglutide, the trial used a 1 milligram dose compared with up to 2 milligram as a, you know, approved dose. So I think it's just worth, you know, considering that, you know, the comparator that has been used is not the highest dose that could be used in practice. So that's going to tend to favor tirzepatide, which was used at the, you know, the FDA approved doses.
Thank you, Beth. Yes, Laura, go ahead.
So along that same dosing, I was just curious, within the study, did they do a direct comparison and whether there was any statistical analysis between the lowest dose of dulaglutide with the lowest dose of the tirzepatide? Did they do a comparison between that low dose of the tirzepatide with the and break it out?
We did see, if I remember correctly, we saw a dose response relationship for the HbA1c. So, you know,
at that low dose.
Yes, so as you went up into the higher doses, you saw greater reductions with HbA1c, but I don't think we saw that consistently across the other outcomes, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
I guess, Kavita here, just a comment would be then the corollary is that with not the highest doses of dulaglutide and semaglutide, those participants may have had more adverse events even compared to the highest doses of tirzepatide. Is that fair to say?
Sorry, say that again. So with the lower
we
dose,
had low to medium doses of semaglutide and dulaglutide.
Yep.
Yet those participants had more adverse effects or more side effects compared to the highest doses of tirzepatide. Because the comparison was never the highest doses of dulaglutide and highest doses of tirzepatide.
I think the findings for safety outcomes were mixed. So, you know, we did see some higher with tirzepatide, some lower with tirzepatide. So I think it gets a little bit more kind of complex about which way is playing out with which. But yes, I think in general, with the lower doses of the comparator, you would expect you're kind of setting tirzepatide up to be more effective, but yes, they may well have more adverse events with the tirzepatide because they're using a low dose of semaglutide, but it was mixed around the safety. So yeah, you'd probably have to unpack it a little bit, I think, by each outcome.
John McKay?
Hi, Beth. Yeah, thank you. That was great. I was wondering if there was any reporting. I kind of break this class usually into two in terms of cardiovascular risk reduction and renal protection. Was there any reporting on that?
I'm just going to remind myself. Outcomes. We were looking in terms of harms, we were looking for cardiovascular events. We weren't looking specifically for whether tirzepatide lowered cardiovascular risk. So it's always a tension for this, isn't it? You're looking at effectiveness, which is part of why we use some of these drugs. Does it reduce somebody's cardiovascular risk over time? We did not look for that outcome. That was not specified, but we did look for the rate of cardiovascular events as a harm. And again, if I remember correctly, basically we just summarized that as saying really deaths and cardiovascular events were not common in any of those study arms. Again, if you remember, in terms of the effectiveness of these drugs to reduce your cardiovascular risk, these were only being conducted over those 26 to 52 weeks. So, you know, even if they'd have reported it, maybe that's not long enough to really look at those, that the lowering of cardiovascular risk over time. But certainly one of the ongoing trials, the Surpass CVOT trial over that longer period of 54 months, that's due to complete in October of next year, that is specifically looking at death from cardiovascular causes, MI or stroke.
Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. I have a question. So on your slide 35, when you talked about the state considerations and you mentioned the limited body of evidence, kind of cautioning us from maybe making too much out of some of the benefits in terms of the process metrics, lowering A1C, weight, et cetera, not so much outcomes benefits as we've just discussed. But you mentioned that limited head-to-head evidence. Can you, I mean, given all the types of systematic reviews you've done over the years, can you give us a sense for whether this category seems to have more head-to-head evidence than others? My impression over the years is very hard to get any head-to-head evidence. So I know there's not a lot here, but compared to other categories, would you advise the committee that this is actually a reasonable amount, or is it about the same as what you notice in other drug categories that you've presented to us?
I think it's really difficult to say. One of the strengths, whilst we've only got 3 studies, and I'm just looking at the information, then I'm correct. So whilst the number of studies was relatively small, so we've only got those 3 randomized controlled trials, each of those published studies had actually reasonably large sample sizes for each comparison. So, there was only 3 studies, but, they've got, for the 2, across the 2 studies for dulaglutide, 850 participants, just under 2,000 in the other one. So that really is a large study. Type 2 diabetes is very, very common. Mm-hmm. It's not a condition that's understudied. So maybe that plays out a bit here. It is only 3 randomized controlled trials in a very common disease, although the studies are large. You could do it. So I think you can kind of view this. I think we're viewing it as limited in the sense of that we do not have all those comparisons that we would like against the other GLP-1s, so exenatide, etc. So it's really difficult to say, and I'm sorry I can't give you a definitive answer.
Well, it's a tough question. I just think about some of the other reviews we've looked at, and it's a lot of it is something versus placebo, something versus placebo.
Absolutely.
And occasionally you come across a head-to-head. So but I get that it's a hard question to answer. Dr. Barquette has his hand up.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I was really glad to see that this is a comparison between GLP-1s with GLP-1 GIP agonists, because we've had some data on GLP-1s for a while now. The GLP-1 combination GIP agonist is kind of a relatively new thing and still developing, more evidence coming out. It seems like in the studies that we have so far, there is somewhat better efficacy, possibly a different safety profile. And then the other big difference seems to be weight loss. And so I have a question for the HCA representatives actually on how we should be thinking about weight loss on the committee. So weight loss isn't an essential health benefit in the state of Washington, and typically is not a covered benefit for most health plans without a separate rider. Do we have any direction from our HCA representatives about whether or not we should be considering the information on weight loss? I mean, obviously there's another indication for tirzepatide that the FDA is reviewing around weight loss, and or maybe it's actually come out, and of course we're not talking about comparisons to Wegovy and Saxenda, the GLP-1s that are FDA approved for weight loss as opposed to diabetes. But any direction on how we should be considering evidence around weight loss? Is that something we should kind of set aside, or is that something we should also be considering?
Hi, this is Ryan from Healthcare Authority. So, coverage of medications for weight loss in UMP would need to go through the PEB board, so the Public Employees Benefits Board. Right now, it is an excluded benefit in the certificate of coverage, and so we would need to bring that there to them to say, is this a condition that you would want to be covered under your health plan? So, until we make that recommendation, I would say that the evidence presented, in these and other drug classes, around weight loss, should not be a primary focus. I think you can, evaluate it as part of the body of evidence, but understand that we are covering these drugs for, the indications of, type 2 diabetes.
Thank you, Dr. Barkett, and thank you, Ryan. And to clarify for the committee, we're not
Alex,
quite there
Alex,
yet,
this is Donna. Sorry to interrupt, but this is Donna as well. Medicaid also is weight loss is an excluded benefit. So I just wanted it's not just our public employees program, but also the Medicaid program currently doesn't cover weight loss products either.
Look up the Treat and Reduce Obesity Act. It's a good thing to talk to your local congressman about. But just remind the committee as well, the motion, we're not quite yet to the motion, but we're going to get there. And FYI for you, the motion is looking at the GLP-1 agonist class specifically in the vein of treating diabetes today. Kavita, I think you were about to start saying something.
Oh, thanks, Alex. I was just going to comment on while I see the lack of head-to-head studies with the other GLP-1s, I think it has been shown in prior studies that really semaglutide and high-dose dulaglutide have probably the best efficacy at A1C lowering. So in my mind, as I interpret the data, I'm not seeing that as a significant limitation that, like exenatide or, the other GLP-1s, there weren't any head-to-head comparisons if it did better than this one. However, the lack of comparison with like a 3 milligram dose of dulaglutide, I think like that is a limitation.
Thank you, Kavita. And that's an early segue because we have another presentation of short and long-acting GLPs to go. You mentioned exenatide. So one question more for you, Beth. Is there going to be anything about albiglutide in this presentation or the next one?
No, I believe albiglutide was taken off the market and is no longer available.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm because it is on the motion, so we'll just have to look forward to calling that out again when we get to the motion. Okay, Nanya, should we do stakeholders after this presentation, or do you think we should go on to the short versus long GLP first and then do stakeholders?
Yes, can we go into short versus long and then go into stakeholders, please? Thank you.
Let's do it. Okay, so is this you, Beth, or is this you, Jennifer?
This is me. Hello.
All right, whenever you're ready.
I'll share my screen. Okay. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Lyon, and I will be presenting this systematic review on short-acting versus long-acting GLP-1 receptor agonists for type 2 diabetes. So similar to most of our DERP reports, we'll give a short background, discuss the PICOS and key questions and our methods, discuss our findings, and then go into a discussion and conclusion. So as Beth said, we all know diabetes pretty well. It's a pretty familiar disease, which is caused by a loss of or resistance to the hormone insulin, resulting in an increased blood glucose. There are more than 37 million Americans with diabetes, and 90 to 95% of those individuals have type 2. Diabetes management include medications such as these GLP-1 RAs and insulin, as well as lifestyle modifications such as weight management and exercise. The GLP-1 or glucagon-like peptide-1 receptor agonists, and you may also hear me refer to them sort of shorthand as GLP-1, are mimics of the GLP-1 that stimulate the GLP-1 receptor to increase the release of insulin in the body. Most of these medications are injected either daily or weekly, with the exception of one version of semaglutide, brand name Rybelsus, that's taken by mouth once daily. So that is the only oral preparation. Different dosing schedules are likely to affect patient adherence and costs. So we focused on a head-to-head comparison of the GLP-1 RAs by duration of acting, long-acting versus short-acting. You'll also probably hear me refer to these as weekly versus daily, where the long-acting is the weekly and the short-acting is the daily. So our population were adults or children with type 2 diabetes. And the intervention is the short-acting or daily receptor agonists, exenatide, liraglutide, lixisenatide, and semaglutide. And the comparator are the long-acting or weekly GLP-1 RAs, including dulaglutide, exenatide, semaglutide, and tirzepatide. You notice that some of these fall into both categories as they have both exenatide and semaglutide with short-acting and long-acting forms. The outcomes we looked at were diabetes control, such as change in HbA1c and blood glucose. We looked at both serum and plasma glucose, depending on the study, as some studies looked at plasma fasting glucose and some looked at serum fasting glucose. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. Some cardiovascular outcomes, weight loss. Again, we're focusing specifically in type 2 diabetes here, so we're not looking at weight loss as the primary outcome, but as an outcome associated with type 2 diabetes control. Some quality of life, although that was not a graded outcome. Adverse events, such as serious adverse events, including mortality and hypoglycemic events. Our study designs were RCTs, published in English language, from very high human development countries. So here's again the list of the drugs in the two categories, short-acting or daily versus long-acting or weekly. And you can see they are all subcutaneous except for the oral semaglutide. You can see the dose ranges here, which vary. These are the FDA-approved doses, which may or may not correspond to those in the studies, though most studies fell within these ranges. So our question is the effectiveness and safety of the listed interventions by duration of action. So we searched clinical evidence sources such as Ovid Medline all in the Cochrane Library, as well as the clinical trial registries such as clinicaltrials.gov. We examined reference lists of published systematic reviews. We assessed the risk of bias of the published literature and assessed the grade for 7 outcomes. So here's our DERP risk of bias assessment. Just a reminder, Beth just covered this, but low is clear reporting, moderate is incomplete information, and the high risk of bias has clear flaws. While we don't discuss risk of bias much going on forward, including it in the grade, most of these studies were low to moderate, or moderate. Actually, they ranged. Most of them were moderate to high in risk of bias. Risk of bias was a factor in our grade. With grade certainty of evidence, they ranged from high to very low. And these studies felt moderate to very low. And you'll see that in our grade assessments. The very high, the high is with good confidence in the effect. Moderate is moderately confident, low has little confidence, and very low has no confidence. Okay, so let's go into the findings. So we identified 858 records through database searching and added 12 from analysis of the reference list of systematic reviews. We excluded duplicates and then excluded 675 at the title abstract stage with 150 articles assessed for eligibility at the full text level. 129 of those were excluded for various factors, including study design and publication type. And studies included were 15 RCTs with 16 ancillaries for a total of 21 publications. This is a matrix table looking at the data that we have, comparing the long-acting with the short-acting agents. So you'll see here that we have no evidence for tirzepatide or no evidence for lixisenatide. Our strongest evidence groups were the exenatide weekly versus daily and the liraglutide daily versus the dulaglutide weekly, where we had 4 studies each. We had 3 studies for semaglutide versus liraglutide. And then there were some cases where we had single studies. We'll look at the study characteristics by the comparator groups. For dulaglutide weekly versus exenatide daily, we had 1 RCT with 835 subjects and a study duration of 26 and 52 weeks reported. With exenatide weekly versus exenatide daily, we had those 4 RCTs with a study size range of 252 to 678 for a total N of 1,600 and 24 to 32 weeks in study duration. For liraglutide weekly versus liraglutide daily, we had 4 RCTs. Sample sizes ranged quite a bit from a low of 26 to a high of almost 600, with a total N of just over 1,000 and a 24 to 52 week study duration. For exenatide weekly versus liraglutide daily, we had 1 RCT with a sample size of 911 and a 26-week duration. For semaglutide weekly versus liraglutide daily, we had 3 RCTs, again, a range of sample sizes from 37 to 577, a total N of 980, and the sample durations range from, the study durations range from 12 to 30 weeks. For liraglutide weekly versus semaglutide daily, we had 1 RCT with a sample size of 446 and a 52 study period weeks. For semaglutide weekly versus semaglutide daily, we had 1 RCT, sample size of 559, and a 26-week study period. So overall, 15 RCTs and 21 publications, with sample sizes ranging from 26 to weeks to study sample size ranging from 26 to 911 people and 6,400 total N in all of these studies. And this, again, the study periods range from 12 to 52 weeks. So with the findings, these are reported by outcome. Our 7 outcomes are the change in glycosylated hemoglobin, the percentage that achieved a hemoglobin less than 7%. We had the change in blood glucose, either fasting serum or fasting plasma glucose. We had the change in weight loss with the number of participants that achieved at least a 5% weight loss. Then we had the harms outcomes, serious adverse events, hypoglycemic events, and discontinuations due to adverse events. Within each outcome, graded outcome, we're going to look at the studies by results by the comparisons. So if we're starting here with a change in glycosylated hemoglobin, or HbA1c. And first we have dulaglutide weekly versus exenatide daily. A 1 RCT here with a low grade. And at both 26 and 52 weeks, there were greater reductions with the weekly dulaglutide versus the exenatide daily that were statistically significant. And you can see the numbers here, they're about the same at both 26 and 52 weeks. For weekly exenatide versus daily exenatide, we had 4 RCTs with a moderate grade. This is the highest grade level that we had for these study groups. All 4 studies, the weekly exenatide had significantly greater reductions versus daily exenatide, ranging from 0.31 to 0.7%, and significant statistically. For dulaglutide weekly versus liraglutide daily, we had 4 RCTs. The grade here was very low. Again, a mix of things such as risk of bias and inconsistency. For 2 RCTs, the dulaglutide was non-inferior but not superior to liraglutide. So the P's here are for non-inferiority. And 2 RCTs where there was no significant difference found. For exenatide weekly versus liraglutide daily, we have 1 RCT with a low grade. There was about a 20.21% greater reduction in the liraglutide group versus the exenatide group is significant, but below the minimum clinically important difference for HbA1c of about 0.3 to 0.4%. The semaglutide weekly versus liraglutide daily, we had 3 RCTs with an overall very low grade. Again, high risk of bias, inconsistency. And here you can see 2 RCTs showed a significantly greater reduction with the weekly semaglutide versus the liraglutide. You can see both are statistically significant. And one RCT, there were no significant differences at most semaglutide doses, with the exception of the semaglutide highest dose, 1.6 milligram, versus both liraglutide doses at 1.6 milligrams and 1.8 milligrams. For dulaglutide weekly versus semaglutide daily, we had 1 RCT with a very low grade. And the weekly dulaglutide had a significantly greater reduction in HbA1c versus 3 milligrams semaglutide. But this was dose dependent as semaglutide daily doses went higher. There was no difference versus the 7 milligram semaglutide, and a greater reduction with semaglutide versus the weekly dulaglutide at the highest semaglutide dose of 14 milligrams. For semaglutide weekly versus daily, we have 1 RCT with a moderate grade. And here again, we have a dose response with significantly greater reduction versus with semaglutide weekly versus the 3 lowest daily doses. So the weekly was better versus the 2, 5, and 10 milligrams, but no significant difference versus the 20 and 40 milligrams of the daily. For those participants achieving glycosylated hemoglobin of less than 7%, and we'll start with dulaglutide weekly versus exenatide daily with 1 RCT and a low grade. At both 26 weeks and 52 weeks, there were significantly more participants achieving this outcome for the weekly versus the exenatide. And with both dulaglutide doses of 1.5 and 0.75 milligram doses, it was statistically significant. For exenatide weekly versus exenatide daily, we had 4 RCTs with a moderate grade. For 3 RCTs, we had significantly more with the weekly versus the daily, and you can see the numbers here, all statistically significant. And we had 1 RCT with a non-significant trend towards more with the weekly versus the daily. So it's a small 49.3 versus 43.2%. Again, non-significant p-value there. For dulaglutide weekly versus liraglutide daily, we have 2 RCTs with a low grade, and both RCTs, there were no significant differences. For exenatide weekly versus liraglutide daily, we have 1 RCT with a moderate grade, and significantly more participants achieved this outcome with liraglutide 60% versus exenatide at 53%. For semaglutide weekly versus liraglutide daily, we had 2 RCTs at a low grade. 1 RCT, and there was significantly more with semaglutide versus the liraglutide at 1.2 milligrams. And with 1 RCT, there was a dose response. So we had more with semaglutide 1.6 milligrams versus liraglutide at 1.2 milligrams and 1.8 milligrams, but fewer with the semaglutide at 0.1 milligram versus liraglutide at both 1.2 and 1.8 milligrams. With dulaglutide weekly versus semaglutide daily, we had 1 RCT with a very low grade. There were more with the weekly dulaglutide versus the semaglutide daily, 51 versus 34%, but no significant difference versus the middle dose of semaglutide at 7 milligrams, and fewer versus the 14 milligrams semaglutide. So again, a dose response depending on the semaglutide from 3 to 14 milligrams. For semaglutide weekly versus daily, we have 1 RCT with a very low grade, And there's a trend towards better performance with increasing daily dose ranging from 2.5 milligrams to 40 milligrams, but only statistically significant at the 2.5 milligram daily dose. Okay, for the outcome that is change in fasting plasma or serum glucose. Here the studies varied whether they reported plasma glucose or serum glucose. If you look at absolute differences, the plasma is higher than the serum. But since we were looking at change over time, that didn't matter. So we combined this into a single outcome. I will be telling you for each study whether it is plasma or serum glucose that was measured. For dulaglutide weekly versus exenatide daily, we had one RCT measuring serum glucose with a low grade. And again, at 26 weeks and at 52 weeks, there were greater reductions with the weekly versus the daily. For both weekly and both doses of the weekly, 1.5 milligrams, 0.7 milligrams, they were both significantly greater than the exenatide. For exenatide weekly versus daily, we had 4 RCTs, 3 reported plasma glucose and 1 reported serum glucose. The overall grade was moderate. 2 RCTs reported significantly greater reductions in plasma glucose with weekly versus daily. 1 RCT reported no significant difference in plasma glucose. And 1 RCT reported a significantly greater reduction in serum glucose with weekly versus daily. For dulaglutide weekly versus dulaglutide daily, we had 4 RCTs, 2 reporting plasma glucose and 2 reporting serum glucose. The overall grade was low, and of all 4 RCTs, there were no significant differences. Exenatide weekly versus dulaglutide daily, there was 1 RCT reporting on serum glucose with a low grade. There was a significantly greater reduction with dulaglutide daily versus exenatide weekly. For semaglutide weekly versus dulaglutide daily, we had 3 RCTs reporting plasma glucose with a low grade. 1 RCT reported a significantly greater reduction with semaglutide 1 milligram versus dulaglutide 1.2 milligrams, and 2 RCTs reported no significant differences. For dulaglutide weekly versus semaglutide daily, we had 1 RCT reporting on plasma glucose with a very low grade, and no significant differences were found. For semaglutide weekly versus daily, we had 1 RCT with reporting on plasma glucose with a very low grade. The weekly had greater reductions versus semaglutide doses 2.5 milligrams, 5 milligrams, and 10 milligrams, but no significant difference versus the higher daily doses. And remember, semaglutide, the daily is the only oral. For cardiovascular outcomes, we found that there were no cardiovascular outcomes as an efficacy measure, so it wasn't included here because it was not reported. Cardiovascular events were included in some studies as a serious adverse event, so they are included in the SAEs. For participants with a weight loss of greater than or equal to 5%, there were 1, 2, 3, 4 groups of drug comparisons where there were no eligible studies reporting this outcome. And you can see those listed here from the dulaglutide versus exenatide all the way down to exenatide versus dulaglutide daily. For semaglutide weekly versus dulaglutide daily, we had 2 RCTs reporting this outcome with a low grade overall. 1 RCT reported significantly more participants achieving this weight loss level with semaglutide versus liraglutide. And 1 RCT, we saw a dose response again with significantly more with liraglutide 1.2 milligrams versus semaglutide at 0.1 milligrams, but significantly more with semaglutide at 0.8 or 1.6 milligrams versus the liraglutide at 1.2 and 1.8 milligrams. So it varied depending on the doses. Dulaglutide weekly versus semaglutide daily, one RCT with a very low grade. Again, we have a bit of a dose response with significantly more with the two higher semaglutide doses, so 7 and 14 milligrams versus dulaglutide, but no significant difference for the lowest semaglutide dose of 3 milligrams versus dulaglutide. Semaglutide weekly versus semaglutide daily, one RCT with a very low grade. Weekly had significantly more versus the two lowest daily doses, 205 and 5 milligrams. Both were 21% versus 66%. And no significant differences for the other doses, daily doses of 10 to 40 milligrams. And now we're moving into the harms, looking at serious adverse events. For dulaglutide weekly versus exenatide daily, we had one RCT with a low grade, and there were no significant differences at 26 weeks. Or at 52 weeks, they were not statistically significant between groups. The overall amount started at 4 to 5% at 26 weeks, rising to about 7 to 10% over the 52 weeks, but again, not different between groups. For exenatide weekly versus exenatide daily, we had 4 RCTs with a moderate grade. There were no significant differences between groups, and all the numbers were low overall, around 2 to 5%. For dulaglutide weekly versus dulaglutide daily, we had 2 RCTs with a low grade. And with 2 RCTs, there were no significant differences between groups, with all numbers low overall, 1 to 4%. For exenatide weekly versus dulaglutide daily, we had 2 RCTs with a moderate grade. There were no significant differences between groups, and again, all the numbers were low at 2 to 3%. Semaglutide weekly versus dulaglutide daily, we had 1 RCT with a moderate grade, and again, no significant differences with low numbers, 0 to 7% here. For dulaglutide weekly versus semaglutide daily, we had 1 RCT with a low grade, and again, similarly, there were no significant differences between groups, with the numbers ranging from about 2 to 7%. For semaglutide weekly versus semaglutide daily, we had 1 RCT with a low grade, and again, no significant differences between groups. Now, looking specifically at hypoglycemic events, we have dulaglutide weekly versus exenatide daily with 1 RCT and a low grade, and fewer participants experienced hypoglycemia in the dulaglutide group versus the exenatide group at 52 weeks, but no further details were reported. For exenatide weekly versus exenatide daily, we had 3 RCTs with a moderate grade. No significant difference with all numbers low, 3 to 11% among the studies, but again, no differences between groups. For dulaglutide weekly versus liraglutide daily, we had 2 RCTs with a low grade. And again, no significant differences, again, with all numbers low, 1.5 to 9% overall, but no differences among groups. Exenatide weekly versus liraglutide daily, we had 1 RCT with a low grade, and no significant differences, with 9 to 11% reporting these outcomes. For semaglutide weekly versus liraglutide daily, we had 3 RCTs with a low grade, no significant differences between groups, but 0 to 16% reporting hypoglycemia. Dulaglutide weekly versus semaglutide daily, we had 1 RCT with a very low grade, no significant differences, 11 to 21% reporting hypoglycemia. For semaglutide weekly versus daily, we have 1 RCT with a very low grade and no significant differences between groups. So with our last grade outcome, we're looking at discontinuations due to adverse events. For dulaglutide weekly versus exenatide daily, we had 1 RCT with a low grade and no significant difference, about 3% for both. Exenatide weekly versus daily, we had 4 RCTs with a low grade. There are 3 RCTs that reported no significant differences, and 1 RCT reported significantly more discontinuations with the daily exenatide versus the weekly exenatide. For liraglutide weekly versus liraglutide daily, we had 3 RCTs with a low grade. And for all of these, there were no significant differences. The numbers were all low, 1 to 8% discontinuations. For exenatide weekly versus liraglutide daily, we had 1 RCT with a low grade, and there were significantly more discontinuations with liraglutide versus exenatide. For semaglutide weekly versus liraglutide daily, we had 3 RCTs with a very low grade. For 2 RCTs, there was significantly fewer with liraglutide 1.2 milligrams versus semaglutide at both 1 milligram and 1.6 milligrams, and with significantly fewer with liraglutide 1.8 milligrams versus semaglutide 1.6 milligrams. 1 RCT reported no significant difference. For liraglutide weekly versus semaglutide daily, we had 1 RCT with a very low grade, no significant differences with numbers ranging from 3 to 6%. With semaglutide weekly versus daily, we had 1 RCT with a very low grade and no significant differences. So if we look at these key findings, so let's look at two of the primary outcomes, the change in HbA1c. If we look at sort of in an overall way, 7 RCTs favored the weekly treatment, but again, with a very low to moderate certainty of evidence. 1 RCT favored the daily treatment with a low certainty of evidence. 2 RCTs show that weekly treatment is non-inferior, but not superior to the daily, which is very low certainty of evidence, and pretty much the same type of outcome, since they were non-inferior, they're about the same as the 3 that showed no difference with very low certainty of evidence again. And 2 demonstrated a dose response to the daily treatment, again, with a very low certainty of evidence. I mean, overall, it is weighted towards the weekly treatment, but again, most of that is based off of the 4 studies that looked at the exenatide daily versus exenatide weekly and found the exenatide weekly was better than the daily. For change in fasting serum or fasting plasma glucose as a combined outcome, things are much more even-handed here, with 4 RCTs favoring the weekly treatment with low to moderate certainty of evidence, 1 favoring the daily treatment with low COE, 6 showing no difference, very low to moderate COE, and 4 demonstrating a dose response to the daily treatment, but again, a very low to low certainty of evidence. So there's not much of a difference between the weekly or daily, particularly for the glucose outcome. For serious adverse events, 13 RCTs showed no difference between the weekly and daily agents, very low to moderate COE, and 2 RCTs did not report this outcome. Again, very little difference between groups. For patient quality of life measures, which were not graded because they were inconsistent, only 7 out of the RCTs reported 7, 8, 9 out of 15 reported it. 6 did not report the outcome. 7 favored the weekly treatment for quality of life measures. 1 demonstrated dose response to the daily treatment, and 1 showed no difference. So while there isn't a lot of data for quality of life measures, and we didn't grade it for that reason, and because the measures used varied from study to study, but overall, 7 RCTs favored the weekly treatment, which kind of makes sense, as if you ask most patients if they'd rather take an injection weekly or an injection on a daily basis, they probably would prefer to take it weekly. There were no ongoing studies. There were just none found. So we move into the discussion. We had 15 RCTs and 21 publications comparing the daily or short-acting GLP-1 RAs with the weekly or long-acting. Overall, the 2 treatment types were relatively equivalent. There were some significant effects for the efficacy outcomes, but they were kind of varied and not consistent. For the primary outcome, the change in HbA1c, it did lean toward favoring the weekly over daily, particularly, again, as I said, for the exenatide weekly versus daily. For serious adverse events, hypoglycemic events, and discontinuation due to adverse events, those were similar between groups for most studies. There were low numbers overall, and the most common types were mild to moderate gastrointestinal symptoms. There's not really enough data to clarify dose effects overall, although there were some dose effects for some of the comparisons, but again, not for others. There's some quality of life data suggesting that patients prefer weekly for the injectable dosing. There are no quality of life differences for the oral daily versus weekly. So in all limitations, not every outcome was reported by each of the 15 RCTs. There were serious methodological concerns resulting in moderate to high risk of bias ratings and significant reductions in certainty of evidence. A lot of this was caused by the fact that the majority of the studies were designed, conducted, and written by the funding pharmaceutical companies. 4 studies were based in Japan with Japanese or Asian populations, which results in a potential lack of generalizability to the American Medicaid population. And all 15 studies were open label with no blinding. There was also a good bit of inconsistency, as you saw, in the areas where there were multiple studies. So in conclusion, there are only minimal differences between the short-acting and long-acting GLP-1 RAs for efficacy and safety outcomes. So Medicaid administrators should consider other factors than this duration of action, which include drug costs, the effects of various dosing, and patient satisfaction and adherence. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Another really comprehensive review. I had just a random question. 15 studies. That's a lot of work you guys did. 15 studies and 21 publications. So were some of them published in pieces in more than one publication?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What we found was one study, for example, they reported the 26-week result in one study and then the 52 weeks in a second publication. And then in other cases, we had quality of life outcomes reported in additional publications.
Got it. Okay. Okay, committee, any questions for Jennifer? Okay, hearing none, and we can come back if you have any that develop after we hear from the stakeholders. Let's move on to the stakeholders. Just pulling up my list here. I first see on the list Josh Ackers. Please correct me if I'm saying your name wrong. And Nanya, if you could put up the stakeholder COI information and the timer. Josh, I did not see a COI form from you in our package. So if you could, and we'll ask everybody to do this for the good of the order, but if you could introduce yourself and who you represent and answer the 3 questions below that. After that, we'll start your time.
Absolutely. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
All right. So, thank you. I apologize. I did send that in, but it must not have been in time. So my name is Josh Akers. I will be speaking on behalf of Eli Lilly and Company. I am not a provider currently, so I am not seeing any Washington Medicaid clients. I am not a patient, but I am a Washington resident. And the only conflict of interest to report is that I am an employee of Eli Lilly and Company. All right. So again, thank you, everyone. Good morning. So I am a pharmacist and an evidence and outcomes liaison with Eli Lilly. I'll be providing a little bit of background and information on tirzepatide, known under the brand name of Mounjaro. So a lot of the information was already captured earlier during the excellent report. A couple things I will just add is that one, the effectiveness of Mounjaro was established in 5 different clinical trials in the SURPASS program. In these trials, Mounjaro was studied as monotherapy, as an add-on to metformin, sulfonylureas, and SGLT2 inhibitors, and in combination with basal insulin with or without metformin. In these trials, Mounjaro 5, 10, and 15 milligrams, they were compared with placebo, as well as semaglutide, insulin degludec, and insulin glargine. Most recently, the SURPASS-6 trial has concluded, and it was evaluating patients on basal insulin glargine with or without other oral anti-diabetic medications and adding Mounjaro versus insulin lispro 3 times daily. Across the SURPASS program in adult patients with type 2 diabetes, treatment with Mounjaro has produced statistically significant reductions from baseline in HbA1c between 1.7 to 2.4% and weight reductions of 5 to 11% versus each of the comparators and with less hypoglycemia in those trials. The effectiveness of Mounjaro is not impacted by age, gender, race, ethnicity, region, or by baseline BMI, A1C, diabetes duration, or renal function. Addressing one of the earlier questions that there are no head-to-head comparisons of Mounjaro versus the Ozempic 2 milligrams. There is an adjusted indirect treatment comparison of the efficacy of Mounjaro 5, 10, and 15 versus Ozempic 2 milligram in patients with type 2 diabetes. The primary analysis showed that the effects of Mounjaro 10 and 15 on the reduction of A1C and body weight were statistically significant and clinically meaningful compared to the Ozempic 2 milligrams. The lowest dose of Mounjaro, the 5 milligram, offered similar reductions from baseline A1C and body weight versus the highest dose of Ozempic at 2 milligrams. In addition, I did just want to comment that the ADA has just recently updated their guidelines for 2024. As part of these guidelines, they do call out the importance of considering weight management as part of the overall treatment of type 2 diabetes, specifically in Section 8 with a grade A recommendation for pharmacotherapy to focus on maximizing greater weight loss efficacy, specifically in Section 8.17. Again, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address the committee and for your considerations of Mounjaro for residents of Washington. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Josh Ackers? I do see a hand raised among the attendees.
First, we have another pre-registered stakeholder, Carol Alchin.
Okay, so that hand raise is not a question for the stakeholder. Okay. Yes, so then thank you very much. Let's move on to Dr. Carol Alchin, and her COI was included in your package committee. But Dr. Alchin, if you're with us, if you could answer the questions on the screen, we'll go ahead and start your 3 minutes.
I'm Carol Alchin. I guess I'm speaking on behalf of the clinic. I'm a primary care provider. I do see Medicaid patients.
And do you have any conflict of interest to report?
Oh, I thought that was, you had gotten that. No, none.
No.
I'm a patient.
We just have to say it for the good of the order. Thank you.
Oh, okay. No, I'm here for the benefit of the patient. I wanted to talk about the benefit. This diabetes is an exciting time to treat diabetes because we have such great tools. I wanted to tell you about a patient I saw. She was 55 years old. She came to me. She was testing her blood sugar 6 times a day, and she was taking NPH insulin twice a day and short-acting insulin once daily. And her A1C was still over 8. And I looked at this and I said, well, this ain't working. So I stopped her insulins. I put her on an SGLT2 and a weekly GLP-1. After titration, her A1C came down to 6.5. Her sugars were so well controlled that I told her to stop checking routinely her finger sticks because they were always good. She felt so much better because she wasn't having the glucose surges. And so she went from 6 finger sticks a day and 3 injections a day to 1 additional pill daily and 1 injection weekly with marked control of her blood sugars. She was living her life. Diabetes was no longer running her life, and she was happier and healthier. I think the patient compliance with weekly GLP-1s is much better, and that's benefits the insurance companies. I also think they need the option of taking the GLP or the Mounjaros because it's more efficacious, and some patients just don't tolerate the GLP-1s. Just a brief second patient who's 55, she's on basal bolus insulin. She's just not compliant. She's just not the right personality. I tried her on Ozempic. She cannot tolerate it. Even the smallest dose, she's vomiting all week long. I switched her to Mounjaro samples. She's now taking 5 milligrams and tolerating that well. And I'm fighting with the insurance company to try to get it covered. I find that a lot of patients tolerate the Mounjaro much better than the GLP-1s. So the weekly GLP-1s and the Mounjaro have benefits for compliance. Patients are happier because they feel better taking these drugs, and they're healthier, which is important to you all. We should be able to have these tools available to us to use for the patients that need them. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alchin. Any questions from the committee? All right, thanks for your comments. Nanya, that's all I had on my list for stakeholders. I do see a hand raise. Is that someone else who wishes to speak as a stakeholder?
This is
Yes,
Lita. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Nanya.
This is Naya. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, now I see several hands going up. So who popped in first?
Cat Wolf Cacciatorian.
Okay. Cat Wolf Cacciatorian, we'll recognize you for your 3 minutes. If you could answer the questions on the screen, we'll go ahead and start your time.
Absolutely, thank you. So my name is Kat Cacciatorian, and I am speaking on behalf of my company, Novo Nordisk. I am an employee of Novo Nordisk. I am a licensed pharmacist in Washington State, but I do not see Washington Medicaid patients. And the conflict of interest, similar to Dr. Akers, is that I am an employee of Novo Nordisk. And I do want to just forewarn the committee that the comments that I will provide in relation to semaglutide were previously provided in February of this year. So in the interest of the committee's time, want to just make you aware of that. So as noted, I am a pharmacist and medical account associate director with Novo Nordisk, and would like to provide you with some information for Ozempic semaglutide injection, which is a GLP-1 receptor agonist, as discussed by the committee, FDA approved as an adjunct to diet and exercise to improve glycemic control in patients with type 2 diabetes, and additionally, to reduce the risk of major adverse cardiovascular events in adults with type 2 diabetes and established cardiovascular disease. As noted by some of the previous comments, treatment doses range from 0.5 milligrams up to 2 milligrams. The higher 2 milligram dose option was approved by the FDA in 2022. As far as the safety and efficacy of Ozempic or semaglutide, has been established in several clinical trials in the SUSTAIN clinical program. Gastrointestinal side effects are the most commonly reported adverse event. Please refer to the Ozempic package insert for additional information related to dosing, adverse effects, and more. In the SUSTAIN clinical trial program, Ozempic did show an A1C reduction of 1.2 to 2.1%. Additionally, in the trials, well over half of the patients on Ozempic achieved HbA1c levels under 7%. Although Ozempic is not indicated for weight loss, a review of secondary endpoints did demonstrate that Ozempic showed weight loss of up to 14 pounds in patients. In 2022, as mentioned, the FDA did approve the higher 2 milligram dose of Ozempic based on results from the SUSTAIN Forte clinical trial program, comparing semaglutide 1 milligram to 2 milligram doses. In the trial, both doses of semaglutide appeared to have safe and well-tolerated profile. The most common adverse events, again, were gastrointestinal. And then further, cardiovascular endpoints were evaluated in the SUSTAIN 6 clinical trial. In this trial, 3,200 patients with inadequately controlled type 2 diabetes and atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease were randomized to receive Ozempic or placebo, along with standard of care treatments. The trial compared the risk of MACE, or major adverse cardiovascular events, between Ozempic and placebo. The results showed Ozempic significantly reduced the occurrence of MACE with a 26% relative risk reduction. Therefore, I respectfully ask the committee to add Ozempic as a preferred once-weekly GLP receptor agonist to give patients the opportunity to utilize the once-weekly product with proven cardiovascular risk reduction and clinical data to support its ability to reduce A1C by over 2%. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your comments. Questions from the committee? Okay, hearing none. Thank you for your comments. Next on the chat, I'm just going to go in order of who I see here. I see that Dr. Nicole Earhart is with us. If you could answer the questions on the screen, and we'll go ahead and start your time.
Hello, yes, my name is Nicole Earhart. I'm one of the adult endocrinologists at the University of Washington Diabetes Institute. And I am a provider and I see Medicaid patients quite frequently. I do have conflict of interest. I'm an advisor and consultant for Bayer, Novo Nordisk, and Dexcom, but I also work a lot in disparities of healthcare. I currently have an American Diabetes Association grant working with our type 2 population with CMAR population. So I am an advocate for our patients first. And as you saw from the letter from the last committee meeting, we as endocrinologists, especially across the UW system and Harborview, strongly endorse adding a weekly GLP-1 receptor agonist to the formulary. We see every day, once you change someone from a daily GLP-1 to a weekly GLP-1, the benefit for the patient from a weight, A1C efficacy, and overall cardiovascular benefit, either or. The other thing I just wanted to comment about, because the dual agents, the GIP, GLP, tirzepatide is our newest agent. I've now used this class of medication extensively clinically. It's a very good medication. But what I want to comment on is access and ease of use. What I found, and I'm just going to say how I practice clinically, is that I tend to use some glutide more commonly in practice because it's a weekly injection, but then there's only 3 pens. You've got the 0.25 to 0.5, the 1 milligram where you get good efficacy, and then if you need to, up to the 2 milligram. The tirzepatide, I tend to use as a step therapy. So if I get to the 2 milligram of some glutide and we're not where we need to be, then I tend to go to the tirzepatide as a step therapy. I am finding that access has been an issue for all the high dose, like the glutide and some glutide, that's improved, but we're still seeing significant access problems, especially for the low doses of tirzepatide regionally, and we're not able to initiate therapy for these patients on the lower doses. So I do want to make sure that we're aware of that, because this is a very vulnerable population, and if they intermittently don't have access to their medication, that's a huge issue, and we're still seeing supply issues. So what I want to say is these weekly injections target all aspects of diabetes management: weight, cardiovascular benefit, and efficacy for A1C, and they give our patients hope. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Earhart. And you referenced a letter that you forwarded to the committee, and that was in our meeting of February 13th for the committee's reference. Any questions for Dr. Earhart from the committee? Okay, hearing none. Thank you for your comments. Next on the chat list for stakeholders, I see Andrea Scherschel. Please correct me if I'm saying that name incorrectly. And if you're with us, please go ahead and
can you hear me?
Scherschel, thank you for that. Yes, I can hear you. If you can answer the questions on the screen, we'll go ahead and start your time.
One question for you. I'm a stakeholder, but not for a diabetes medication. Did I raise my hand at the wrong time?
Yes, we're currently doing the GLP-1 agonist category. Is your
I apologize. Then you can skip me.
Okay.
Great,
I'm
thank
sure
you.
that there'll be an opportunity for you later. Okay. Nanya and Lita, any other stakeholders?
This is Lita. I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay. Nanya, could we put up the motion, please? And if the committee members could come on camera and let's turn our attention to this business in front of us here. Nanya, I'll just ask you to help the committee get started. Let's copy the bottom language from the June 15th motion up into the blank space above. That'll get us started. And to remind the committee, we did have one new medication that was not on the prior motion, which was extensively reviewed in the systematic review from Beth. And so we will need to decide whether we want to include that in this list or not. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, Kavita Chapla here. I would agree that we should add tirzepatide to the motion if majority of us agree.
Anyone opposed to putting that into the list? Okay, hearing none. So, Nanya, if we could.
Yeah, the top next to semaglutide, if we could add tirzepatide, please.
Sorry, just trying to make sure I'm copying everything correctly.
You're doing great.
Thank you. So on the top list.
Yep, right after that drug
Yes.
yep, there you go.
Thank you.
And we can unbold it. And I think you'll update the motion in a second once we get to that point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If I may also just it would be GLP-1 agonist plus GLP-1/GIP. Do we need to like clarify that in the second paragraph as well to include the tirzepatide drug class?
Hi, so this is Ryan. So this is just the way that the drug class was named on the Washington Preferred Drug List. So it is just diabetes drugs, GLP-1 agonists. If you think that we would need to change that, we can update it to reflect the class name. But right now, the GLP-1 agonist is named that because that's how the class is represented on the PDL today.
Okay, I see Laura Bestie's hand up. Oh, you might be on mute still.
Sorry. This might be the same question other people are asking. Is why do we have insulin degludec and insulin glargine as well?
Hi, so this is Ryan. So when this class was put together by DERP, we made the decision to include the combination products within the GLP-1 class rather than the long-acting insulin class. And that's because several years ago when DERP was evaluating these studies, we noticed that a lot of these studies were against just insulin therapy. So really, the efficacy of these studies really focused on the addition of a GLP-1 to insulin therapy. And so we made the decision to include those within the GLP-1 class rather than the long-acting insulin class.
Thank you, Ryan. Dr. Barquette?
Thanks. Just a point of clarification about therapeutic interchange. I think in my organization, we use that term a little bit differently than here. And so I'm assuming then that therapeutic interchange designation gives us some flexibility when patients are addressing or facing shortages of a particular agent, then we could swap out to a different agent. Or when, say, liraglutide goes generic in June of next year, we could direct patients towards the generic. Am I correct in my kind of assumption of how that therapeutic interchange designation is being used?
Hi, this is Ryan again. So the way that therapeutic interchange works within this program is that if you are an endorsing provider and you write a prescription that allows for substitution, that a pharmacy may be able to go from a non-preferred drug on the Washington PDL to a preferred drug. So in a sense that if a endorsing prescriber writes for a non-preferred drug, rather than having that go through, prior authorization or have, step therapy or other potential limitations, that the pharmacy can automatically substitute to one of these preferred drugs that is in the motion today. So if you think about it, typically drug classes where you feel that that type of substitution is warranted, you allow for therapeutic substitution. But in other classes where it may be a more sensitive condition like antidepressants, antipsychotics, some of those other classes is when you have said, no, we do not allow therapeutic interchange.
And Ryan, to clarify for the committee, because this was a full systematic review, including tirzepatide, which was not previously in the motion, does that allow, since it's a systematic review, that is now eligible for therapeutic interchange at the behest of HCA?
Yes. So if you do have the motion where you allow it for therapeutic interchange, and if it were selected as a preferred drug in this drug class, then yes, in a situation in which someone were to be prescribed a non-preferred drug, then they could, have that switch.
Thank you. Christy Weiland.
Yeah, thank you. It's Christy Weiland. I would like to advocate that we do offer one optional long-acting within the formulary. As I consider all of the information presented, which I really appreciate. I thought that was very thorough overview and everyone's stakeholders' opinions. I also wanted to point out that with exenatide, one of the big limitations too is that it actually is dependent around food. And so patients have to take that within 60 minutes of eating twice a day. And I find that as a large barrier as well. That's also the one that, as pointed out earlier, had the more side effects, the daily dosing. And so as I consider, at least that one I think should be pulled out. If not, if the group doesn't agree that we should offer one long acting, I think somehow that one is specifically very different in consideration.
Peter, your hand is still up. Did you have a comment on Christie's comment?
Oh, that was a mistake, but I did notice something on here just about, I think it was albiglutide. Isn't that off the market? Do we want to pull that one off of the motion?
Hi, so this is Ryan. So yes, we can move albiglutide off of the motion. It just had been carried from previous years, but yes, it has been removed from the Washington PDL, so we can remove it from this motion.
Are we able to see the list to see which ones are preferred?
So that is on a separate document, but I do have it up on my screen so I can read it off to you real quick. So right now, the preferred drugs on the Washington PDL in the GLP-1 agonist class are Trulicity, Byetta, Victoza, Ozempic, and Rybelsus.
Okay, we'll come back to that topic. Let you guys mull over that list that Ryan just spoke out for us. Meanwhile, Kavita's hand is up. Dr. Chawla.
Yeah, thank you, Kavita Chavla. So I guess a question back to you, Ryan. So since you read off those, I think I counted 4 agents, 4 or 5 agents, how is therapeutic interchange decided? Because I think what we're gathering, like the underlying subtext of all of the comments here are like, an exenatide or Bydureon would not be considered clinically in our minds as an equivalent therapeutic interchange to an Ozempic or a high-dose dulaglutide. So how is that therapeutic interchange determined? And whether, to Christy's point, can we whittle down the list a little bit so that the less effective agents are not considered for therapeutic interchange?
So this is Ryan. So we don't necessarily see a lot of therapeutic interchange in this class, just given that we do have 4 different drug ingredients as preferred. I think in terms of the way that therapeutic interchange could work in this class is that given that there are 4 ingredients that are preferred, that a pharmacist who sees a non-preferred drug would preferably reach out to the provider just to confirm that and say, instead of going through a PA process for this, we have 4 drugs that are preferred on the Washington PDL, that don't have PA, and leave that up to the provider. So I think in this class, you probably don't see a lot of that therapeutic interchange happening. In terms of your second question, in terms of having certain drugs not be allowed for therapeutic interchange, you could have your motion state that these, certain drugs are eligible for therapeutic interchange if you feel that you would want to have a kind of like a smaller subclass within the GLP-1 agonists.
Ryan, to unpack that a little bit, that suggestion, I'm looking at the motion, and it looks like the committee in the past said that we could do TIP within the subclass. What was the subclass definition? Were there bins under GLP?
So this is Ryan. So actually in the past, this was part of the newer diabetes drug class. So it was paired with the DPP4s, the SGLT2s, and the GLP1s. So the text there that we've carried forward is specific to the GLP1 class. So it's just saying that if someone were prescribed a non-preferred GLP-1, that you couldn't have therapeutic interchange to a DPP-4 or an SGLT2, that a GLP-1 would have to be switched with another GLP-1.
Okay, so I've heard 2 comments from committee members about potential alterations to this motion. I've heard one thought or multiple thoughts perhaps about therapeutic interchange within kind of subcategories of the GLP-1 class, for instance, potentially among short versus long acting. We could amend and expand the language in that second paragraph regarding therapeutic interchange to service that notion, if the committee so desires, and we'd be looking for a motion from a committee member who feels strongly about this to suggest that. A sub motion before we get to the major motion. The second thing I heard was thinking about having a long acting always be preferred as a requirement or a recommendation that this committee gives to HCA as having that as a requirement. So those are the 2 things that I heard about this motion. We'll entertain comments from the committee members specifically about how you would want to see that language. And let's try to build this motion in a consensus-based manner and then move forward.
Kavita Chawla here. I guess I'll start since that was one of my questions or suggestions. Really, I was just considering maybe removing the non-ER exenatide, and then possibly also lixisenatide. I don't even know if that's available in America, in the US. So those would be the 2 agents that I'm wondering whether we should remove from the motion. And then regarding having a requirement of at least 1 long acting, I guess the only hesitation there is like if we remove these 2, then semaglutide, even the short acting version, seemed from the analysis that we just received, it does seem to have pretty good efficacy data. So
this is Ryan, just kind of on that first point. Did you see anything in the studies today that would warrant removing exenatide from the motion?
Kavita Chawla here again. To me, what I saw, and then I'll let Christy comment because she initially suggested it as well. I think comparison data with exenatide versus long acting, that's I think the data that is compelling me towards that, as well as the limitations of how the medicines to be taken, as Christy mentioned.
Thank
So-
you, Dr. Chong. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, so this is Ryan again. So I mean, it sounds like, you know, there may be other options within this class, but, you know, is there a safety or efficacy concern? I mean, you had mentioned that you wanted to remove that from the motion, and that's something that we've only typically done if there has been a, you know, major, you know, safety or efficacy issue with the drug, like if a drug is being pulled from the market. And the reason that I do bring that up is that we do have, you know, patients who have been stable on Bayetta, and that is, you know, their drug of choice. And so I am just cautioning you that, you know, that's not something that we've done in the past as removing a drug from the motion when it's, you know, on the PDL.
Thank you for the context, Ryan.
Okay, Christy Weiland.
Yeah, thanks. Just as a point of clarification, I was not advocating myself, at least, to remove exenatide in general, but maybe just not allowing it as a therapeutic interchange. And then it sounds like Ozempic, semaglutide, and then oral semaglutide Rybelsus is also already available. So they already have a long-acting available. So my point is just to not allow that as a therapeutic interchange, and that to encourage that the long-acting in certain places of that presentation does have improved efficacy. And if we just pointed it out, it would be the exenatide most significantly. But that I don't want a barrier to patients who are established on drug therapy to be eliminated from that, but that it wouldn't be interchanged with others.
Okay, and this is Ryan, and so I thought maybe a proposed option could be in that second paragraph. It could then read, you know, GLP-1 agonist except exenatide, you know, can be subject to therapeutic interchange.
Nanya, could we just start writing that out per Ryan's suggestion, just so that it's there for people to look at, and we can mull on that and finesse it moving forward. And while you're writing that out, I'm going to move on to Peter Barquette's comment.
Yeah, just say I'm in favor of keeping short-acting exenatide on the motion, even though I generally wouldn't prescribe that new to one of my patients. I think keeping it broad, giving clinicians and members a bit of autonomy to choose the agent that's right for them or has been working for them. I think that makes sense. Second point on the therapeutic interchange, I am in favor of keeping it as broad as possible, given the access issues in this drug class, as well as agents that are going to be going generic next year. So I'm happy with how it's been written here. I think if we want to exclude exenatide, that's fine. If we wanted to get more specific, I think we could kind of split it out by short versus long acting, and maybe like GLP-1 only versus GLP-1 GIP agonist. But my preference would be to keep it as broad as possible, that I'm fine with carving out exenatide from the TI designation.
Thank you. Kevin Flynn.
My comments are largely the same. There's lots of issues with getting supplies of these, so I think keeping it broad would be helpful. I do agree. It sounds like, if I'm understanding correctly, just differentiating the long versus short acting would address a lot of the concerns I've been hearing. So I think maybe we could consider doing something like that.
Okay, thank you. Dmitry Davidov.
Yes, and I think perhaps my kind of question is already being addressed by the last two comments, but just the way that the change reads to me, it perhaps could be the opposite of what is sort of intended, because what I'm reading it as GLP-1 agonists except exenatide can be subject to therapeutic interchange. The way that I would read that is that that exenatide, short-acting exenatide, cannot be therapeutically interchanged, while all the other ones can. And I think that was the opposite of what was intended. But I think it could be irrelevant, actually, because if we kind of drop that completely, because as Dr. Barquette and Kevin Flynn kind of suggested, to leave it as broad as possible, I think makes the most sense, given a well-acknowledged supply issues with this particular class.
And this is Ryan. So just a quick question for Lita. So if we were to say, accept exenatide, that means it would not be eligible for TIP either into or out of TIP, right?
This is Lita. That's right. It cannot be subject to therapeutic interchange, and it cannot be preferred.
Wait, I mean, so for other drug classes where we don't have TIP, we do have preferred drugs. I'm just saying for this, if we were to say GLP-1 agonist except exenatide can be subject to therapeutic interchange, it means no one could then switch from a non-preferred into exenatide. And if someone were prescribed exenatide, they couldn't then switch into a preferred other
Correct.
GLP-1. Okay.
This is Laura Bestie. How about for wording of this section to take out the exenatide, and then after it says therapeutic interchange is allowed only within each diabetes subclass, and then another sentence that says a short-acting product cannot be substituted for a long-acting product. Or would that be better verbiage? So then a short-acting.
Let's write it out.
A
Why don't you
short-acting medication may not be substituted for a long-acting medication. That's kind of wordy. I'm trying to think of a better way to.
Avita Chawla here. I like the clarification. My only concern would just be, again, the oral semaglutide, which is considered short-acting, and if that is used as a replacement due to shortage issues, supply chain shortage issues for like intramuscular or sub-Q, semaglutide, then would that stop us from doing that?
Can have it a short-acting injectable medication.
Let's see. While the committee looks at that, Dimitri, your hand is still up. Comment?
No, I just forgot to take my hand down.
Okay. Okay, so this is still in a rough state, but let's look at that second paragraph. Is there anybody on the committee who is opposed to the way this is written, or at least the intent of what we're trying to do by writing this? Okay, I'm not hearing anybody speak up, so it sounds like there's consensus about what we're trying to do with the second paragraph. Nanya, could we make the word substitute read substituted? Perfect. And Ryan, do we still need the subclass designation since this is kind of its own deal that doesn't include DPP4s and et cetera?
Hi, this is Ryan. We could delete that sentence. I think it is just a legacy text.
Okay.
So,
And then,
Nonya, that would be therapeutic interchange is allowed only within each diabetes subclass in that second paragraph, that middle sentence. There you go.
oh. And to address Kavita's question about lixisenatide, is there anybody at HCA who can confirm that for us about availability?
I was just going to comment that that was discontinued. I think we could just.
HCA folks, are you okay if we take that off based on the comments from the committee?
So this is Ryan. So are you saying that the Byetta or the Bidurion, or sorry, I missed what the comment was.
Kevin and Kavita had commented that lixisenatide is no longer available, so they were suggesting we take it off. Would you have any objection to that? Take it off the motion.
I would have to double check to see if it is off the market or if it is fully obsolete. We get a drug file from Medispan. I'm trying to think. Yeah, it is Medispan, where we do get a list of all of the NDCs that are still active in that quarter, and that's what populates our Washington PDL drug list. And I'm just looking at the fourth quarter one. It still looks like it is on it. So it may still have some product out on the market. I think we may keep it for this time, but then may be able to remove it once it's completely out of that drug file that we get from Medispan. Unless Lita, oh, sorry, I was going to say, unless Lita, do you know if it's going to be in the January 1 or first quarter of 2024?
I'm checking right now if it came in the last data pool.
Right, because we're in the process of updating it for January 1, 2024.
Yeah.
So if it's not in that one, then I would feel more comfortable removing it. But if it's still in our drug file as having active NDC that could potentially be in the market, then I would prefer to keep it while it's still in that Medispan file.
And I'll be able to tell you in just a minute. I'm pulling it up.
While you guys check that, I can see Kevin wanting to say something. Go ahead, Kevin.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say Sanofi discontinued at the beginning of this year, so I would imagine there's not much supply left in the market at this point.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Lita and Ryan are doing their check, and I see Dimitri's hand is up.
Yeah, I was just kind of bring up a couple of things just in the chat. What that one, that I mean, so I'm confirming what you just said, Kevin, that there's kind of multiple reports that it was discontinued as of from the U.S. market as of February 6th of this year. And also in seconding what Dr. Burkett had suggested, and just moving ahead, that we probably should remove the sentence about albiglutide, so given that it's what was pulled from the market.
This is Lita. I see lixisenatide as Adlixin is on the market.
Yeah, and so just a bit more context. So even though the manufacturer announced that it would be discontinued, there still may be product. And the way that Medispan typically ends a product is that they may post-date that NDC 2 years after that last batch has been made, just so that way, if there are any remaining product, that a pharmacy can bill, a prescription claim and not have that claim get rejected for a non-valid NDC. So it may continue to stay in here until the next cycle, and then we may be able to remove it then.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. So you're advising, HCA is advising we're going to keep that drug. So what about albiglutide? Is it
I just looked that up too.
Yeah.
And that is still on as Tanzium.
Okay. So sounds like we have to add that back then for now. Thank you, Nanye.
This is right. It sounds like it will be obsolete in 2024. So likely when we update the Washington preferred drug list for the second quarter, so that's going to be the April 1 update, it will be removed then. So I guess for this update, we'll leave it in for now. And then the next time that we review this class, we'll have it off the list.
Great. Thanks, everybody. This is a really important topic and appreciate everybody's input. I think we've massaged this motion somewhat, so let's all take a look at this. And if you have any other comments or suggestions or clarifications, please raise them. And if not, if we don't hear any for the next maybe 10, 15 seconds as everybody looks over this, we're also ready for someone to go ahead and make a motion. So we'll take a minute here to look at this.
This is Laura Bestie. Just one more comment. Do we really need to state within the motion that albiglutide cannot be preferred on the PDL? Or can we just remove that and just leave it as drugs reviewed?
So this is Ryan. So looking at the very top, it does not list albiglutide as having the safety, efficacy, and special treatment population. So in that sense, it's not eligible to be preferred. I think
Okay.
it's fine leaving that extra line at the bottom for now.
Okay.
Kavita Chawla here. Do we first have to also approve the new drug review that was done earlier under the surveillance accepted as adequate, or is there, I don't know, is there supposed to be a motion for that?
So
Great
this
question.
is
I
Ryan. So
think this was a systematic review. We're good, but correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan.
yeah, so this is Ryan. So this is not a surveillance document. So there is no need to accept it as adequate. That's typically in case that we do a surveillance document and you would like to see more information around the evidence that was presented from DERP. But since this is a DERP report, there's no surveillance to accept as adequate. I mean, this is the main report that we get from DERP.
But that's coming up later, Kavita. I think we have a couple surveillance reports on our way. So you're right. We will need to do that there.
I guess I'm Kavita Chawla. So I propose, after considering the evidence of safety, efficacy, and special populations for the treatment of diabetes, I move that GLP-1 agonist, dulaglutide, exenatide ER, liraglutide, lixisenatide, semaglutide, tirzepatide, and all combinations listed in the subclass are safe and efficacious. GLP-1 agonists can be subject to therapeutic interchange in the Washington Preferred Drug List. A short-acting injectable medication may not be substituted for a long-acting injectable medication. At least one drug with cardiovascular benefits needs to be preferred on the PDL for patients with proven cardiovascular disease. Albiglutide cannot be preferred on PDL.
I second the motion.
Thank you, Kavita and Kevin. Before we vote, real quick, Nanya, can we make it GLP-1 agonists can be subject to? Just a quick grammatical thing in the second paragraph. Whoop, I stopped seeing your cursor. Oh, there it is. GLP-1 agonists. Kevin and Kavita, are you okay? Materially, we're good. All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And any opposed or abstentions? Thank you very much, everybody. And the motion passes. And HCA is the organization I work for. HCA had their crystal ball out when they made the schedule because it's 11:26 and we did all that work and we're basically on time with this motion. So I think we deserve a break for the agenda. Lita and Nanya, is that okay? We're on schedule.
This is Lita. Yes, let's take 10 minutes so we can come back at 11:37.
Great. See you then.
Thanks.
All right, I heard recording in progress. So hopefully we're good to go. And Jana, whenever you're ready, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. Hang on for a second and let me get my slideshow shared. Okay. Let's see here. Sorry, my controls are over top of my slide sharing. Okay, there we go. All right, so my name is Jana Skellinger, and as stated, I'm going to present the topic brief about pharmaceuticals to treat insomnia. So for a little background, insomnia is a common sleep disorder that may cause difficulty falling asleep, staying asleep, or falling back to sleep after waking in the middle of the night. It may be acute, so that would last up to a few weeks, or chronic, lasting a month or more. Acute insomnia may be caused by stress, changes in schedule or environment, or a traumatic event, among others. And then causes of chronic insomnia are not really fully understood, but they may include family history, differences in brain activity, medical or mental health conditions, changes in your life circumstances or your daily routine, among others. So for our PICOs, our population is adults or children with insomnia. Interventions include clonidine, daridorexant, doxepin, isoprene, guanfacine, lemborexant, melatonin, Rameltian, suvorexant, zaleplon, and zolpidem. Our comparators, we were using only head-to-head comparisons between one or more of these drugs. For outcomes, we were looking at fatigue, sleep latency, so the time it takes for somebody to fall asleep, and then duration of sleep latency, number of awakenings, functional status, so if somebody missed work or had trouble with their education, anything that affects their daytime functioning. Also looking at quality of life, adverse events such as withdrawals or sleepwalking, and then any serious adverse events. Study designs we looked at were randomized controlled trials. And then the limitations that we had were the studies had to be in the English language. And then we looked at countries categorized as very high on the UN Human Development Index. So as far as our questions go, we were looking at the effectiveness of these medications for insomnia, and then any variation by any patient characteristic, like their age or their duration of insomnia. We were also looking at harms of any of these drugs for insomnia and any variation based on demographics, and then characteristics of ongoing studies for insomnia. So as far as our methods went, we looked at our DERP evidence sources. So we looked at Ovid Medline or PubMed, and then we looked at the Cochrane Library and Google Scholar to find studies. For ongoing studies, we looked at clinicaltrials.gov, the International Clinical Trials Registry, the WHO and Scan Medicine, and then we also looked at the FDA and IPD analytics. And again, the note down at the bottom is that we only included the studies that were very high on that UN HDI. So as far as our findings went, we identified 10 different RCTs in 14 publications. So for daridorexant versus zolpidem, there was one study, and that had one publication for it. For isoprene versus zolpidem, there was two studies, one with a placebo, and there were 2 publications from those studies. For lemborexant versus zolpidem, there was one study. It also included a placebo, and there were 5 different publications from that study. For Rameltian versus zolpidem, there was one study. It also included a placebo, and there was only one publication from that study. And for suvorexant versus azoxystrobin, there was one study. It did not include a placebo, and there was one publication for that study. And then there were 4 studies that included zaleplon versus zolpidem, and there were 2 of those that utilized a placebo, and there were 4 publications from those studies. As far as an overview of the different findings, among the studies, there were between 18 and 1,006 participants. There was one study that included children ages 16 plus, and that one also included adults. For study length, they ranged between 2 days and 5 weeks. And then for publication dates, it was 1999 to 2023. We did not find any included studies on clonidine, doxepin, or guanfacine. And here are the summary tables of what we did find. So for your study about daridorexant versus zolpidem, it was adults aged 18 to 64, and there were 359 participants in that. And that one, as you see in the third column, did include a placebo, lasted 4 weeks. For esapicolone versus zolpidem, the first study was adults aged 21 to 64 with primary insomnia. There were 65 participants, and it was a 4-week crossover study that also compared to placebo. For the next study, it was also adults aged 21 to 64. There were 72 of them, and this one did not include a placebo, but this one was a 5-week crossover study. For studies with lemborexant versus zolpidem, we were looking at women ages 55 and older, and then men aged 65 and older with insomnia. There were 1,006 participants. This one did include a placebo and lasted for 1 month. And then there was an additional publication based off of this study here. And it was a subset analysis of people with short sleep duration and normal sleep duration, depending on person. So for the next studies, for Rameltian versus zolpidem, there was the one study, older adults aged 65 and over with insomnia. There were 33 of those individuals, and this one did include a placebo. It was a 3-week crossover study. There was a study on suvorexant versus esapicolone, looked at patients aged 16 to 89 with major depressive disorder and insomnia, and they were taking benzodiazepines. So they had to discontinue the benzodiazepines before they started the suvorexant or esapicolone for this one. There were 18 participants, and this study lasted 4 weeks. For Zaleplon versus zolpidem, the first study included adults aged 40 to 65 with insomnia or difficulty falling asleep and a history of insomnia. There were 53 participants, and this one was a 2-day crossover study. It did not include a placebo. The second one included adults aged 18 to 65 with primary insomnia or insomnia associated with a mild non-psychotic psychiatric disorder. There were 615 participants. This one was a 31-day crossover study that did include a placebo. Continuing with Zaleplon versus zolpidem, there was one with 48 adults aged 20 to 65 with primary insomnia. This one did not have a placebo and was a 4-week crossover study. And then there was one that included adults aged 18 to 65 with a history of insomnia. There were 37 participants in this one, and it was a 3-week crossover study that did include a placebo. So we did not identify any ongoing studies that met our inclusion criteria. So in this topic brief, we identified 10 head-to-head RCTs, one with daridorexant versus zolpidem, 2 with esapicolone versus zolpidem, 1 with lemborexant versus zolpidem, 1 with Rameltian versus zolpidem, 1 with suvorexant versus esapicolone, and then 4 with Zaleplon versus zolpidem. There were no eligible studies for clonidine, doxepin, or guanfacine, and then there were no eligible ongoing studies. And I'm happy to take any questions about that topic brief.
Thank you very much, Jana. Just to remind the committee, as a topic brief, this is we're not going to get the results of the studies. This is more of an outline of what's out there. in terms of studies that are available. And so, Gianna, does DERP, based on what has been found, do you have any recommendations for the committee or HCA as to whether this topic should move into a different phase, review or a report?
I can take this, Jana, if helpful.
Sure.
We use this to kind of decide whether we should commission a report, and our DERP participants use that information to decide whether this report would be of interest. So we don't really have any recommendation on how this might change what you do in the Washington, in your P&T decision-making process. I would defer to Ryan and his team on that.
Hi, this is Ryan. Yeah, typically when we are selecting topics to bring forward to our P&T meetings, if we can bring a report, that's typically what we'll want to bring. But for drug classes that don't make it past the surveillance or topic brief stages, then we'll bring them in this state, because that's really the deepest that we'll get. There are possibilities that we can then do further research, but those typically come out of the state budget. And a good example of that is in the past, when we reviewed the insomnia drug class, the P&T committee was really interested in the safety and efficacy in children in pediatrics. And so they actually rejected that scan as not adequate back when it was a scan. And we worked with DERP to do an ITR, which is an individual topic request. And we did get a few studies that were specific to children and pediatrics. So that's an example of why, we bring these surveillance documents or topic briefs that are much shorter than the GLP one that you just had earlier this morning.
Thanks for that information. I see some hands up from the committee, and we'll get to these questions, and then we might have some stakeholders. So I see, where'd that hand go? Oh, John McKay, did you still have a comment? There you are. Yep.
I just noted in terms of comparators for zolpidem, that the dose was 10 milligrams and the patient population was generalized adults of both genders. And in general, we try to treat females at the lowest dose of 5 milligrams. So I just wonder about the risk for like bias there. And I don't know if anyone else noticed that as well, if that kind of came up in any of the studies.
So as far as the report goes, for this type of a report, we do not make an assessment of risk of bias, but clearly there could be bias in any and possibly all of these studies.
Okay. If there are no other questions at this time, we'll still have a moment to come back to more questions if you have any before the motion. Let's see if there are any stakeholders. Nanya, I don't have anything on my list. Has anyone shown up to speak on this topic?
No one has raised their hands.
All right. Well, then let's put up the motion here. And Nanya, Lita, or Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, this, under the new kind of DERP terminology, as topic briefs and surveillance reports are kind of the same, right? Do we need to still accept this as adequate or not?
So this is Ryan. Yes, you do. We'll need to make a motion to say that this is accepted as adequate.
This is Lita. Ryan, it's my understanding that topic briefs are, you can accept new drugs, that they have been reviewed, and maybe someone from DERP can let us know.
Sorry, yeah, this is Ryan. Yeah, so yeah, if it was a topic brief, sorry, I just saw up there that it says surveillance accepted as adequate. Yeah, so if this was a topic brief, then yes, new drugs can be added to the Washington preferred drug list.
Right. Okay, great. So you don't need to accept it as adequate.
Yes, and that's why we put the not applicable over there. So thanks for the clarification.
Oh, we don't. I thought topic briefs and surveillance reports were kind of similar, but I guess there's a distinction there. Okay, thank you for that.
Yes, and this is Ryan. So the main difference is that the surveillance reports are the ones that we get kind of on a regular basis. In fact, I think we're going through and voting what surveillance documents we would like during the next part of DERP. The topic briefs are suggestions that states have for a report that we want to update. And so a surveillance document can then get voted on to become a topic brief. And then the topic brief stage is the one where we decide whether it should be commissioned into a full report, which is what we did, with the GLP-1s.
Okay. I thought I saw a hand up, but now it's gone. Did somebody raise their hand? They wanted. Oh, Laura.
So I just wanted to clarify. So the topic brief, what we are voting on is that the studies that were reviewed aren't appropriate or have adequate evidence to justify doing further surveillance. Is that correct?
So this is Ryan. So what you'll be voting on is whether the evidence that was presented today is enough to demonstrate the safety, efficacy, and treatment in special populations. So if you do think that there needs to be a report, we can take that back as HCA and voice your interest in that at a future DERP meeting. However, at the DERP meetings, it's a collection of states. And so if other states, aren't interested in the insomnia class, then it is not likely going to move forward as a report. But we could then look to do a individual topic request and work with DERP to supply something specific to Washington State, similar to what we're doing with the archiving drug classes that will be starting up again in 2024.
Thank you. So is there a prior motion we can bring forward just so that the committee has some sort of a scaffolding to chew on? It doesn't look like the last motion is one that would apply. This is still back when we had a different language around these DERP products. We don't use the scans anymore, but is there a topic brief motion that we can put in here just
Yeah.
to...
Yeah, so this is Ryan. So Nonya, can you scroll down below on the second page?
Yeah, that's the motion.
There we go.
Okay, let's could we just copy that up there so we can start having something to chew on here? And Jana, the drugs on the left in the motion that are in bold, were all of those included in your topic brief amongst the studies that you looked at?
So this is Ryan, and yes, I think I did go through in bold all the ones that I found that were new since the last report that we had, which I believe was like 2015 or 2016 or a long time ago. Because we've only had scans since then.
So it's a little bit tricky. I can imagine that the committee members might feel slightly awkward about saying that we're good on safety and efficacy on these drugs when we haven't been presented with any data. We've been presented with a list of studies that's updating what's out there. In a sense, we're kind of leaning on reports that have been delivered on this topic in the past, which this committee used in prior motions to say, considering the evidence, safety, efficacy, et cetera, these drugs can be safe and efficacious and subject to interchange, just to provide you that context. Okay, Dimitri has a comment.
Well, I guess, yeah, I mean, from the standpoint of, because we weren't presented with, and that's not the kind of the purpose of the report today. I mean, we weren't presented with kind of effectiveness kind of data in terms of kind of head-to-head comparison of what actually the studies exist, but we weren't presented the findings of the studies, and kind of leaning on, I mean, the fact that these are FDA, at least for many of the newer agents that weren't approved previously, that are new since the previous time this was discussed in 2017. They're, particularly the orexin receptor antagonists are newer, are FDA approved for the specific indication. I mean, from that standpoint, there we could maybe, because I'm thinking that may be part of the rationale for why in the past, kind of looking at that previous motion in 2017 on the second page, maybe it rested on the fact that the individual agents, most of them were FDA approved for the indication. So, and there was therefore existing efficacy and safety data for those individual agents versus placebo. That perhaps that might be the rationale to kind of go on, because otherwise it would be tricky to make that kind of a statement like this in motion without actually having reviewed the head-to-head data.
Thank you, Dimitri. That's a great comment. So, Ryan, could the committee do the motion in front of us, but pull out the newer drugs that Dimitri is highlighting that we haven't really seen evidence on? Or if we're going to do that, is it more advisable for us to simply say we don't accept the topic brief as sufficient, and we think to say anything further on this class, we're going to need a systematic review with data presented to us?
So this is Ryan. I think instead of, just making a motion, we may go ahead and take the recommendation that the P&T committee would prefer a full systematic review on this class. Really, we're hoping to bring this topic brief forward so that we could have these newer drugs be considered eligible to be preferred, because right now they are all non-covered on the UMP PDL, and that has created a bit of an access issue for some of these patients who were interested in them. But if you do not feel that you were presented enough information to say whether these drugs are all safe and efficacious, and that there aren't any concerns about what should be preferred or what should not be preferred or what should have therapeutic interchange, then we can take that back and work with Beth and her team to see if we can commission a report. If we do that, I think we would want to better understand what you would like to see from the studies that were presented today in this topic brief, because we would be able to then kind of pinpoint those and do a deeper dive on those specific studies, and then maybe look at the last report that we had from the insomnia class and pull those studies forward. That might be how we could approach this class.
I know that resources are not infinite. I mean, could it be more of a rapid review or an ITR? Does it have to be a full systematic review?
So this is Ryan. It doesn't have to be a full systematic review, but I think typically we've used the topic brief as the most like a updated report that isn't an updated report. Really, it does give us some opportunity to look at some of those studies. And I'd have to check with Lita, because we did use our budget for the archiving drug classes that are going to be presented at the February 2024 and June 2024 P&T meetings. So I think we'd have to look at that. And then I don't know if anyone from the DERP administrative team is on that knows kind of about the upcoming budget for DERP 8 and what we might have available to us in terms of states commissioning updated reports.
I'll just say, I think at this point, Ryan, we don't have that full information because we're kind of early in the process.
Okay.
Well, committee, Ryan has given us some good information here about why they brought the topic brief. Thanks for that, Ryan. I think we understand the context a little bit better about those new drugs and the jam that you guys are in. So let's hear some comments from the committee in terms of, do you guys feel that what was presented today is adequate? You can have new drugs go in with the topic brief, is what we've been told. And we have the level of information that's been presented. So how do you feel? I see lots of hands up. I think I first saw Dimitri's go up. Dimitri?
Well, I kind of speaking to what Ryan was talking about, and that again, I mean, in particular with things like daridorexant and lemborexant that are have FDA approval, that and the issue in kind of thinking about access issues, and that currently that those agents are not approved. I think that from that standpoint, again, and maybe going off of what might be without kind of having been there to know exactly if that was the rationale, from the previous meeting where the motion was passed. But if that was used as sort of the backdrop, if you will, given that we know that they have FDA approval, or at least we know clinically there are many agents that are commonly used for this indication, that perhaps that's enough to at least move forward so that we can allow for the access for patients.
Right. So this is Ryan. So if you were to, approve these drugs as safe and efficacious, at least from what you saw in today's report or in topic brief, and in terms of knowing that, they are FDA approved, then we could include them in the next cost analysis that we do for this class.
Okay, Kavita?
Kavita Chatla here. So yeah, it looks like, from the previous motion, the main gap is the orexin antagonists that weren't really covered. And we will have to modify the motion as well to include that subclass, since it's not included in the current motion. And I would offer that, along the same lines as Dimitri, that if they are FDA approved, and they, have that safety profile, then the committee may consider including it as a, as a preferred agent for therapeutic interchange. So I'd be okay with that. We would just have to call out the new drug class.
Okay, thank you. Ginny?
I think my thoughts and comments were captured by Dimitri and Kavita. I just wanted to add, for the good of the record, that I would support the committee having the opportunity to look at, when it becomes available, just comparison in terms of harms events compared to those two drug classes, the sedative hypnotics and the orexin inhibitors. That's always, I think, good to know. So that's all.
Thank you, Ginny. You might be leaning us into, we do the approval, but we also ask for more data down the line. Okay. Oh, Laura?
So my question is, this is Laura Bestie, can we reword the motion as such to state, recommend adding newer agents or orexin antagonists based on FDA approval, committee requesting a systemic review in the future to determine safety and efficacy? Is it possible to state something as such?
Well, we can definitely write it out and see if people will vote for it, Laura.
Yeah, this is Ryan. I think you could rephrase the motion to better reflect where you feel the confidence in that safety and efficacy. And then also include that last part about wanting a systematic review.
So, Laura, while you chew on the language, because it's your suggestion, we'll be looking to you to help us wordsmith that. Let me go to Dimitri real quick here for his comment.
Dimitri Davidov here. I mean, so kind of so kind of speaking to that, yes, you know, and we're talking about FDA indication, but as far as I know, and it can correct me if I'm mistaken, but you know, so doxepin, which is highlighted here, I mean, so one is a tricyclic antidepressant and not an orexin receptor agonist, and it is commonly used and prescribed to treat insomnia, but I do not believe that it's FDA indicated specifically for that indication. And so that's, again, kind of, you know, so we're kind of getting into the weeds here a little bit with this, but, you know, so I don't know how we want to approach that aspect of it, because of course, doxepin being commonly used, long generic, much less costly than the newer agents. Again, just kind of pointing that out and how we can therefore wordsmith this to incorporate that.
Yeah, thank you, Dimitri. We could call out multiple bins of drugs when we do our qualification here. Kevin?
Just doxepin actually is approved for insomnia. It's just at a very low dose. You are correct, it's tricyclic, but the dose for treating depression is way different than treating insomnia.
This is Virginia, and I might add to Kevin's comment, and that the low dose is usually not available, at least when I've attempted to access that, right? So we have to use higher doses anyway, which is, thank you.
Yeah, I believe the insomnia brand, and maybe the HCA would know, just went generic because it was, of course, a different dosage form, so it was a brand only.
And this is Ryan. Yeah, I think that was Selenor, the doxepin that was included in the studies for this review.
Okay, committee. Let's try to wordsmith this motion to fit what I think I'm hearing a sense, as I haven't heard anybody speak up to say they disagree with the direction that we're heading. I'll just stop for a minute and see if anybody has any opposition to what we're proposing here. Okay, hearing none. So, Laura, could I gently put you on the spot to
Sorry, Michael wanted to speak. I'm sorry. Michael, did you?
I didn't see that.
Yeah, one sec. Sorry. My speaker. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just this, I guess something similar to is the even clonidine, not commonly given, or if they approve for insomnia as well, kind of falls in that category. But I think I agree with a lot with what like Dimitri was saying, where I like it that there's a more broad category, because it's preferable to have more options versus like Zolpidem for people. So I like to have those more options on there. So I kind of like having this. So I agree, it's nicer to have that, just more options available.
Thank you. So are people feeling good about the suggestion that Laura made? She suggested a concrete way to potentially amend the motion. Are people okay if we were to start building that? Does that capture the intent of what we're trying to do? Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay, Laura, I'm going to put you on the spot gently here. You had some great words before, which I can't replicate, so go for it.
Recommend adding non-previously reviewed medications.
Where do you want that statement to go?
Well, we would get rid of that top part that says after considering safety and efficacy, right? And I moved it to newer.
Okay, do you want me to remove the whole thing or just put a bracket for now?
Let's do bracket for now. Just start typing and then see what we can cut out then.
Ya, pues estoy a ser así. Ya, el último, ya va.
So recommend adding non previously removed using the verbiage from the gray down there. Previous reviewed medications based on FDA approval. Because we've decided they're all FDA approved for insomnia, correct?
Nanya, we wanted to read, recommend adding non-previously.
Thank you. I'm trying.
That's
Non-previously
Yep.
removed medication based on FDA approval.
Reviewed. Non-previously reviewed.
Uh-huh.
Okay, based on FDA approval, must be based.
Uh-huh.
And then committee requests further systemic review for review of safety and efficacy of these medications.
I'm sorry. Working on my spelling, sorry.
Put on the spot.
I know. How does that look?
Just need an S after request, committee requests.
Oh, thank you.
And let's do a D after recommend on the first word.
Thank you.
And a hyphen between non and previously. Okay, and we can do a paragraph break.
And then we would cut from after until where we state that the newer sedative hypnotics are safe and efficacious.
I'm so sorry. You said so after? Cut
Yeah,
this
so
off?
cut that all the way down to where it says the newer sedative hypnotics are safe and efficacious.
Here? No, I'm
Yep,
not going.
keep cutting.
Here.
Yeah, there you go.
Stop right here?
Yep, cut all that out.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hi, this is Ryan. I see Donna's hand is raised. Donna, did you want to speak?
Yeah, so sorry, I just came back in. I had to attend a different meeting. So I just want to clarify the non-previously reviewed medications based on FDA approval. Does that mean the clonidine, guanfacine, melatonin? Is that what I understand?
And then the ones in bold that we have not yet reviewed. So from the previous list, you have, like, if you go down below to.
Okay.
Would that make sense?
No, I understand the clarification.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I do wanted to point out, this will be a custom report that HCA would have to fund on its own if we were to add. I'm not, because this is a DERP report, that it has to go through DERP's governance process. So I'm just letting you know that we can recommend it and we can add it and we can ask for it, but if there's no funding, if we don't have enough funding, we do have some, then it may not may not be able to expand the report to include the rest of the drugs unless it gets voted on by the entire DERP group to do. If HCA has to fund it ourselves, we may or may not be able to do that.
And this is Ryan.
And then I wanted to, are you basically wanting to remove that they are safe and efficacious according to their FDA label? Or are you going to replace that with something else?
Oh, I see. So we have to say that they're safe and efficacious based on FDA approval. Is that what you're saying?
You don't have to, but
Okay.
was the intent of removing that language to concern over that they're not safe and efficacious, or
It's that we had not looked at the full studies and made that assessment based on the studies.
So this is Ryan. So yeah, Donna, this was just a topic brief, so it did not go into the level of depth and comparison that the committee wanted in order for them to feel comfortable making that motion. And so a lot of the discussion recently has been around this recommendation to have us work with DERP and see if we can commission a full report. And to your point, you can see that the previous time that we reviewed this was over 6 years ago. So it has taken a while for us to try to get this class going forward. The reason that we brought this topic brief today is that this was our first opportunity since, probably 2016 to actually add some of these newer drugs to the drug class. And so the idea was, how do you draft the motion to then allow these drugs to be considered reviewed based off of what was seen in the topic briefs that were presented earlier in the meeting?
Okay, so this is Donna again, clarifying, if they haven't been fully reviewed, they're not considered part of the class. So is the concern that we haven't actually looked at the data on these drugs that haven't been reviewed yet, and then don't feel comfortable making the statement that they're safe and efficacious because we haven't reviewed them? Because it has always been that the statement is only geared towards the drugs that have actually been reviewed, that are included in the class. So if they haven't been reviewed, they're really not in the class.
That's a very important distinction, Donna, because we were under the impression that the ones in bold were eligible to be included in the class now. We were told that the topic brief allows that. I know surveillance report or scans don't, but we were told the topic brief does allow that. So I think the committee, because the topic brief just lists the studies out, but it doesn't show you any data, I think the committee felt
okay,
that,
I see what you're saying. I see where you're going.
But well, let's first clarify. Do we have that right? Topic brief and surveillance report, they have that distinction? Topic brief gets you the new drugs?
Yeah, this is Ryan. And yes, topic briefs do allow for drugs to become eligible because they do present some of that data. I just think it's maybe not the level of data that you were feeling comfortable with in order to make the recommendation like you saw with the full report earlier.
Yeah, okay. So while we're looking at this, Laura, I think what you were maybe trying to do was say, let's add the drugs that were not previously reviewed. They were in gray as being non-reviewed, but also we have these drugs in bold that are new that were listed in the topic brief, which we're going to say we can add these. Because all we're saying right now in that statement is adding the non-previously reviewed medication.
What about changing it to just non-reviewed medications? I don't know. Maybe else have ideas.
I think that gets us to
non-reviewed. And do we have to say, so recommend adding non-reviewed medications? Do we have to state as being that due to FDA approval, they're considered safe and efficacious? Do we have to have that verbiage?
No, you don't necessarily have to. This is
Okay.
not, you don't have to make that statement if you don't feel comfortable making the statement. I do want to point out melatonin is not covered by Uniform Medical Plan nor Medicaid. So adding it, into the report will increase the size and the cost of any new research, but it won't be part of the class.
And this is Ryan, yeah. So the reason that we do have melatonin there is that back in 2017, the committee wanted to see research on treatment for pediatrics and children, and given that there was not a lot in terms of the FDA approved drugs, the scope of the report went to include that. But as you can see from the language down at the bottom, that they are not part of the PDL, and so those 3 classes that are grayed out with the asterisks are not part of the motion or part of the PDL class. It's just noting that they were included in previous ERP reports.
So just, I think we should remember our job here as the committee is to tell HCA, do we think that these things are safe and efficacious? Can they be subject to therapeutic interchange? And then the HCA is going to take our recommendation and do their thing, right? So we're saying we recommend adding them, but adding them to what is something we probably should clarify. And we might want to say, I don't want to push the committee to do this if you don't feel comfortable. We could say, based on FDA approval, the non-reviewed medications are considered safe and efficacious. That kind of brings in the language that we've always had in these motions. And then we can say committee requests further review, etc. Throwing that out there. Kavita.
Kavita Chawla here. So if I understood the initial concerns correctly, I think the hesitation was more driven by that we don't have these orexin inhibitors drug review to comment fully on the both safety and harm profile, and if there were any head-to-head trials as well, which were presented that there were, but we don't know the outcomes. I think so it was more directed towards the orexin inhibitor class rather than the drugs that are not even on the PDL, the old drugs that are not even on the PDL, right? So do we just, when we say committee requests further systematic review, do we just want to call out that the orexin inhibitors is what we're talking about, so that to also address Donna's concern that we start covering all of these other medications, the cost and usefulness of the report starts becoming questionable.
Great call out. We can absolutely isolate that class if the committee wishes, if that's the specific area that you want more information and data on.
I agree with Kavita.
This is Virginia. I do too.
I would also agree.
Okay, there's consensus for sure. All right, gang. So let's wordsmith the motion to match your sentiment.
Okay, so we're going to change the first sentence based on Alex's suggestion. So we're going to kind of cut and paste. So based on FDA approval. Recommend adding. Oh, do we have to say, so how did you say that, Alex? Based on FDA approval as safe and effective and efficacious?
It's so hard to remember it.
This is
Based on
Lita.
FDA approval.
Kavita, why don't you go down and copy that out of the previous motion?
Oh, you mean further below, Lita?
Yeah, scroll all the way down. So that first, after considering the evidence of safety, efficacy, and special populations for the treatment of insomnia, the whole thing. Well, no, start from the beginning.
Well, we may not want to evidence. That's tricky. We didn't really review.
Not the whole thing, but just that first part of the sentence, and then you can take out evidence and whatever you want. But that's the language.
Did I go too far? Sorry. So
I
after
think
evidence,
I think you want to go all the way down to where it says the benzodiazepine receptor agonist. So where you were, keep going, keep going, keep going. Stop. Go back. Go back to the big. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. And so do we want to replace this?
Not yet. We just
No,
put it in
just
before that.
copy what you paste what you just copied below that.
So committee, it's really that new class, the orexin class, right? That's what we're feeling we need more data on, or is there other medications? Are there other medications there that you didn't feel comfortable about?
I think it's just the new orexin
Okay.
antagonist.
Yeah.
So we could say based on FDA approval, the orexin
The orexin inhibitor subclass is considered safe and efficacious for the treatment of insomnia.
There you go.
Wait, is safe?
is considered safe
Oh, thank you.
and efficacious.
I got it. Oops. Okay.
All right, committee requests further review. We
Wait,
talked
hold on.
about
Don't we want efficacious for the treatment of insomnia?
the point. Good point.
And then, yeah.
So we don't really say, where do we add the recommend adding? Based on FDA approval, the orexin antagonist class is considered safe and efficacious for treatment of insomnia.
I think we're good. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, HCA folks, but once this committee says we think these things are safe and efficacious, with the qualification that it's based on the FDA piece, not because we got a whole bunch of data presented to us today. But once we say that, now HCA can take our recommendation and say, okay, if we want, the committee has said that these drugs are this way, safe and efficacious. If we want to add them, we can add them. So we're giving them the license to do that now.
Right.
So we don't have to state we recommend adding them to the PDL.
Unless you feel very strongly that they specifically as a class, those drugs need to be on the PDL for some sort of reason that they're better than, safer than other drugs for insomnia.
So will they not have, will patients not have access? Because I know that especially in the geriatric population, like the suvorexant has more studies supporting safe use in that population. So I don't want to restrict these until we get that review either.
Yes, I don't think that we're restricting it. We're telling HCA that this committee, based on the FDA approval, says
okay,
these drugs are safe and efficacious. And if
okay,
HCA is then going to do their whole analysis, which includes our recommendation, and then they're going to decide where they go, but they're eligible to be included at this point now. And the meanwhile, because we didn't have data presented to us, we had lists of studies. Now, you know, the committee's calling that out and saying, if possible, we're going to look for that additional data down the line. Now, we have that second paragraph.
Well, hold on though. This is Laura again. We need to say of the systemic review of safety and efficacy of the orexin antagonist class. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Good call out.
And this is Donna. We might want to say subclass, and I'm going on the basis that they're going to still be considered insomnia drugs in the drug class labeled insomnia drugs. And then going into the next paragraph, adding that you want the orexin antagonist subclass broken out by itself.
Mm-hmm.
And then whether or not they should also be subject to interchange or not. I'm just like trying to follow the different paragraphs.
Agreed, Donna. Kavita here. So yeah, we would have to say orexin antagonist subclass in the very first sentence at the very top of the paragraph as well. Yeah, and thank you, Nanya. And then in the second paragraph, we can maybe just copy that the newer sedative hypnotics be considered as two separate subclasses. Do we just kind of copy that same language for the newer orexin antagonists, comma, sedative hypnotics, and then benzodiazepine receptor antagonists? So three subclasses. We're calling them out so that the therapeutic interchange happens within the subclass. Is that what the committee would want to pursue?
I think there are really only two groups that need therapeutic interchange potentially, right? So it'd be the benzodiazepine receptor agonists, and we don't need to call it Rameltian because it's the only one in that its own subclass, and so it really doesn't apply for TI. But we could put in there therapeutic interchange for the orexin antagonist subclass and list all of that out. And I would be in favor of that. I think there's a pretty significant range in pricing. And I've seen the safety and efficacy data separately, and I consider them therapeutically interchangeable.
Peter, would you consider the hypnotics to be the third subclass?
Well, wouldn't we kind of listed up here where we talk about sedative hypnotics, but then we call it all the benzodiazepine receptor agonists, right? So I don't even think we need to call it sedatives hypnotics. I would just say the benzodiazepine receptor agonist subclass and list them all out, or maybe considered therapeutically interchangeable. And likewise, the orexin antagonist subclass and list them all out, maybe considered therapeutically interchangeable. And I think that covers us, right?
Ryan and Donna, do we need to say something or reiterate the prior motion about safe and efficacious for the non-orexin receptor antagonist class, or is that considered, we already did that before?
This is Ryan. I would recommend carrying it forward from the previous motion.
Okay. If we just reiterate the prior motion, we could do that, but then that has that whole business of we broke that thing out into different class. We probably just need to rewrite this, guys.
I think what you should do for this one, Alex, what I would recommend is that we start off with saying, after considering the evidence of safety and efficacy and special populations, I move that the newer sedative antihypnotics are safe and efficacious. And then say, I move to separate these out into subclasses XYZ. And then, because we have our standard statement is, after considering evidence of safety and efficacy in special populations, we move that these are safe and that they are safe and efficacious, blah, 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 right? And that they can be interchanged. But we kind of stuck this, let's break them into subclasses in the middle of that statement. So if we make the decision to break them out into their own subclasses, separate from what our statement of whether we feel they're safe and efficacious, I think we'll get to where we need.
So let me make sure I understand. So you're saying, say safe and efficacious for each class. After considering the evidence, this class is considered this. After considering the evidence, this class is considered this.
I would just say, for this part, I would actually say, after considering the evidence of safety and efficacy in special populations for the treatment of insomnia, I move that the benzodiazepine receptor agonists and the non-benzodiazepine receptor agonists are safe and efficacious.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
And then say the newer sedative hypnotic class should be broken down into 3 subclasses: benzodiazepine receptor agonists, non-benzodiazepine receptor agonists, and orexin antagonists.
Thank you, Donna. Committee members, is that acceptable to you?
The only thing, don't we have to add, because benzodiazepine, we'd have to call out the orexin ones separately there, right?
Yes. And I would recommend you insert doxepin into the non-benzodiazepine receptor agonist call out.
Okay, let's start building this. The only comment I would have on that proposal, Donna, is we didn't really consider any evidence today. Is it possible to say something to the effect of, based on prior evidence reviewed, we reiterate the safety and efficacy of blah blah blah?
Yes,
Okay.
that would be sufficient.
Okay, Nanya, let's go. So, second paragraph. Based on consideration of.
How about
right
prior consideration?
Yeah, based on prior consideration of and then let's delete until the word safety. Okay, so we're good there. I move that the, oops. Based on prior consideration of safety, efficacy, and special populations, I move that the, so where it says newer, we're going to say benzodiazepine.
I think you can just delete Nanya too. There you go.
Yeah, yeah.
Add doxepin after after Ramelteon inside the parentheses.
Yeah.
After which one? Sorry. Oh.
After Ramelteon inside the, yeah. Or before, doesn't matter. There you go.
And then, so at the end of that parentheses, after that word Ramelteon, you have the parentheses, then you have the period. That's good. Can we say R?
Delete the period. Yeah.
Yeah, R, or you can just delete towards safe and efficacious.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. The words.
Okay, now we need a second piece. Donna, you had great, what did you say? That was really good. You had something that came after this and I liked it.
Yeah, I did. I'm talking on mute. So then kind of, Nanya, go back down to the last motion where we were before, like from the previous meeting. Copy where it says, I move that the newer sedative hypnotics be considered 2. Just recopy all of that back down that to the Ramelteon parentheses, and we'll build off of this now. And just make it a new paragraph. And I would get rid of I move and just say the newer. Sedative hypnotics will be considered as 3 subclasses. Then insert doxepin in front of Ramelteon again. Yeah, And I would get rid of the "and" after the parentheses ending with zolpidem and put a comma. Get rid of and yeah, put comma, delete the "a" and add an "s" after agonist. And then comma after at the end, now after Rameltion, put a comma and orexin antagonists, and then list the 3 daridorexant, whatever. Yeah.
Not that one.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you.
There should be 3, right?
Yep.
Oh, yes. I see the last. Yeah, thank you. How does that look?
I think it's good. We don't. It's interesting that we're not capitalizing. What happened here? Oh, lemborexant got capitalized. Where none of the rest are.
Some of them, I think that was Microsoft Word that did that. And then down for the next paragraph, what I recommend is adding where it says the benzodiazepine receptor agonist can be subject to therapeutic interchange. If you are still allowing that, then I think that's good. And then I would say the non-benzodiazepines and the orexin antagonists cannot be substituted for other drugs in this class. So where you have Rameltion, replace that with non-benzodiazepine receptor agonists and orexin antagonists.
Just don't we want to allow them to interchange the orexin antagonist between each other though?
If you guys are comfortable with that, knowing that you haven't really looked at the data, then by all means you can say that. But I was under the impression you guys wanted more data on their safety and efficacy before you made that determination.
John?
Are there any potential problems with changing like the zolpidems for like a controlled substance for the non-benzodiazepine receptor agonists being controlled substances?
So you're saying therapeutic interchange across the classes?
Or the benzodiazepine receptor agonists being controlled substances, is there any potential problem for substitution in terms of being like Schedule 4?
Hi, John. Yeah, you're right. I believe this is something that we've tackled a while back that I'm not sure if and I forget the conversation, pharmacists can do a substitution without getting a new prescription or not. We know if the C2s, they can't, they have to get a new prescription. So that's a great question. And from 20 years ago, I forget where we landed on this.
I just bring it up just so that it's possible in terms of practice.
If it's not legal, it's not allowed, regardless of what you put here. You know what I mean?
So the committee is saying we're giving them the option, but then to your point, John, there's a lot of downstream stuff that has to happen to confirm that it's doable. Okay, committee, do you want to say that the orexin class is able to have TIP within that? Or do you want to leave it?
This is Virginia. Might prefer to leave it and wait for data, but I'm also open if there's strong opinions otherwise.
This is Laura Bestie. I agree to wait.
Okay.
I think to John's point, probably most pharmacists would call the provider and get a new prescription, so it probably makes no difference.
Yeah, great practical point. Okay. Let's study this, guys. We've done some good work here. Any last minute corrections? Let's look at it together here.
This is Donna. You need to make the change to the last paragraph if you want to say non-benzodiazepine receptor agonists and orexin antagonists cannot be subject to therapeutic interchange.
Oh, just by not even, well, we don't say anything about it. Does that mean that, does that mean it's not, or we have to call it out?
True. Well, then what we're saying is that then I would get rid of the Ramelteon cannot be substituted for other drugs in this class. Yes, by not being silent, you're not giving us authorization to do that.
Yep, right there, Nanya. We want to just take there to the end of that sentence out. Okay. Dimitri?
Or do we also have to, oops, sorry.
Oh, right, I saw Dimitri's hand.
Yeah, I was just to clarify, so for my understanding, so the fact that we're not going to call that out means that we are, the orexin receptor antagonist and Ramelteon, so we're not calling that out. That means that we are not saying that they can be therapeutically interchanged. Therefore, we are not giving our blessing for them to be therapeutically interchanged by virtue of not calling them out. I just want to be clear on that.
That's how I read the motion. Donna and team, if you could double confirm that that's the intent that will be conveyed.
This is Donna. Yes, that is you've only given us permission to do interchange among the benzodiazepine receptor agonists. I don't know if historically you have come out and said they can or cannot. So from an operational standpoint, we would not have therapeutic interchange on the non-benzodiazepines or the orexin antagonists. But it's up to you on how you want to call that out in the motion, but we would not, we interpret it as how you're only allowing it for the benzodiazepine receptor agonists.
Okay, any other call outs or corrections?
Just on the second paragraph after doxepin, we just have a comma. I think just a minor thing. Just went and, right? Not the...
Thank you. Okay, any other final?
Yeah, just
Kavita.
grammatical, just like at the very first sentence, after approval, there'd be a comma, please, I believe. And then we, just to be clear, and I'm leaning on others in the committee here, as we've called out at least one benzodiazepine receptor agonist must be preferred, we're not, because we don't have the safety and efficacy data for our review for the orexin antagonist, we're not calling out that we want at least one orexin antagonist to be preferred. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And this is Don again. I'm gonna beat this horse until it's dead. For the interchange in that last paragraph, I think to make it crystal clear, the benzodiazepine receptor antagonists can be subject to therapeutic interchange within their subclass in the Washington preferred drug list. So we make it clarifying that they can be interchanged for each other, but not for the other drugs in Like you couldn't have somebody who's prescribed Ramelteon and then we're going to substitute Zalplon. So
I would agree with that.
okay. So so after a therapeutic interchange, Nanya, put within their subclass. And I would change, yeah, that's good.
Okay, everybody. I think it's looking good. But I don't mean to push you as a chair here.
I'm happy to make the motion unless there are any other comments. All right, many paragraphs. Based on FDA approval, the orexin antagonist subclass is considered safe and efficacious for the treatment of insomnia. Committee requests further systematic review of safety and efficacy of the orexin antagonist subclass. Based on prior consideration of safety, efficacy, and special populations for the treatment of insomnia, I move that the benzodiazepine receptor agonist I should be able to say this, spicolone, you can tell which ones I prescribe and don't prescribe. Zaleplon, Zolpidem, and long-acting Zolpidem, and a non-benzodiazepine receptor agonist, doxepin and Ramelteon, are safe and efficacious. The newer sedative hypnotics will be considered as three subclasses: benzodiazepine receptor agonist, as zolpiclone, Zaleplon, Zolpidem, and long-acting Zolpidem, non-benzodiazepine receptor agonists, doxepin and Ramelteon, and orexin antagonists, Darexant, Lamborexant, and Suvorexant. The benzodiazepine receptor agonists can be subject to therapeutic interchange within their subclass in the Washington Preferred Drug List for the treatment of insomnia. At least one benzodiazepine receptor agonist must be preferred.
Dmitry Davidov, I second the motion.
Thank you, Ginny. Thank you, Dimitri. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? And the motion carries. Nice job, committee. That was a complicated one. HCA has a sense of poetry here. They had insomnia topic, and then they had ADHD. So we go from down to up. But I think we're going to have to wait to do the up, because I would suggest we maybe take a lunch right now.
Hi, this is Lita. I also want to respect Shannon Robolino's time. I know we're already an hour past the scheduled time that you were supposed to present. And then DUR, we're cutting into their time. So should we cancel the ADHD surveillance until next meeting? I'm asking, I guess, Donna, Shannon.
This is Ryan. I mean, if we do need to cancel it to have enough time for the DUR portion, I think we could postpone it to the February meeting.
Which topic was that again?
It's the ADHD surveillance. So also then Marissa and Joey, is your schedule packed for DUR? We're already cutting into it.
So is the speaker able to continue?
Hi, Shannon.
Oh,
I'm here and available to do this one if you want it done now, but also I'm available in February. So.
But if we take 30-minute lunch, are you available, Shannon?
I won't be.
You won't be. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking we should
postpone
cancel it. Yeah.
February. Yeah.
Okay.
And thank you, Shannon, for your time. I appreciate it.
No worries.
Yeah. Sorry
Okay.
about that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
right, so we don't get to wake up then after the insomnia, huh? All right.
There's a
we'll-
market-wide shortage, Alex, so you can't get them anyways.
There you go. Darn. I'll go find some caffeine somewhere else. Okay, everybody. Well, then we'll take lunch.
All right, so we'll be back at 1:30.
Okay.
This is Kavita Chawla. Hi, everyone. Alex had to step away to take the call that was mentioned earlier. So if our committee members can come on video, we make sure we have enough of a quorum. Yeah. Okay. So at this point, we convene our DUR board. Umang, do we have you online?
Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, we can. Wonderful.
Awesome.
Whenever you are ready, we can get started with the DUR med reviews.
Absolutely. I may ask, I'm not sure if it's Marissa or Lita. They usually drive the slides for me, so I just wanted to ask if they would be able to this time as well.
Umang, this is Marissa. Yes, I will be doing the slides for you. But for this first section, because there's no updates, you don't have to present anything probably for the next 5 minutes, just because there's no clinical updates. So actually, Kavita, what I'm going to do is just get straight into the AHPDL and then the motion. The AHPDL will take any stakeholder input and then do the motion, because these classes don't have any clinical updates. And then after that, we can get into the rest of the clinical reviews if that works for everybody.
Sounds great. Thank you, Marissa.
Okay, perfect. Let me just go ahead and present the PDL to you all. There we go. All right. I think it's loading. Okay, perfect. You should be able to see the AHPDL. So what I'm going to do is just present this. I'll go through it a little bit differently than I did previously, just because there's a lot of products on this particular page. We did include the generic name, so you will see that change on the publication that you all received. So you should see the brand name and the generic name here, and then the actual generic name itself in column C. So I'll go through these actually, let me just go through what are our preferred products for each of these classes, because I feel like that list is probably a little bit easier to follow. And then from there, you can I'll show the non-preferreds, but you can make that assumption that everything else is non-preferred. So for our analgesics opioid agonist long-acting drug class, the preferred products that we have are the fentanyl patches in various strengths, morphine sulfate ER tablets in various strengths, and tramadol ER tablets in various strengths. Getting into the naproxen, the antihypertensives, naproxen, angiotensin 2 receptor antagonist combinations, we have Entresto preferred in that class. Getting into the hepatitis C agents, we have, for the direct acting antivirals, we do have Mavorite preferred on our AHPDL. We still do have that hepatitis C elimination project here in our state. So that is the only preferred DAA that we have in Washington right now. Everything else is non-preferred and subject to PA. And then for hepatitis C agents miscellaneous, we do have ribavirin capsules and tablets, both 200 milligrams preferred. For non-hormonal vaginal contraceptives, we have Phexxi that is preferred. For the endocrine and metabolic agents, the mineral corticoid receptor antagonist, it's the brand name Corendia that is preferred. Then moving on to the pituitary suppressant combinations, we have Myfembree and Orion. Those are both preferred. And then the last two classes, the immunosuppressive agents, ROC inhibitors, Rezurock, that's preferred. And then ophthalmic agents, alpha adrenergic agonists is UPNEEQ, that is preferred. And then I'll go ahead and show the non-preferreds in all of those classes just for your reference. I won't go through them all because there's probably more non-preferreds than preferreds, but you can see there's different hydrocodone capsules, methadone solutions, injections, different various strengths, morphine sulfates, various oxycodone formulations, and then the list goes on from there. So let me go ahead and display both the preferreds and non-preferreds for you all, and then I can answer any questions from the board regarding our PDL for these classes.
Thank you, Marissa. I guess one question I have off the bat, which class would the buprenorphine-based agents be included in? Would they not be under opioid agonists?
This is Marissa. Yeah, so Kavita, those products live in a different AHPDL drug class, and I might have the name incorrect. I believe it is transmucosal buprenorphine, or it might be opioid antagonists. The name might be a little bit different, but they do live in a different class on our PDL. So that's why they're not listed here.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions from the committee for Marissa? Not hearing any questions at this point. And I guess Nanya and Lita, since I didn't receive initially any kind of stakeholder list, are there any listed for these specific agents? We're looking at long-acting opiates, antihypertensives, antivirals, contraceptives, endocrine and metabolic agents.
Yes. And the first one we have on our list, got it here. Just give me a quick second.
Thank you, Nanya.
Yeah, no problem. I have Sarah Sheffield, and I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. And I will share my screen. Uh-oh.
Oh, Nanya, this is Marissa. Nanya, actually, you don't have to share your screen. I can go ahead and display the questions in the timer. So
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay.
And sorry, are either of you able to confirm if we already have a COI form for Sarah?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sarah, do we have you online?
Sarah, can you speak? I just gave you permission to speak.
Mute. Does that work? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, great. Fantastic.
Yes. So if you can please start with your introduction and if you're speaking on behalf of a company or an organization, and then we'll get your timer started.
Great. Thanks so much. My name is Sarah Sheffield, and yes, I am speaking on behalf of Evofem Biosciences, where I work in market access. So you can. Great. I wanted to talk to you today about Phexxi, which is the vaginal contraception, non-hormonal. I was actually speaking to you, and I also spoke to you in March of this year, mostly just to talk about that we still have a PA on Phexxi, and it's the only non-hormonal on-demand form of contraception out there right now. And it is 86% effective when used typically, 93% when used as directed. It has non-systemic side effects because it's used as needed. It's a contraceptive gel. It comes in an applicator. You use it up to an hour before intercourse. So it doesn't have the drug interactions that oral contraception has. It doesn't have the side effects profile that a systemic contraception has. And earlier we were hearing about GLP-1s, and there's some interactions there with some oral contraceptives. So it's a top. I just wanted to ask about whether it would be possible to remove the PA. So that's it.
Great. Thank you, Sarah.
Sure.
I am not sure if Marissa or Donna or Ryan can comment on the question that was asked.
This is Marissa. Yeah, to answer the stakeholders question, we do have some upcoming changes in January of 2024. I believe we do have a schedule change to remove the PA from that product. It's just not reflected right now because that change will not go live until January of 2024.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Great. Thank you. Marissa. Nani, any other stakeholders that are listed for this section?
Yes, I have one more. Stuart, you can unmute yourself now. Thank you.
Thank you. I was speaking on behalf of the HCV. So just to clarify, so are we doing that as well, just as a group?
That is correct, Stuart. We are covering the Hep C agents currently as well. Oh, did we just lose him?
I was muted again for some reason. I'm unmuted. I didn't do anything. So my name is Stuart Obrecht. I'm an executive medical scientist with Gilead. So I am speaking on behalf of Gilead. So there's my introduction. I do understand the current HCV elimination agreement in Washington, but wanted to highlight an important clinical consideration for HCV treatment to the committee. I do thank you for the opportunity to revisit some of the key attributes of Epclusa or sofosbuvir velpatasvir as an authorized generic. Sofvel is the only one pill once a day pan-genotypic, pan-fibrotic, and most importantly, protease inhibitor-free 12-week HCV regimen. A PI-free HCV regimen allows for safely treating all stages of liver disease, even decompensated cirrhosis, or in advanced liver disease where the risk of decompensation may be present. The FDA has posted a safety warning for worsening liver function or liver failure when a PI-based HCV therapy is used in decompensated cirrhosis. Having a PI-free HCV treatment such as Sofvel or Epclusa equally available on the Washington PDL is important for safely treating all HCV Washington Medicaid patients. This would allow Washington providers to choose the ideal HCV regimen without restriction for their patients and be a positive step towards achieving Washington's goals for HCV elimination by not restricting therapy. I would respectfully request that the Washington Medicaid and the HCA reconsider adding Epclusa or Sofvel as an authorized generic to the Washington PDL at parity to the other pan-genotypic agents available. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stuart. Any questions from the committee for Stuart? Thank you. Lita, do you have a response for, I see a question posed by Rod Scott?
Yeah, he just needs to keep his hand up and he can speak. We're going to call him at the end of the pre-registered stakeholders.
Thank you.
Okay,
Nani,
and the next.
thank you.
Yeah, no problem. The next person I have here is Aaron. Let me go ahead and. Okay, Aaron, you can unmute yourself now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Hello, my name is Erin Novak, Medical Outcomes and Science Liaison with Medical Affairs at AbbVie. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today on glecaprevir, pibrentasvir, or Mavyret. And I acknowledge the committee has already reviewed Mavyret in detail, and I'd like to thank you for having Mavyret on the PDL. This is a once-daily pan-genotypic ribavirin-free regimen that can treat all treatment-naive patients with compensated cirrhosis or without cirrhosis in just 8 weeks. My goal in providing comment today is to reassure that this covers the vast majority of HCV-infected individuals at over 95% of the population. And Mavyret with an 8-week treatment duration may positively impact adherence as it is a significant improvement over other treatments that require 12 or more weeks of therapy. Per the 2023 AASLD and IDSA treatment guidance update, adherence concerns have been shown to impact up to 40% of persons on DAA therapy. And due to the vulnerabilities in a Medicaid population, a shorter treatment duration with Mavyret is important as patients can spend less time overall managing their disease. Relative to safety, Mavyret carries the DAA class-wide box warning regarding the risk of hepatitis B reactivation in patients co-infected with HCV and HBV. It is contraindicated in patients with moderate or severe hepatic impairment or those who have had a history of prior hepatic decompensation, and also patients taking concomitant abazanavir or rifampin. Most common adverse reactions with Mavyret treatment in clinical trials were headache, fatigue, and nausea. The overall proportion of patients who permanently discontinued treatment due to adverse reactions was 0.1%. Generally, Mavyret is well tolerated and requires no DAA resistance testing. Please refer to the prescribing information at rxavi.com for full safety information. And it is recommended that patients take Mavyret with food. However, there are no requirements that Mavyret be taken with a meal. No specific requirements around food type, quantity, calorie amount, or fat content. Patients may take with a snack or meal. It is recognized that this is a vulnerable patient population, but Mavyret has attributes that patients would prefer in a therapy, and the 8-week treatment duration is key in allowing patients to spend less time overall managing their disease. And given that Mavyret is an appropriate treatment choice for the vast majority of HCV-infected individuals, the state of Washington has made a strong treatment choice as the preferred therapy for your patient population. And I'd like to thank the committee for the time today and let them know that I'm available for any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Erin. Any questions from the committee for Erin? John, I see your hand raised. Please go ahead. Oh, you're muted still.
This is John McKay, and I actually had a question for Marissa. So in terms of advanced decompensated fibrosis, is Epclusa available for that small patient population with a prior authorization?
This is Marissa. Yes, if Mavyret is not, if it's contraindicated or not appropriate for the patient, they can still request it via the PA process. And those particular cases like that, it would then be reviewed and then approved upon whether or not that's appropriate or not. So yes.
And in general, for a Medicaid population, Mavyret is available without a PA. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Other questions? If not, Nani, the next stakeholder.
That's it for the that's it for the pre-registered stakeholder. We have Rod Scott with his hands with their hands up.
Hi, Rod.
Okay, Rod.
Yeah. Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank the committee for having Finsavi on formulary for 2023.
Rod, if I may have you start with your introduction, and since we don't have a CUI, if you can answer all the questions that are on the screen first, and then we'll start your time.
Yes, absolutely. I'm Rod Scott. I'm with Tomar Pharmaceuticals. I'm the National Director of Market Access, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I just want to let you know that Finsavi is the first and only 6-month subcutaneous injection of leupride acetate for the treatment for children that have central precocious puberty. We have the smallest injection volume of 0.375 milliliters, shortest needle on the market, which is only 5/8 of an inch. And again, as I mentioned, it's sub-Q. All the other treatments that are injection are intermuscular. We have now come up with an easy-to-mix pre-connected syringe system, which helps to simplify the process for the nursing staff. And of course, you do get LH suppression for the full 6 months that the shot is good for. And it's leupride acetate, which is the most commonly prescribed treatment for CPP. And we have a unique delivery system. So I wanted to thank the state, and certainly our desire is to see that Finsavi stays on state Medicaid. Thank you.
Thank you, Rod. Any questions from the committee for Rod? All right, hearing none. Do we have any other stakeholders?
This is Naya. I don't see anyone else hands up.
Great, thank you, Nanya. So then, Marissa, do we have a motion to review? Or motions, plural?
This is Marissa. Yeah, let me just go ahead and pull it up. This is Marissa. Apologies for the delay, having some technical difficulties. Okay, so here is the motion for all of the classes.
Great, so we're doing kind of a combined motion for all of these drug classes, it looks like. If we can have the committee members all come back on video again. Yes, I think most of you are back on, great.
This is Dmitry Davidov. I'm ready to make a motion. I move that all products in the drug classes listed on slides 2 and 3 are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in these classes may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Michael Corsillis. I second the motion.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstain? Great. With that, the motion passes. Wonderful. Do we now go into medication review with Umang? Marissa, I look to your lead.
This is Marissa. Yep, that's correct. We can get into the antiemetics drug class.
Great, thank you.
Alrighty. So we'll be moving right into the antiemetic, anti-vertigo agents. Just a kind of refresher for some of the committee members. As you can see, there are various titles to the subsequent title pages. The bigger bolded names at the top are the names of the therapeutic class for Magellan. And then the smaller subheadings are the ones found in the Apple Health PDL that correlate. So antiemetic, anti-vertigo agents in the Apple Health PDL, these will be the 5-HT3 receptor antagonists, the substance P neurokinin receptor antagonists, and the substance P neurokinin 1 receptor antagonist combinations as well. So moving right along, just a little bit of background. Chemotherapy-induced vomiting and nausea can significantly impact a patient's quality of life, leading to poor compliance with future chemotherapy or radiation treatments. In addition, nausea and vomiting can lead to adverse events such as nutrient depletion, metabolic imbalances, erosion of self-care, anorexia, diminished performance and mental status, wound dehiscence, tears in the esophagus, and cessation of potentially useful or curative cancer treatments. It is estimated that up to 80% of all cancer patients receiving chemotherapy experience nausea and or vomiting, whereas approximately 29% experience anticipatory nausea and 11% experience anticipatory vomiting. Furthermore, more than 90% of patients using highly emetogenic chemotherapy agents will experience acute emesis. However, only approximately 30% of these patients will experience a vomiting episode if they receive an antiemetic prior to their highly emetogenic chemotherapeutic treatment. There are several different factors that influence the incidence and severity of nausea and vomiting due to chemotherapy or radiation, including the specific chemotherapy medications used, emetogenic potential of the chemotherapy agents, dose of chemotherapy, regimen, route of administration, amount and location of radiation therapy, and the individual patient response. The goal is to prevent nausea and or vomiting completely, even though vomiting can often be prevented or reduced significantly using prophylactic antiemetic medications. Nausea is much harder to control. Complete control correlates highly with the patient's perception of emesis and the patient's satisfaction of their emetic control. Nausea, the the perception that emesis may occur can be judged only by the patient. It may be quantified by the use of various questionnaires, such as visual analog scales, and the prevention of delayed emesis and anticipatory emesis is equal in importance to the need to prevent acute, within 24 hours, chemotherapy and radiation-induced emesis. So moving on into the drug-specific updates. August 2023, FDA approved Bosenvez as a 150 milligram per 50 milliliter injection for adult and pediatric patients 6 months or greater in age, in combination with other antiemetic agents for the prevention of 1. Acute and delayed nausea and vomiting associated with initial and repeat courses of highly emetogenic cancer therapy, chemotherapy, including high-dose cisplatin. And 2. Delayed nausea and vomiting associated with initial and repeat courses of moderately emetogenic cancer chemotherapy. And this product has not been studied for treatment of established nausea and vomiting. And so, as you can see, dosing here, adult 150 milligrams on day 1 as an IV infusion over 20 to 30 minutes. Pediatric dosing is stratified by dose and weight. And the formulation, as I mentioned, is a single dose vial of 150 mg per ml given it as an IV. So next slide here, only other drug update for dronabinol and ziprasidone. In June of 2023, the Harvard Drug Group has issued a voluntary recall of one lot of the dronabinol, a 2.5 mg capsule, and one lot of the ziprasidone 20 milligram capsule to the consumer level due to a label mix-up between the two products. I'll pause there for any questions.
Any questions, Vilma, from the committee? Otherwise, we'll go to Marissa to review the drug list. Thank you. By the way, Marissa, thank you for including the generic names. I really appreciate it.
This is Marissa, of course, yeah. I should give actually a big shout out to Joey for making that work. So thank you, Joey. I can't take complete credit for that. Okay, so you should be able to see the AHPDL. So I'll do kind of similar to what I did in the last review of classes and just go through what we have preferred in all of these classes. So first, for the antiemetics, anti-vertigo 5-HT3 receptor antagonists, our preferred products are ondansetron, the generic of various formulations. So we have a solution, tablet, injection, ODT, tablets, all in varying strengths and formulations, like I noted. And then in the other drug class, which it wasn't listed on Umang's slide, but this is included in the review, we do have various generic preferred products of meclizine. So there's tablets, chewable tablets. We do have the IV Akynzeo, that's brand name, doxylamine pyridoxine combination delayed release tablet, metoclopramide tablets and solutions, prochlorperazine tablets and injections. And then we have various formulations of promethazine, which are preferred as well. We have suppositories, syrups, tablets, all varying strengths. And then there is this, I do want to call out the scopolamine patch as well. And then for the substance P neurokinin NK1 combinations, it's just one product that's preferred, and that's the aprepitant capsules with various strengths. And then showing the non-preferred products, you can see it's everything else that I didn't mention in those classes. And I apologize, I didn't mean to say combinations for the aprepitant. That's just substance P NK1 receptor antagonists. Those are all, that was that class that I referenced for aprepitant. The one that is the combination class is this Akynzeo, which is the combo here. That is the capsule that's non-preferred. And I can take any questions from the board about the PDL.
Any questions for Marissa? If not, I turn to Nanya to let us know if there are any stakeholders for this section.
There are no pre-registered, I'm sorry, this is Naya, no pre-registered stakeholders, and I do not see anyone's hand up.
Great. In that case, we can look at the motion, Marissa, whenever you're ready. We'll have the board members come back online. Thank you. Keep saying online, I mean on video.
This is Marissa. The motion should be displaying for you all.
Thank you.
This is Laura Besti. I motion that all products in the drug classes listed on slide 5 are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in these classes may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
Peter Barkett, I'll second that motion.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstain? And the motion carries. Thank you. On to dermatologics. Umang, do you have slides for us for that?
Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is Marissa, so I'll actually be presenting that particular drug class, yeah, since that doesn't fall within Magellan's market baskets at this time.
Great.
So let me go ahead and pull up the slides.
I got nervous
Give
for a
them all a
second
quick
because I
little
didn't
break.
have that.
No.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God, I don't have slides for derm.
You are good. You get a quick little break.
Got it. Thank you.
No problem. All right. So good afternoon, DR board. This is Marissa. I will be going through the dermatologics gene therapy drug class and products that fall within that drug class on our AHPDL. So just some very high level overview that I'll be going through for this particular disease state. So epidermolysis bullosa, or EB as I'll reference it, is a heterogeneous inherited skin fragility disorder. It's characterized by structural anomalies that cause disruption at the dermo-epidermal junction or in the basal layer of the epidermis. So that usually results in increased cutaneous vulnerability to mechanical stress. So it's easy to get injured. So patients will experience things such as blisters, erosions, non-healing ulcerations, and scars following even just a minor trauma to their skin. Dermal epidermolysis bullosa, or DEB, is a type of EB. So DEB is caused by mutations in the COL7A1 gene. So that mutation can cause, it results in a lack of functional type 7 collagen. And what that essentially leads to is disruption of the formation of anchoring fibrils in the skin and prevents adhesion of the epidermis to the dermis. So patients that have this particular disease state, their epidermis cannot formally anchor to their dermis, so it's a little easier for their skin to get injured. And it can be inherited as either autosomal dominant or autosomal recessive. The clinical hallmarks of this particular disease state are skin fragility, like I mentioned before, the blistering, scarring, nail changes, and since the collagen 7 is expressed in non-cutaneous stratified epithelia, the blistering can also occur in mucous membranes, so things like, the internal organs and then the upper third of the esophagus. So it's a pretty debilitating disease that occurs in patients. The management for this particular disease state, there weren't really any clinical practice guidelines that I found, just because this disease is more rare than it is common. So what I was able to find as far as management is mostly supportive care techniques. So things like wound care, infection control, nutritional support, and trying to prevent any complications or prevent any further injury to the skin. there were particular kind of management strategies as far as bathing. So trying to have the patient bathe in normal water can be painful. So trying to reduce that pain by possibly bathing in salt water that's approximated to isotonic saline can help with that pain that patients experience. And then also wound dressing. So using non-stick or non-adherent silicone dressings and foam dressings are ideal for patients that have this particular disorder. There is only one drug that falls in this drug class on the AHPDL, and it's pretty new within the last 7 months. I'm going to try to pronounce the name. Hopefully I get it correctly. The brand name is Vyjuvek, and I believe the generic name is Baramagene Geperpavec, and then the letters SVDT. It was, like I mentioned, first approved by the FDA in May of 2023. It is a herpes simplex virus type 1 or HSV1 vector-based gene therapy. So it is a gene therapy product. It is indicated for the treatment of wounds in patients 6 months of age and older with dystrophic epidermolysis bullosa with mutations in the collagen type 7 alpha 1 chain or COL7A1 gene. The mechanism of action, so it was referenced as BVEC in the clinical trial, so I just shortened it here on this slide. But BVEC, the mechanism of action is that it is a modified herpes simplex virus 1 vector that is topically applied to deliver a functional version of COL7A1 gene directly to the skin cells. So essentially that is to help restore the production of type 7 collagen in patients with DEB. The dosing of it really varies depending on the age. So you can see here in the slide, this is the table, and this is really following just labeling of the product. Depending on the age, it's a weekly dosing, and it's in plaque forming units, as you can see here. They did convert that in the labeling as well to kind of what the maximum weekly volume in milliliters would be. So the dosing for it, how it's applied, it's a gel that's topically applied to the wounds once weekly, and then you see the maximum dosings that are there. And then the availability of this product is a topical gel or jelly. And that is it for this product. Pretty quick and simple. I can take any questions from the board.
Thank you, Marissa, and thank you to Kavita for covering while I had to step out. Any questions for Marissa from the board? Okay, hearing none. Do we have any stakeholders? I don't have anything on. Oh, yes, we do. I have one stakeholder for this section. Is Laura Niewadomski with us from Crystal Biotech? Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. No, you have to do this first, Marissa, or do you want to do this after the stakeholder?
This is Marissa. This will be super quick, Alex. This is the PDL. Like I mentioned, this is the only preferred product, really the only product in this class. So as you can see, it's preferred on our PDL.
Thank you. Okay, Nanya, let's put up that stakeholder COI thing and the timer. And Laura will ask you to answer the questions, and your 3 minutes will start.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Laura Niewadomski. I am speaking on behalf of Crystal Biotech, where I am employed in medical affairs. I did fill out the COE form as well. I'm a clinical genetic counselor by practice and training. I no longer see patients. I'm not a Washington resident, and I had declared my COIs as an employee and stockholder in Crystal Biotech. So I'll go ahead and start now. So thanks, Marissa, for that very thorough review of Vyjuvek and dystrophic EB. I'll just highlight a couple additional points here for the committee. This is an ultra rare genetic blistering disease. In addition to the clinical signs and symptoms that Marissa described, Deb is also diagnosed either by skin biopsy with direct immunofluorescence or by molecular genetic testing of the COL7A1 gene. Vyjuvek is a modified HSV1 viral vector. A couple properties to emphasize: it's replication deficient, it's non-integrating, and it's also designed to be redosable. Expression and localization of the COL7 transgene was demonstrated in initial phase 1/2 study with linear deposition of the full-length COL7 observed at the epidermal junction in skin biopsies that were harvested after Vyjuvek treatment. Vyjuvek is prepared at the pharmacy by mixing the biological suspension into the excipient gel. It's designed to be HCP administered either at a healthcare setting or in the home setting. The efficacy of Vyjuvek was evaluated in one randomized, double-blind, intra-subject, placebo-controlled trial. The study enrolled 31 subjects. Two comparable wounds in each subject were selected and randomized to receive either Vyjuvek or placebo weekly for 26 weeks. And efficacy was established on the basis of improved wound healing, defined as the difference in the proportion of complete or 100% wound closure at 6 months, confirmed at 2 consecutive study visits 2 weeks apart between the Vyjuvek treated and placebo gel treated wounds. 65% of the patients achieved complete wound closure in the Vyjuvek gel treated wounds compared to 26 in the placebo gel treated wounds. So the study met its primary endpoint, was statistically significant. And the study also met its key secondary endpoint at 3 months. So I would direct you to the prescribing information for the most common adverse reactions and additional information on storage and handling of this gene therapy. And I thank the committee for your consideration in making Vyjuvek available to DEB patients in the state of Washington, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Laura. Any questions from the DOR board for Laura? Okay, hearing none. Thanks for your comments, Laura. Let's see. Let's turn our attention to the motion. Nanya, if you could, I think it's slide 7. There you go. And we'll entertain a motion.
This is Kavita Chawla. I move that all products in the dermatologics gene therapy class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
Is Michael
Go
Corsillis?
ahead, Michael.
I second that.
That was a popular second. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed or abstentions? And the motion passes. Thank you. Let's see. Umang, is it back to you now for endocrine and metabolic?
Yes, sir.
Okay, whenever
Alrighty.
you're ready.
So the next class we have will be the endocrine and metabolic agents, specifically the androgens, testosterone. In the Apple Health PDL, this is kind of broken down by another kind of 2 subclasses, injectables and oral. So moving right along, a little bit of background here.
Sorry, Umang, this is Marissa. I apologize to interrupt. Because this class has such a lump of like endocrine and metabolic agents, I believe there's a couple other classes that you're presenting within this. I'll just have you go through all of your presentations for this particular section first, and then I'll tag team and do the other ones after you, just so that then we don't have to switch back and forth between the 2 slides.
That sounds great. Okay, perfect. So I'll do Dr. Park, as soon as I finish this subsection, we'll go to the heading of the next one, and I'm just going to go right through it so in case you're wondering why I'm not stopping.
Okay, makes sense.
Yep. Okay. So a little bit of background here. Male hypogonadism is caused by an insufficient production of testosterone and is characterized by low serum concentrations. It may present as testosterone deficiency, infertility, or even both. Symptoms at presentation will primarily depend on patient's age at the time of disease onset and can include impotence, decreased libido, fatigue, loss of energy, mood, depression, and regression of secondary sex characteristics. Potential risks due to male hypogonadism include osteoporosis, sexual dysfunction, depression, and cardiovascular disease. After 30 years of age, testosterone levels in men can decrease at rates up to 2% annually, and causes are classified as primary due to failure of the testes or secondary due to failure of the hypothalamus or pituitary gland. Either type of hypogonadism may be caused by an inherited or acquired factor. Conditions resulting in primary hypogonadism include cryptorchidism, bilateral torsion, orchitis, vanishing testis syndrome, orchidectomy, chemotherapy, radiation, toxic damage from alcohol or heavy metals, testicular infection, and chromosomal abnormalities such as Klinefelter syndrome. Patients usually present with low testosterone levels and elevated follicle stimulating hormone and luteinizing hormone levels. Secondary hypogonadism includes idiopathic gonadotropin or luteinizing hormone releasing hormone deficiency and pituitary hypothalamic injury from tumors, traumas, or radiation. Testosterone levels are low in patients with secondary hypogonadism, and FSH, LH levels are low or in the normal range. Specific drug updates here. First one is for Tilando. In April of last year, the FDA approved a new formulation of testosterone undecanoate, an androgen indicated for testosterone replacement therapy in adult males for conditions associated with deficiency or absence of endogenous testosterone. Limitation of use, it is not, safety has not been established in patients 18 years of age or older, under 18 years of age. As you can see, precautions and contraindications such as black box warning for blood pressure increase, polycythemia, potential for adverse effects on spermatogenesis, and lipid changes. In terms of dosage, recommended dosage is 225 milligrams orally twice daily with food. And as you can imagine, it is recommended that practitioners monitor serum testosterone after initiating treatment to determine if it should be continued or discontinued. And this is available as a 112.5 milligram capsule. On the next slide here, we do have testosterone cypionate. So in June, the FDA approved testosterone cypionate and androgen for testosterone replacement therapy in males for conditions associated with deficiency or absence of endogenous testosterone as well. As you can imagine, a lot of the same precautions, black box warning, polycythemia, and this is a Schedule 3 controlled substance. For dosage, 50 to 400 milligrams administered every 2 to 4 weeks as a deep IM injection in the gluteal muscle. The dose and schedule should be individualized based on the patient's age, diagnosis, response, and side effects. And it is available as a single dose vial in a 200 milligram per milliliter availability. And lastly, we have Kizotrex. In July of last year, the FDA approved 100 milligram, 150 milligram, and 200 milligram capsules for testosterone replacement therapy in adult males for conditions associated with deficiency or absence of endogenous testosterone. It is not substitutable with other oral testosterone products. Again, similar limitations, safety and efficacy not established in patients under 18 years of age, black box warning for blood pressure, polycythemia, lipid changes, and potential adverse effects of spermatogenesis. In terms of dosing, 200 milligram orally once in the morning and in the evening as a starting dose, and you adjust the dosage to a minimum of 100 milligram once in the morning and a maximum of 400 milligrams twice daily based on serum testosterone drawn 3 to 5 hours after the morning dose, at least 7 days after starting treatment or following dose adjustment and periodically thereafter. In terms of formulations, as I mentioned at the beginning, 100, 150, and 200 milligram capsules. And then moving right along, and so Dr. Park, I'm just going to keep going for this one. We have 3 additional endocrine and metabolic agents according to the Apple Health PDL. These are the calcimimetic agents, the insulin growth factors, and the natriuretic peptides. For Magellan's clinical breakdown, these fall under growth factors, but this is kind of why they were separated out a little bit. Moving right along. As you can imagine, there are a lot of, when I go over overview or background. There's a lot of disease states that can kind of fall under these. And so I try to provide the relevant background to the updates that I'll be providing. So the first one we have here is thyroid eye disease. It is a rare disease in which muscles and fatty tissue behind the eye become inflamed and cause proptosis or exophthalmos. The prevalence has been estimated to be between 9 and 15 cases per 10,000 persons. Like hyperthyroidism, it's more common in women than men, and family history and cigarette smoking are each considered to be risk factors. Since this is such a rare disease, usually I don't review guidelines that are over a year old, let alone 7 years old. But this being the most prominent guideline here, I wanted to give a little background to the committee. The American Thyroid Association in 2016 published treatment guidelines recommending treating patients with who do have thyroid eye disease with corticosteroids with or without radioactive iodine, depending on certain patient risk factors such as smoking and disease severity. Tepezza has not yet been addressed in this guideline. With the approval of Tepezza, patients with thyroid eye disease appear to have a novel treatment approach that targets the cause of the disease rather than traditional symptom management strategies. However, it has not been compared to IV glucocorticoids, which have been the standard for patients with moderate to severe thyroid eye disease. Moreover, durability of Tepezza remains to be established. So moving to the next slide here, Tepezza, in April of this year, FDA approved modification of the indication for this medication from treatment of thyroid eye disease to treatment of thyroid eye disease regardless of thyroid eye disease activity or duration. And so it was a significant enough change that warranted a highlight for the committee. No changes to warnings and precautions, as you can see here, or dosing or availability, just a tweak in the verbiage of the indication here. And I'll pause there because that's all I have for the endocrine.
Thank you, Umang. Let's see, did I get confused? Marissa, did you have other drugs within this section that you wanted to do after Umang?
This is Marissa. Yep, that's correct. There's just 2 drug classes, 3 actually, I am mistaken, that I'll be doing just quick clinical presentations on since they don't fall within Magellan's market basket.
Terrific. Okay. Ready when you are.
All right. I think I am ready. Let me go ahead and tee up my slides here. All right. So the 2, actually 3, AHPDL drug classes that I'll be doing kind of the clinical overviews on are the adrenal steroid inhibitors and the cortisol synthesis inhibitors. And then I also believe it's the molybdenum cofactor deficiency agents, which will be a little bit later. So getting into some quick disease state overviews. These 2 classes I combine just because they kind of treat the same condition, if not they're very, very similar. So getting into it, these 2 AHPDL classes really are treat the condition of Cushing syndrome or Cushing disease. So Cushing syndrome is also known as hypercortisolism. It is a hormonal disorder caused by high levels of cortisol in the body. There's 2 different types. There is exogenous and endogenous Cushing syndrome. So exogenous is the most common cause is patients taking cortisol-like medications. So things like prednisones, the oral corticosteroids, things very similar to that. And exogenous is usually temporary and stops when cortisol-like medications are stopped. The endogenous type is when the adrenal glands produce too much cortisol. So you can either have a hormone secreting tumor of the adrenal or the pituitary glands. So Cushing disease is the most common cause of endogenous Cushing syndrome. And for this, it occurs when a benign tumor is, like I stated, in the pituitary gland, and it causes too much of the gland to produce too much adrenocorticotropic hormone, or ACTH, which I'll refer to it moving forward. It can also occur due to diffuse growth of the pituitary gland as well, which otherwise is known as pituitary hyperplasia. The clinical hallmarks of this particular disease state are weight gain, fatigue, hirsutism. You have a high susceptibility to infection. You can have depression, diabetes, and then also causing weak or brittle bones. There also are, these are kind of rare off ones, wide or purple stretch marks on the skin. And then, like I stated, the depression or difficulties thinking clearly. The management of these of this particular disease state or diseases is usually gradually stopping the cortisol-like medications, surgery, so having transsphenoidal surgery, medications that can help decrease the cortisol, so cortisol, I would say, antagonists, and then you have the glucocorticoid receptor antagonists. So I didn't mention any particular guidelines in mind just because they're a little outdated. They're from about 2015, but I'll just mention them very quickly in a high-level overview. From what I was able to find, there are some endocrine society guidelines for the treatment of Cushing's syndrome, and they did kind of apply similarly to Cushing's disease as well. But what was recommended in those particular guidelines was for the first-line treatment option, usually surgical resection of either the primary lesion or their tumor was highly recommended. And if needed, the patient would need to have that repeated if the recurrence happens. So that is kind of the first recommendation that I was able to find. And then for second line treatment, if they get surgery and then it comes back, or they're not a good candidate, or they had surgery and it's non-curative, then there is also the possibility of using medications. The medications that they particularly called out for use, which I won't go too in detail of because they're not being reviewed today on our AHPDL, but they mentioned the use of ketoconazole, metyrapone, mitotane, pasireotide, carbergoline, and mifepristone. They did also recommend the use of replacement glucocorticoid therapy. So if the cortisol levels are very depressed at a low level, at an appropriate level, then the need for replacement glucocorticoid therapy may be necessary. So the use of things such as prednisone, hydrocortisone, dexamethasone, everything under the umbrella of corticosteroids would be recommended. So getting into some of the drug-specific therapies for these particular conditions, the first one I'll go through is levoketoconazole, or Recorlev is the brand name. It was first approved by the FDA in December of 2021. It is considered or classified as a cortisol synthesis inhibitor. The indication of it is the treatment of endogenous hypercortisolemia in adult patients with Cushing's syndrome for whom surgery is not an option or has not been curative. The mechanism of action for this particular product is that it inhibits the key steps in the synthesis of cortisol and testosterone in vitro. So it inhibits the steps mediated by CYP11B1, CYP11A1, and CYP17A1. The dosing for this product, so the initial dose is 150 milligrams twice daily with or without food. You would titrate that by 150 milligrams daily, so no more frequently than every 2 to 3 weeks. And then the maximum recommended dose is 1,200 milligrams daily or 600 milligrams twice a day. The availability of how this product comes is an oral tablet in a 150 milligram strength. The next product I'll mention is Osilodostrat. Isturisa is the brand name. It was first approved by the FDA in March of 2020. It is kind of under the same vein as the other products, so it is considered a cortisol synthesis inhibitor. The indication for it is the treatment of adult patients with Cushing's disease for whom pituitary surgery is not an option or has not been curative, so very similar to the last product. The mechanism of action is that Osilodostrat inhibits CYP11B1, which is the enzyme responsible for the final step of cortisol biosynthesis in the adrenal gland. The dosing of this product is titrated pretty similarly to like what we just saw with levoketoconazole. So you would start at an initial dosing of 2 milligrams by mouth twice daily with or without food. You would titrate that by 1 to 2 milligrams twice daily. Same thing, no more frequently than every 2 to 3 weeks. And then the maximum dose for this particular product is 30 milligrams twice daily. The availability of this product is an oral tablet. This product has various strengths, as you can see. So it comes as a 1 milligram, a 5 milligram, and a 10 milligram tablet. And the last class, I know I'm going through these pretty quickly, that I'll go through is the molybdenum cofactor deficiency agents, or MOCD. So MOCD is a rare genetic condition that's characterized by encephalopathy that worsens over time. It's caused by mutations in the MOSC1, MOSC2, and GPHN gene. There are 3 forms of this disorder, which are just alphabetical, so A, B, or C. It is estimated to occur in about 1 in 100,000 to 200,000 newborns. And usually when it presents itself, the babies will appear normal at birth. However, within about a week, you'll notice that they have difficulty feeding, they will develop seizures, and usually that will not improve with treatment. So just an overall background of what molybdenum cofactor does, because I wasn't really familiar with it myself, is that molybdenum cofactor is essential to the function of several enzymes that help metabolize a lot of substances in the body. If you don't have that, then you could have the buildup of sulfate, S-sulfocysteine, xanthine, and hypoxanthine, and probably a plethora of other products as well that I just didn't list. Usually, the high sulfite in the body is what causes the encephalopathy, the seizures, and the brain abnormalities in these babies. So usually, in order to diagnose this particular disease, it's usually done by genetic testing. That's really the only way to confirm the diagnosis. And this particular disease state, unfortunately, has a very, very poor prognosis. The median survival age for these patients is usually 3 years old, and that's without treatment. The management of this particular disease state, there were really not any guidelines that I could find because it's so ultra rare. Usually it's aimed at management, so supportive care. So making sure that the babies are getting the right feeding therapies, using their gastrostomy tubes. You want to make sure that the babies are getting thiamine and magnesium supplementation. And then usually to treat the seizures, that's just using standard treatment of seizures. So all of those medications that fall within the treatment for that, the developmental delay, intellectual disabilities, treating the spasticity and the dystonia, and then the ectopia lentis. There is a targeted drug therapy, which I will get into on the next slide. So the product that really treats this, well, that's help with this disease state or this condition is phosphodiesterone hydrobromide, or Nulibry. It was approved by the FDA in February of 2021. It's classified as the cyclic pyranopterin monophosphate, or CPMP. It is indicated to reduce the risk of mortality in patients with MOCD type A. And the mechanism of action is that this product provides an exogenous source of CPMP, which then is converted to molybdoparin, and molybdoparin is converted to molybdenum cofactor, which is needed to activate the sulfite oxidase, therefore reducing the levels of neurotoxic sulfates. The dosing of it is based on body weight, so it's via an IV infusion only. And this is the dosing here, the titration schedule, which I won't get into. As you can see, it's weight-based, and then also depending on the age of the baby. But the availability of this product is an IV powder for solution as a 9.5 milligram strength. And that is it. I can take any questions from the board.
Thank you, Marissa, and thank you, Umang. Questions for either on that section that they shared? Okay, hearing none. Thanks for the review, guys. Complicated, very rare conditions, some of those that you reviewed, so nicely done. Okay, let's see. That's the next section. Okay, do you want to go through the preferred list with us, Marissa?
This is where I said, yep, let me go ahead and pull up those classes. I might have included things that were not Okay. There might be some classes that are included in here because I wasn't able to filter them correctly right now. But let me just mention. Okay. So for adrenal steroid inhibitors, you can see we have Recorlev, which I just went over, that's preferred. For the androgens other, the product that we have preferred in that class is danazol. For the calcimimetic agents oral, we have cinacalcet tablets of various strength, and then you see the brand name Sensipar. For cortisol synthesis inhibitors, Isturisa is preferred. For the insulin-like growth factors, Increlex is preferred. For mineral corticoid, oh, that one is not included. For the molybdenum cofactor deficiency, Nulibry, that is preferred. And then the natriuretic peptides is Voxzogo, that is preferred in those classes. And then the non-preferred products are none. So it looks like those are all the preferreds. And I can take any questions from the board.
Peter?
Yes, thanks, Melissa. I have a question about the preferred drug list for androgens and how Apple Health applies that to patients with a gender health related diagnosis. My understanding is that there's a Washington state law that prevents health plans from rejecting a request for a medication on the basis of a gender health diagnosis. And so I'm just wondering how this preferred drug list interacts with that state law and how the two meet.
Yeah, this is Marissa, that's a great question. And I apologize, I don't actually have that drug class displayed here, and I don't think it's actually included in your publication. So I apologize for that disconnect there. But for those particular patients that you were mentioning, Peter, we do have what's called, well, one, we have a clinical policy that we have created and posted online to address all of the indications that testosterone does treat. So the hypogonadism, things like that. The gender dysphoria is mentioned on that very quickly, but we do have a separate policy for that as well. But we do also, for those patients that have gender dysphoria or transgender, we do have what's called an expedited authorization. And that is something where at the point of sale, a pharmacist gets that, tries to bill for it. Of course, they're going to get a notification saying that PA is required. They would be able to enter what's called a expedited authorization code. And they would, there's some criteria there of like, does this patient have gender dysphoria or puberty suppression, things like that. There might be some other criteria that's slipping my mind, but essentially they would be able to enter in that EA code. And then if the pharmacist at the point of sale feels like that patient meets that particular criteria, then they enter that code and the claim will pay. So it would essentially bypass any PA for that patient if it's clinically appropriate for that patient to get that medication. So that's how we address those particular cases for that particular condition.
Thanks for clarifying.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for the great question. Dimitri, did you have your hand up? No, sorry. Okay. Must be hallucinating. Okay, do we have any stakeholders, Nanya?
This is Marissa. I am so sorry. Just because I want to be cohesive and complete, I do know for our testosterone's drug class that we do have various testosterone products that we have preferred on our PDL. I believe some of them are the testosterone cypionate injections. I believe we have some of the, like the androgel and the generic, like the foams and the gels. We have those preferred. So just letting you all know, in case you are curious what we have on our AHPDL, those products are preferred on our PDL. We probably have maybe some oral on there as well, but I would have to double check. And I apologize again that I don't have that drug class displayed, but just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you, Marissa. Any stakeholders, Nanya?
This is Naya. There are no pre-registered stakeholders, and I do not see anyone's hand up.
Okay. Let's turn our attention to the motion for this category. Thank you, Nanya. Okay. We will entertain a motion.
This is Dmitry Davidov. I move that all products in the drug classes listed on slide 8 are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in these classes may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is John McKay, I second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, and the motion carries. Thank you. All right. Back to you, Among, for the next section, which seems less like a drug than other things.
Yes, and you are correct. So the next class we have are GI antibiotics in the Apple Health PDL. Specifically, it is live fecal microbiota. So a little bit of background here. C. diff infection in adults is diagnosed by the presence of symptoms, usually diarrhea, and either is stool positive for C. diff or toxigenic C. diff or colonoscopic or histopathologic findings of pseudomembranous colitis. Risk factors include prior antimicrobial use within the preceding 8 to 12 weeks, hospitalization, PPI use, advanced age defined as over 65 years of age, immunosuppression, and GI procedures. In 2021, the Society of Healthcare Epidemiology of America and the IDSA published an update to their guidelines on CDI from 2017. The guidelines recommended fidaxomicin over a standard course of vancomycin for first-line therapy of initial C. diff. Oral vanc remains an acceptable alternative. Approximately 25% of patients treated for C. diff with vancomycin can be expected to experience at least one recurrence. For recurrent C. diff in adults, a standard or extended post-fidaxomicin regimen is preferred over a standard course of vanc and vancomycin in a tapered or and pulsed regimen, and vancomycin as a standard course with or without a single dose of IV bezlotoxumab are acceptable alternatives for a first C. diff recurrence. For patients with more than one recurrence, pharmacologic options include a standard or extended pulse course of fidaxomicin, vancomycin as a tapered and pulsed regimen, or a 10-day course of vancomycin followed by rifaximin. For multiple recurrent CDI in adults, fecal microbiota transplantation should be strongly considered. Of note, neither Rebiota or nor Voust were FDA approved at the time of the guideline publications. So the next slide here, the medication is Voust. In April of this year, the FDA approved Voust to prevent recurrence of C. diff infections following antibacterial treatment for recurrent C. diff in adults. It is not indicated for the treatment of C. diff. Again, it's indicated for prevention. In terms of warnings and precautions, there is warnings for pregnancy because of fecal microbiota spores. There is inadequate data to determine a maternal or fetal risk. In terms of pediatrics, safety and efficacy has not been established in pediatric patients defined as less than 18 years of age. And in terms of geriatric patients, similarly, data is inadequate to determine if a response has been determined. In terms of dosing, recommended dosage of fecal microbiota spores is 4 capsules taken once daily by mouth for 3 consecutive days. Each dose should be taken before the first meal of the day on an empty stomach. The day prior to starting treatment, at least 8 hours prior to the first dose, patients should drink 296 milliliters of magnesium citrate, eat or drink except for a small amount of water, for at least 8 hours prior to taking the first dose. And antibiotic treatment for recurrent C. diff should be completed 2 to 4 days prior to starting fecal microbiota spores. In terms of availability, it is a capsule. It has 1 times 10 to the 6th and 3 times 10 to the 7th Firmicutes spore colony forming units in glycerol and saline. So I will pause there for the committee.
Thank you, Umang. Any questions for Umang? Okay, hearing none. Marissa, I'm guessing there's not too much to go over on the sheet, but let's just take a look here.
This is Marissa. Yep, that's correct. In this particular class, we just have VOWST, which Umang just went through, and that is preferred on our PDL.
Nice, thank you. Nanya, I don't have anybody on the stakeholder list on my sheet. Has anyone joined that wants to speak?
Yes, someone has joined.
Okay, if you could flash up the questions and the timer, and we'll go ahead and get started.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. I am Andrea Shershell. I have a PhD in nursing, and I'm a medical science liaison for Nestle Health Sciences. I am employed by Nestle, which is my only conflict. I'm not acting as a provider now, and I'm not a patient. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, today I will be providing testimony around VOWST. VOWST is the first and only FDA-approved orally administered microbiota-based therapeutic comprised of purified firmicute spores designed to reduce recurrent C. difficile infection. VOWST is indicated to prevent the recurrence of C. difficile infection in individuals 18 years of age and older following antibacterial treatment for recurrent C. diff infection. The incidence of recurrent C. diff has been well described in the literature. After an initial episode, approximately 25% of patients will experience a recurrence. This risk increases to more than 40% with subsequent episodes. The dosage of VOWST is 4 capsules taken orally once a day for 3 consecutive days following antibacterials and an antibiotic washout. The clinical efficacy of VOWST was studied in a rigorous clinical development program consisting of 2 phase 3 clinical trials, EcoSpore 3, a randomized placebo-controlled trial, and EcoSpore 4, an open-label study. In EcoSpore 3, participants with 3 or more episodes were enrolled, 89 of which received VOWST. When compared with placebo, VOWST demonstrated a superior reduction in the risk of C. diff at week 8 with a recurrence rate of 12% in the VOWST arm and 40% in the placebo arm. The number needed to treat to prevent 1 recurrence was 3.6. The response was durable through week 24 with a recurrence rate of 21 versus 47% respectively. In EcoSpore 4, 263 participants were enrolled, 77 of which were enrolled following 2 prior episodes. At week 8, the recurrence rate was 9% in the overall study population and 6% in participants with 2 prior recurrences. At week 24, the response rate remained durable with a recurrence rate of 14% in the overall population. The safety of VOWST was evaluated in both EcoSpore 3 and EcoSpore 4. In a combined safety analysis at week 24, the most common adverse events reported in greater than 5% of VOWST-treated participants included abdominal distension, fatigue, constipation, chills, and diarrhea. There were no serious AEs or deaths considered to be related to VOWST. In closing, VOWST was evaluated in 2 phase 3 clinical trials, including patients with 2 or more recurrences. VOWST is indicated for the prevention of recurrent C. difficile infection. And with this, we respectfully ask that VOWST be covered for its label indication without limitations on the number of prior C. difficile episodes required. Thank you very much. I'm here for questions.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Questions from the board for our stakeholder? Okay, hearing none. Thank you for your comments. Anybody else we need to recognize, Nanya?
No, no one else has their hands up. This is
Okay.
nice speaking.
Thank you. Let's turn our attention to the motion.
Marissa, since there's nothing else in this class, are we covering it without a PA? So
this is is Marissa. Yep, that's correct. I don't believe there's a PA on this product.
And we don't have we exclude the alternative, like the one that's like a rectal irrigation.
What the name is escaping me. Can you remind me of the name?
Prebiota, I believe is the generic name.
I don't believe. I would have to double check, but that product is not included in this particular class you are reviewing.
Okay.
So no, it's not listed. I apologize. I don't know that off the top of my head.
No worries.
Peter?
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to confirm what I think I heard. We're not requiring a prior authorization on this medication that costs $17,500 for a course, and kind of like typically the alternative would be a fecal transplant by drop-off tube, like $17,500, and their antibiotics, like oral vancomycin or fidaxomicin that could be used instead, but there's no PA on this.
This is Marissa. That's correct. We don't have PA on this. And one of the reasons why we decided not to have PA on this just because of the nature of the disease state. And we also thought or are thinking that the likelihood of misuse of this product would be hopefully very rare. I don't know what the utilization of this particular product is looking like at the current moment, and I don't have that pulled up. But that's the reason why we decided not to have PA. We figured it was cheaper to treat patients for C. diff and have this product preferred without PA than have them be rehospitalized or hospitalized for C. diff, which would cost potentially more than $17,000. So that was the rationale behind not having PA on that. We did consider eventually looking at what the data is looking like down the line as far as utilization, and if we feel like utilization is just really going crazy for this particular product, then considering putting PA on it. But as far as I know, I haven't heard of any instances where it's really been a problem for us for this product.
Because not all patients with C. diff end up in the hospital. Many can be managed outpatient. Okay, I mean, I would defer to the pharmacy team on kind of what makes sense to implement PA to. It seems very expensive for what it is.
Yeah, this is Marissa. Yeah, we did consider it. We do have vancomycin preferred without PA on our PDL as well, but we can definitely take a look at that. I mean, I'm interested, now that we're having this conversation, what that data is really looking like. And then from there, we can really consider, do we want to put PA on it or not? But we erred more on the side of caution just to make sure that, we had access to this product, and given C. diff is a very serious, infection, that we didn't want to limit it per se. So that's why.
To his point, is fidaxomicin? I thought, don't you require a PA for that?
This is Marissa. I don't know if we have PA. I do believe, I think it's non-preferred on our PDL, but whether or not that has PA, I would have to double check on that. It probably requires trial, from what I'm recollecting. I believe it requires trial and failure of vancomycin. But that's all that I can remember right now. I would have to double check what our PDL says for that.
Yeah, and I would think that it would be relatively easy to implement even like step therapy that would just look for a claim for vancomycin or fidaxomicin or something in the past, and if it wasn't there, to stop it for review. My 2 cents.
Marissa, would we need how does that work? Because we're talking about antibiotics, which I agree with the other comments that they're going to be more first line than this, but they're probably in a different category, right?
This is Marissa. Yes, Alex, they are in a different AHPDL class.
So would a policy better serve? Is there a policy for this?
This is Marissa. At this current moment, no, because we have it preferred without any restrictions. We don't have a policy for it. Yeah.
Okay.
I think we can definitely consider one if we do decide to put prior authorization on this product, then a policy would be warranted, or we could possibly do programming where we have, step look backs for, the typical first line antibiotics. But for now, yeah, since it's no restriction, no policy right now.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that this might not be the absolute first thing that people are reaching for. And it sounds like you guys have kind of seen that in the utilization that you've seen thus far. But I appreciate the comments from the board. Those make a lot of practical sense. Okay, as far as this class is concerned, we'll entertain a motion.
This is Peter Barquette. I move that all products in the gastrointestinal agents live fecal microbiota class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of the HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only 1 product is preferred.
I second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And any opposed or abstentions? Okay, and the motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Let's move on to hematological agents, and I think that's back to you, Marissa.
This is Marissa. Yep, that is correct. Let me go ahead and pull up my slides. Okay, hopefully this is showing. All right. So I will be going through the hematological agents, anti-von Willebrand factor agents today. So just some quick disease state overview, like I've been doing earlier. Acquired thrombotic thrombocytopenia purpura, or ATTP, is a rare and life-threatening disorder that causes extensive blood clots in the small blood vessels throughout the body. So that thus can lead to strokes, heart attacks, and then can also lead to brain damage or, unfortunately, death. ATTP is caused by a severe reduction in activity of von Willebrand factor cleaving protease, ADAMTS13, due to the presence of inhibitory antibodies. You can develop ATTP due to cancer, HIV, pregnancy, lupus, surgery, bone marrow transplant, or chemotherapy. It affects less than 2,000 adults in the US every year, and it's considered a medical emergency and almost always fatal if it's not treated promptly. The clinical hallmarks of this condition is fatigue, dyspnea, bleeding, confusion, headache, weakness, just to mention a couple. Typically, what you would see clinically is the CBC would show severe thrombocytopenia and microangiopathic hemolytic anemia, or MAHA. The management of this particular condition is usually you want to initiate therapeutic plasma exchange, or TPE. The presumptive diagnosis, if you're still waiting to kind of figure out whether or not a patient does have it or not, is you initially want to initiate TPE always and glucocorticoids. And then depending on their plasmic score, which is used to quantify the likelihood of TTP and also supports whether or not there's ADAMTS13 activity, you would, depending on their plasmic score or ADAMTS13 measurements, then you can escalate it to further types of therapies. So usually for a presumptive plasmic score, when it's intermediate to high, that's 5 to 7 points. And that's usually when you would want to maybe consider other therapies. If you do determine, the clinician determines that there is a ADAMTS13 deficiency, then you can consider adding rituximab or caplacizumab, depending on the severity of that. There weren't really many guidelines that I was able to find regarding this particular condition. I did find the International Society on Thrombosis and Hemostasis guidelines, or ISTH. This was in about 2020 that it was last updated. And they do recommend that for patients with their first acute event or patients that are experiencing relapse, it's recommended to add corticosteroids with TPE, so therapeutic plasma exchange, over just treating your patient with therapeutic plasma exchange alone. And then depending on the severity of how far the patient has progressed, you can also consider adding rituximab with those corticosteroids and the therapeutic plasma exchange as well. So getting into some of the drug specifics, this particular product that I'll be going through is caplacizumab, or Cablivi is the brand name. It was approved by the FDA in February of 2019. It's classified as a von Willebrand factor-directed antibody fragment. It's indicated for the treatment of adult patients with ATTP in combination with plasma exchange and immunosuppressive therapy. The mechanism of action for this product is that it targets the A1 domain of von Willebrand factor. It inhibits the interaction between the von Willebrand factor and the platelets, reducing both the von Willebrand factor mediated platelet adhesion and platelet consumption. The dosing for this, for the first initial dosing, it's 11 milligram bolus IV injection, 15 minutes prior to plasma exchange, followed by a 11 milligram sub-Q injection after the plasma exchange. So then during that period of plasma exchange, the patient would get 11 milligrams subcutaneously every day following the plasma exchange. And then after their plasma exchange period, the patient would get 11 milligrams sub-Q every day for 30 days following the last daily plasma exchange. If after their initial treatment course, they have suppressed ADA-MTS13 activity or persistent disease, then you can extend that treatment for a maximum of 28 days. The availability of this product is an injection powder for solution, which is just 11 milligrams. And I can take any questions from the board.
Questions for Marissa? Okay, hearing none. Shall we look at the spreadsheet, Marissa?
This is Marissa, yes. Let me go ahead and just share it. Not very much exciting news here. Just that one product, Cablivi, is in that class and it is preferred on our PDL.
Okay. And I don't have any stakeholders on my list. Nanya, has anyone arrived to speak on this section?
This is Naya speaking. No, there's no hand raised and there was no pre-registered stakeholder.
Thank you. Okay, let's turn our attention to the motion.
This is Virginia Bucola. I move that all products in the hematological agents, anti-von Willebrand factor agents class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized, unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Laura Bestie. I second the motion.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And any opposed or abstentions? And hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. Okay, Umang, it's back to you now for the HIV section.
This is Marissa. I am so sorry to interrupt,
Oh.
Alex. So I just wanted to do a time check. It does look like we are at 3:03. One, I did want to mention, I apologize, we didn't incorporate a break in there for you all. So my first question is, would you all like to take a break, a 10-minute break, before we move into the next section of what we do?
How are you doing, guys? Is that a let's keep going, or is that a let's do a break, Virginia? Break?
I'm okay. I mean, I'm okay. If any, I don't
You want to
need.
keep going?
Yeah, that's my vote.
Is there anybody not okay with continuing?
I'm okay with going. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Marissa, for thinking of
Okay.
us.
Yeah, and then two, Alex, I did want to make sure that our clinical policies do get reviewed at this meeting. So if it's okay with the DUR board, I was wondering if we could transition over to the policies, go through all of those, hopefully within the allotted time or even sooner. And then if we have any extra time left, we could use that to go back to these AHPDL classes for review, if that's okay.
Works for me.
Okay. So thank you for your flexibility. Let me go ahead and then pull up the first clinical policy, which will be the anti-narcolepsy, which Brian T will be going through. So let me pull that up. Brian T, are you ready to present? Let me first ask that first.
Hi, it's Ryan. I'm ready.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Let me just pull it up and then we can get started.
Thanks for the heads up, Marissa.
No problem. So I do want to mention for these policies, we do not have them. I apologize, I did not have them in their Word formats. So any changes that we would want to make to these policies today, I will be making in a note format in Adobe. So just wanted to call that out. In case anybody wanted to wordsmith, I can't make it live, but I will make a note on the side for those. So let me, Brian, just share your policy. And then I think we should be good to go.
And we last looked at this policy, I think, in June.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay.
But there is an update, which I think Ryan will go through for you. So it should be displaying, Ryan. If it's not, let me know.
Yep. Hi, that's Ryan. Yes, and you are correct, Dr. Park. We're bringing this back again. We've added a few more products to kind of make this policy complete. And the products added specifically are the oxybate products, so Xywav, Lumryz, and Xyrem. And so I'll be going through the policy and just keeping in mind that those three products are the ones that are being added and are making changes to some of the criteria. So starting off with the clinical criteria, the first indication we'll be talking about is idiopathic hypersomnia. This is new to the policy. And the products that are going to be encompassed in this indication include Xywav, which are the mixed oxybate salts, and modafinil. So either the mixed oxybate salts or modafinil may be approved when all the following criteria are met. Criteria 1 is patients 17 years of age or younger require a second opinion review with the agency designated mental health specialist from the Second Opinion Network. Or criteria 2, patient is 18 years of age or older. And 3, the medication is prescribed by or in consultation with a neurologist, psychiatrist, or sleep specialist. And criteria 4, there's a diagnosis of idiopathic hypersomnia confirmed with a sleep study and multiple sleep latency test. And criteria 5, a quantitative assessment within the past 6 months is submitted. Examples include Epworth Sleepiness Scale, Maintenance of Wakefulness Test, and criteria 6, the provider attests that the cause of hypersomnia is not better explained by another medical disorder, use of substance, or medication. And 7, if the request is for Xywav, history of failure, contraindication, or intolerance to all of the following. They have to trial and failed modafinil for a minimum of 3 consecutive weeks, and amphetamine or a methylphenidate-based stimulant for a minimum of 60 consecutive days. For modafinil, if all criteria are met, the request will be authorized for 12 months. And then for the mixed oxybate salts, if all criteria are met, the request will be authorized for 6 months. Moving to the reauthorization criteria, mixed oxybate salts or modafinil may be approved when all the following criteria are met. Criteria 1 is a quantitative assessment within the past 6 months. For example, Epworth Sleepiness Scale, maintenance of wakefulness test is submitted demonstrating disease stability or a positive clinical response, and clinical documentation is submitted demonstrating improvement of patient symptoms. For example, improvement in ability to complete activity of daily living, improvement in ability to stay awake, and then if all the reauth criteria are met, the request will be authorized for 12 months. Okay. Moving to the second indication, which is narcolepsy with excessive daytime sleepiness. I think almost all the products are included here. So this includes armodafinil, the mixed oxybate salts, modafinil, pitolisant, both sodium oxybate products, and solriamfetol. And so these products may be approved when all the following are met. Criteria 1 is patients 17 years of age or younger require a second opinion review with the agency designated mental health specialist from the second opinion network. Or 2, patient is 18 years of age or older. And 3, prescribed by or in consultation with a neurologist, psychiatrist, or sleep specialist. And 4, diagnosis of narcolepsy with excessive somnolence confirmed with a sleep study and multiple sleep latency test. And 5, a quantitative assessment within the past 6 months is submitted. Examples include Epworth Sleepiness Scale or maintenance of wakefulness test. And 6, if the request is for armodafinil mixed oxybate salts, which is specific for let me see. Can you scroll down just a little bit? Okay, and that includes both the brand and generic. And then if you could go back up so I can finish that sentence, please. Okay, now I'll start over. So if the request is for armodafinil, mixed oxybate, salts, pitolisant, sodium oxybate, or solriamfetol, history of failure, contraindication, or intolerance to all of the following. So for modafinil, they have to try and fail modafinil for a minimum of 60 consecutive days. For solriamfetol, they have to try and fail modafinil or armodafinil for a minimum of 60 consecutive days, and amphetamine or methylphenidate-based stimulant for a minimum of 60 consecutive days. For pitolisant, generic sodium oxybate, and Xyrem, they have to trial and fail modafinil or armodafinil for a minimum of 60 consecutive days, and amphetamine or methylphenidate-based stimulant for a minimum of 60 consecutive days, and solriamfetol for a minimum of 30 consecutive days. And then lastly, for Xywav and Lumryz, they need a trial and fail modafinil or armodafinil for a minimum of 60 consecutive days, and amphetamine or methylphenidate-based stimulant for a minimum of 60 consecutive days, and solriamfetol for a minimum of 30 consecutive days, and that generic sodium oxybate or Xyrem for a minimum of 8 consecutive weeks. And then, so for armodafinil, modafinil, and solriamfetol, if all the criteria met, then those will be authorized for 12 months. And then for the more expensive products, for pitolisant, mixed oxybate salts, sodium oxybate, and the sodium oxybate products, they'll be authorized for 6 months initially. So for the reauthorization criteria, they'll need to submit a quantitative assessment within the past 6 months, demonstrating disease stability or positive clinical response. And if they can demonstrate that, then the reauthorization will be for 12 months. Okay, for the next indication, which is narcolepsy with cataplexy, the mixed oxybate salt, pitolisant, and the sodium oxybate products are included for this indication. So those products may be approved when all the following criteria are met. Criteria 1 is patient 17 years of age or younger requires second opinion review with the agency designated mental health specialist from the second opinion network. Or criteria 2, patient is 18 years of age or older. And criteria 3, it's prescribed by or in consultation with a neurologist, psychiatrist, or sleep specialist. And criteria 4, the diagnosis of narcolepsy with cataplexy confirmed with a sleep study and multiple sleep latency test. And criteria 5, a quantitative assessment within the past 6 months is submitted. Samples include Epworth Sleepiness Scale and the maintenance of wakefulness test. And criteria 6, clinical documentation supports the presence of cataplexy. For example, there's documented episodes of sudden loss of muscle tone, and impairment or limitation of activities of daily living. Examples include unable to attend school, unable to attend work, unable to drive. And then if the request is for Xywav or Lumryz, they need to trial and fail all of the following. So pitolisant for a minimum of 8 consecutive weeks and generic sodium oxybate or Xyrem for a minimum of 4 consecutive weeks. And then if all the criteria met, the initial will be 6 months. And for the reauthorization, criteria 1 is a quantitative assessment within the past 6 months is submitted demonstrating disease stability or a positive clinical response. And criteria 2, there's documentation submitted showing a reduction in cataplexy events. And then if they meet these, the reauthorization will be for 12 months. Okay. And the next indication is obstructive sleep apnea with excessive daytime sleepiness. There were no changes to this indication from the previous meeting, but I'll go through it just for completeness sake. So the drugs included in this indication include armodafinil, modafinil, and solriamfetol. Either of those may be approved when all the following criteria are met. Criteria 1 is patient 17 years of age or younger require a second opinion review with the agency designated mental health specialist from the second opinion network. Or criteria 2, patient is 18 years of age or older. And criteria 3, prescribed by or in consultation with the neurologist, psychiatrist, or sleep specialist. And criteria 4, diagnosis of obstructive sleep apnea with residual excessive somnolence confirmed with a sleep study. And criteria 5, a quantitative assessment within the past 6 months is submitted. Examples include Epworth Sleepiness Scale or the maintenance of wakefulness test. And criteria 6, clinical documentation is submitted demonstrating one of the following. The client has achieved normalized breathing as evident by compliance data showing apnea, hypopnea index less than 5 incidents per hour, and oxygenation with continuous positive airway pressure, bilevel positive airway pressure therapy, and documentation within the past 6 months demonstrating the client is adherent to CPAP or BiPAP therapy. Client is determined to be adherent when CPAP or BiPAP is used for 70% of nights for a minimum of 4 hours per night. Or there's documentation within the past 6 months demonstrating that the client is adherent to a mandibular advancement device. And 7, if the request is for armodafinil or solriamfetol, history of failure, contraindication, or intolerance to all the following. For armodafinil, modafinil for a minimum of 60 consecutive days, and then for solriamfetol, modafinil or armodafinil for a minimum of 60 consecutive days. This request will be authorized for 6 months. This might have been 12 months last time, but we received feedback from one of our clinical reviewers that it should be 6 months to keep up with this, to assess the CPAP or BiPAP adherence. So that is one change there for the authorization duration. And then for the reauthorization criteria, criteria 1 is a quantitative assessment within the past 6 months. If submitted demonstrating disease stability or positive clinical response. Criteria 2, documentation demonstrating one of the following. 2A is documentation within the past 6 months demonstrating the client continues to be adherent to CPAP or BiPAP therapy. And then we have the adherence definition that's same as above, or there's documentation within the past 6 months demonstrating that the client continues to be adherent to the mandibular advancement device. And then once they meet all the reauth criteria, it'll be for another 6 months. Okay, I think this is the last indication. This is shift work sleep disorder. There were no changes for this one as well. And the drugs included in this include armodafinil and modafinil. So either product may be approved when all the following are met. Criteria 1 is patients 17 years of age or younger require a second opinion review with the agency designated mental health specialist from the second opinion network. Or criteria 2, patient is 18 years of age or older. And criteria 3, diagnosis of shift work sleep disorder. And criteria 4, clinical documentation demonstrates concomitant use of non-pharmacologic interventions, for example, counseling and sleep hygiene. And 5 is if the request is for armodafinil, trial and failure to modafinil for a minimum of 60 consecutive days. Once these are met, the initial loss will be 3 months. And then for the reauthorization criteria, there's documentation submitted demonstrating the patient still requires treatment, and there's a positive clinical response, for example, improvement of symptoms, which include improvement in their ability to complete activities of daily living or staying awake. And then once they meet that, it'll be reauthorized for 6 months. Okay, and then we have just the table, looks like a little formatting that we'll need to fix, but just has the dosing and quantity limits for all the different products included in this policy. And then some background information that supports some of the criteria. I think that's it. So we can move to the PEN form. This is a form that is used to help facilitate the PA process to help providers understand what information we're looking for. So I'll have it up, let you guys go through it, and then start opening up for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, that policy has really grown since June. You guys clearly did a lot of work on it. Questions for Ryan from the board?
And then this Ryan again, I'm not sure if this is all the pen form, but we'll also just want to scroll down just to make sure the committee has a chance to kind of go over all the different items. Thanks.
While you guys are reviewing that, let me just ask, did we have any stakeholders for this section?
This is Noya speaking. There's no pre-registered stakeholder for this section, no.
Great, thank you. It's a complicated one. I know it was also included in your read ahead packet. If that's easier for you to kind of flip up and down. Looked very thorough to me, Ryan, and you guys added those other that oxybate class, updated a couple of the time points based on some SME subject matter expert input that you guys got. DUR board, are there any sections of the policy that you would like to ask questions about, or you'd like to have Ryan and Marissa flip to on the screen to look at one more time before we turn our attention to a motion? Okay, hearing none. Then we will go ahead and look at the motion. Could bring that up. Yep.
This is Kevin Flynn. The Apple Health Medicaid program implement the clinical criteria listed in policy 61.40.00-3 as recommended.
It's Peter Barquette. I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Peter. Kevin, thank you, Peter. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And any opposed or abstentions? And hearing none, this policy is approved. Okay, let's see, who's got lupus agents? I think that's you, Marissa. You ready?
This is Marissa. I will be ready in just a minute. Let me just pull up the policy.
We are now on time, by the way, having skipped those other two sections, though.
Well, that worked out well then.
Yeah.
That's great. All right. So let me just exit this and then zoom in and share my screen. All right. Let me make this a little bit bigger for you all.
Yeah.
All right. Can you see my screen okay?
Yep.
Is it showing? Great. Okay. So I will be presenting on our neuromuscular agents, lupus agents policy. We didn't go through this particular drug class or any of the drugs in our previous AHPDL reviews earlier today. So I'll just give a very, very brief high-level overview on kind of the background of the disease state. So systemic lupus erythematosus, or SLE, is an autoimmune disease affecting up to 1.5 million people in the United States. The etiology of it is unknown, and it's more common in women than men. It's characterized by the presence of antibodies to nuclear and cytoplasmic antigens. SLE is a chronic inflammatory disease that can affect many organs, although it mainly involves the skin, the joints, kidneys, blood cells, and nervous system. Sorry, okay, I just want to make sure I didn't hear anything. Its presentation and course are highly variable, ranging from indolent to fulminant. And in many adults that have lupus, many of them, as many as 5 out of 10 will have kidney disease. And the most common of that is lupus nephritis, or LN. The goals for treating lupus nephritis specifically are to reduce the inflammation in the kidneys, decrease the immune system activity, and modulate the immune system to block antibody production. The common medications that you'll see used in this disease state are corticosteroids, immunomodulators, so things like cyclophosphamide or mycophenolate, and then also hydroxychloroquine. So very, very high level. And I'll transition over to the criteria for this policy. So there's really only 2 drugs that are listed on this policy, and those are Benlysta or belimumab and lupkynis or voclosporin. So there's 2 different indications that are listed on this policy. The first one is lupus nephritis, and this particular criteria is specific just to Benlysta. So, and I just want to note to the DUR board that currently I believe Benlysta is preferred on our Apple Health PDL and voclosporin is non-preferred on our PDL, and that will make sense later when I get into the criteria. So for Benlysta specifically, the first criteria is for patients that are 5 to 17 years old, and there is an age specificity for these types, for the type of route of administration per the labeling. So if they're between 5 to 17 years old, they'll be getting the IV infusions, or if they're 18 years of age or older, they'll either be getting an IV infusion or a sub-Q injection. And that's per the labeling and the age differences, if you thought that was kind of a weird criteria. 3, it's prescribed by or in consultation with a rheumatologist or nephrologist. 4, I apologize. They have a diagnosis of active class 3 or 4 lupus nephritis with or without class 5 lupus nephritis confirmed by a renal biopsy. And 5, the patient will continue receiving standard therapy for lupus nephritis with all of the following medications. So they would need to meet both A and B below. They should be on at least 1 corticosteroid, and examples of that are prednisone or methylprednisolone. B, they have to be on at least 1 immunosuppressant, so mycophenolate, cyclophosphamide, azathioprine, things like that. And 6, they have baseline assessments of the following measurements. So we just want to make sure that these are submitted in their chart notes. Their urinary protein to creatinine ratio is shown, or their eGFR is measured. Then getting into voclosporin or LUPKYNIS specific criteria. So like I mentioned, voclosporin is non-preferred on our PDL. So for LUPKYNIS, they would need to meet the same criteria that's listed above, so 3, 4, and 6, the specialist requirement, the diagnosis, and then the baseline assessments would need to be submitted. The patient has to be 18 years of age or older. The laboratory results are showing their eGFR has been measured. For 10, the patient will continue taking mycophenolate and a corticosteroid. 11, it will not be used in combination with tacrolimus, cyclophosphamide, or Benlysta, or belimumab is the generic name. And 12, the treatment with Benlysta or belimumab used for lupus nephritis has been ineffective, contraindicated, or not tolerated. So that's why I mentioned the preferred and non-preferred statuses for that, to address that particular issue for the AHPDL. If the patient meets all the criteria, both voclosporin and Benlysta will be approved for 12 months. And then for the reauth criteria for lupus nephritis, both voclosporin and Benlysta will be approved if they meet criteria 5 or 10 above. So just making sure that they're still continuing their standard care therapy with the corticosteroid or the immunosuppressant, or they'll continue taking the mycophenolate and the corticosteroid. And then also just resubmitting documentation that they have reassessment of the baseline measurements, and that would show either disease stability or a positive clinical response. And if they meet both of those, the criteria will then be reauthorized for an additional 12 months. Getting into the systemic lupus erythematosus or SLE indication, Benlysta is the only product out of the 2 that has this indication. So this is really only Benlysta specific. For this one, it has the same type of age indication like in the lupus nephritis above. So the 5 to 17, they'll be getting the IV infusions. If they're 18 and older, they're either getting IV infusions or sub-Q injections. Same specialist requirements for the rheumatologist or the nephrologist. They have a diagnosis of SLE. 5, this is where the criteria starts to get a little bit different. They have laboratory results showing active disease and autoantibody positive test. So the test would be the anti-nuclear antibody ANA or the anti-double-stranded DNA anti-dsDNA tests that are submitted. 6, they have baseline assessments using 1. So they would only need to meet 1 of these functional assessments below or clinical, laboratory values. So we would accept an SLE index score, British Isles or BILA BLAG assessment, the systemic lupus activity measure, systemic lupus erythematosus disease activity score, a physician's global assessment, systemic lupus international collaborating clinic damage index, urinary protein to creatinine ratio, or eGFR. So any of those A through H would just need to be submitted as a baseline assessment, and we would hopefully accept it if it is clinically appropriate. For 7, the patient will continue receiving hydroxychloroquine. So this is standard hydroxychloroquine therapy for SLE with all of the following medications listed below. So they would need to be on hydroxychloroquine plus any of these medications, and they would be either used separately or simultaneously. So at different times, the patient could be on it. So it'd be an NSAID, a corticosteroid, or an immunosuppressant. And those are just examples of drugs that you would probably typically see a patient be on that has SLE. So that's why we called those ones out specifically. If the criteria are met for all of those, then the request will be authorized for 12 months. And then for the reauthorization criteria, they would just need to continue to meet criteria number 7. So just making sure that they're still on the standard SLE treatment regimen. And then 2, we would just need documentation of one of those baseline assessments that I went through above, either A through H, showing that they're experiencing disease stability or a positive clinical response. And then if they meet all of that, all the criteria will be authorized for 12 months. And that's it as far as criteria. Here are the dosage and the quantity limits for the particular drugs, a little bit of the background. And then here is the pen form for that. And I'll go ahead and pause for any questions from the board.
Thank you, Marissa. Peter?
Thanks. Marissa, I had a question about the lupus nephritis agents, and maybe before I ask, I got slightly lost. Are we reaffirming a current policy, or are we, is this the first time, are we creating a new policy? Maybe we can start there.
This is Marissa, that's a great question. So this policy is a brand new policy. So
Brand
this
new
is,
policy.
yep. So
Okay.
this is, yep.
So my question about the lupus nephritis agents is where it talks about corticosteroid use, and I'm not a lupus expert, but often we use the corticosteroids as an induction agent and don't intend to keep people on corticosteroids indefinitely. We transition them to steroid sparing agents. And so the way that this is written, the way I'm interpreting it is patients need to stay on steroids indefinitely in order to be able to get one of these lupus nephritis agents. Am I misinterpreting that?
No, you are interpreting that correctly.
Okay. I've been through a prior auth criteria on this agent with at least one other organization where we took that out because our understanding was from talking with subject matter experts is that many patients aren't staying on corticosteroids indefinitely, and that's not the standard of care. I was wondering if we've had a subject matter expert review that bit about the corticosteroids.
This is Marissa. So we did not reach out to like a rheumatologist or nephrologist specifically. We did have our, I don't want to call him our chief medical officer, but our Medicaid, pretty much medical officer. He, and also I believe another medical doctor that's on our HCA team as well, review these. And they didn't provide any additional feedback for that particular criteria. I think it is a good thinking point because from what I was able to find as far as my research is that I interpreted it as that the patient would probably be on corticosteroids indefinitely. I didn't see anything that said they would be starting or stopping. So that was the way that I interpreted kind of my research and the guidelines that I was able to find. But I'm amenable to changing that if that's not something that's clinically sound in practice right now.
I would recommend either changing the language around corticosteroids to induction therapy with at least one corticosteroid, indicating that they may not stay on the corticosteroid indefinitely, or getting rid of the language on corticosteroids altogether.
Yeah, it's a good point, Peter. I know that belimumab is FDA approved in conjunction with standard initial and subsequent therapy. And to your point, the initial piece often more typically involves the steroid, and then the subsequent therapy typically is less likely to involve a steroid. Marissa, when the SMEs looked at it, were they looking at belimumab in terms of initial versus subsequent therapy and the kind of typical drugs you would be on for those things to accompany belimumab?
This is Marissa. I can't speak exactly to how they reviewed it because all of our correspondence was pretty much via email. But I would hope that they did review it in that context. But if not, I can always go back and ask them. Or if, yeah, I can always go back and ask the medical doctors on our team at HCA kind of if they have any thoughts on that particular criteria and if they were viewing it from that lens that you were just mentioning.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from John. You've got your hand up.
I was just gonna concur with Dr. Barquette there that the patients I've seen on Benlysta, there's been an initial just kind of induction therapy with steroids and then kind of a pulse therapy for yeah, for continuation occasionally. So yeah, I haven't seen a continuous therapy for steroids with Benlysta.
So I think you're bringing up good points. And we have a
Yeah,
choice to
I was gonna say,
either,
this is Marissa. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Alex. I would be amenable to removing it because clinically, you know, even putting my pharmacist hat on, it would make sense that someone wouldn't be on a corticosteroid forever. Because you know that just yeah. So I am open to that recommendation if someone is formally making that recommendation.
so DOR board, we can rewrite line 5, or we can ask HCA to go back to confer with some of their experts regarding specific questions you have. How would you like to proceed?
Yeah, this is Marissa. That's a great call out, Alex. In case you don't feel comfortable passing the policy today, if you want me to go back and do a little bit of research or collaboration, I could definitely do that as well with maybe a subject matter expert if you don't feel comfortable with this criteria that we have.
Well, I can make a suggestion, and I think to change the policy the least from its current form, I would just add induction therapy to 5A. So induction therapy with at least one corticosteroid, and then we can leave B as it is. And I think that would suffice.
So Peter, are you saying that you're okay with having 5 read you need to be on A and B if belimumab is being added to initial therapy or induction therapy?
So the point would be that in order to essentially kickstart someone's remission for lupus nephritis, typically, yes, there would be a corticosteroid, but the corticosteroid wouldn't last indefinitely. So if you've been through induction therapy with a corticosteroid and you're on an immunosuppressant, regardless of whether or not you continue with that corticosteroid, then you should be able to get Benlysta if you meet all the other criteria. And so I'm agnostic as to kind of whether we say induction therapy when it comes to corticosteroids, or if we remove 0.5A completely. But you know, if we were going to make the smallest change possible for me to get comfortable and vote for this policy, we would have to specify induction therapy at the beginning of 5A, which would imply that they use the steroids, but they don't necessarily have to remain on the steroids indefinitely.
That makes sense. Now the voclosporin invokes mycophenolate and corticosteroid, but I think that's the FDA label on that. I think it's designed to go with that combination, if I'm not mistaken.
This is Marissa. I believe so as well. And that was modeled off of labeling.
Okay. I think we might have at least one stakeholder, because I see a hand up on the non-panelists participation board. So maybe we can hear from the stakeholder and come back and see if there are any other final thoughts.
This is Naya.
Yes.
No, I was just gonna say this is Naya, and I have Jeremy, you're muted and you're ready to go.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, please introduce yourself and answer the questions that Nanya will put up, and your 3 minutes will start.
Sure. So my name is Jeremy McLemore. I am speaking on behalf of Arania Pharma, the manufacturers of LUPKYNIS. I am a pharmacist by education, and I serve as a medical science liaison for the company.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
And I'm not a Washington resident. So thanks, everybody. So just talking about lupus nephritis, nationwide, somewhere between 150 to 200,000-ish people are living with LN. And the overwhelming majority of these patients are young women, where young women of Black, Asian, and Hispanic descent are disproportionately affected. Historically, there's not been a lot of innovation for lupus nephritis, and there's also been relatively low response rates. So one of the last trials to occur before 2020, when the first drug was approved for lupus nephritis, the ALMS trial I'm referring to, looked at MMF and cyclophosphamide. Their complete renal response rates were 8%. And in our phase 3 program for LUPKYNIS, the complete renal response rates were 40%. That number goes up to 50% complete response rate when you stratify for patients who are recently diagnosed. Talking about that complete renal response rate, the primary driver behind that is proteinuria reduction. Proteinuria also currently serves as the best predictor we have right now for long-term outcomes, where a complete renal response is associated with roughly a 90% probability of not being on dialysis and not having end-stage renal disease 10 years down the road. This is also correlated with a decreased mortality risk in those, well, compared to those who have a partial renal response or no renal response. I mentioned the lack of innovation earlier. The normal amount of protein, just for those who aren't subject matter experts per se, normal amount of urine protein we're supposed to have is 0 at max 0.3 grams. On average in our program, patients have been living with LN for 5 years, and they came in across the board with an average urinary protein of 4 grams. So at Renner, we believe we can do better by these patients, and we can do better by having access to both of the current therapies that are approved. The last thing I'll speak to is that 2 of the 3 major guidelines when it comes to LN, so KDIGO and EULAR, the European League Against Rheumatism, both have updated their recommendations this year, and both parties have LUPKYNIS listed as a first-line option with the same level of supporting evidence as Benlysta or belimumab, suggesting clinically there's no reason to have a step edit through Benlysta to get to LUPKYNIS. So in closing, our ask is to consider having voclosporin at parity with Benlysta when it comes to lupus nephritis treatment.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board for Jeremy? Okay, hearing none. Thanks for your comments. Anybody else that we need to recognize?
This is Naya. No one else hands us up. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks. Thanks, Noin. Okay, let's bring that policy back up and see if the board has any other thoughts. Just pulled up the FDA product sheet for voclosporin, and I can just tell you it does say use in combination with mycophenolate and corticosteroids, so we're good there. As far as belimumab, it just says in addition to standard therapy. So I think we have some judgment, which we're exercising. We've had good discussion about that comment and the addition that Peter recommended. So with the addition of that clarification on 5A, any other comments or corrections or clarifications requested by the board? Okay, hearing none, let's turn our attention to the motion.
This is Marissa. I'm going to go ahead and insert that recommendation. So it should be added there.
Are you good with that, Peter? It's a little bit open-ended there, where you're either adding a thing there or telling them to remove it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. And I'm comfortable making the motion. I move that the Apple Health Medicaid program implement the clinical criteria listed in policy 99.40.20-1 as recommended, with the minor adjustment to 0.5A for belimumab in the treatment of lupus nephritis.
This is John McKay, second.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks, John. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? And the motion carries. And we are just about on time here for our last policy. We'll turn our attention to Luke Dearden for this one.
This is Marissa. Sorry, Luke. I am pulling it up now.
No problem. I'll try to take us across the finish line.
You got this. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties. All right. You should be good to go. I'll zoom in just a minute, and whenever you're ready.
All right. So yeah, my name is Luke, and good afternoon, everybody. I'll start off by a little bit of background. This is a new policy for Hetlios. So Hetlios, or tasimelteon, is a melatonin receptor agonist that was initially approved by the FDA in 2014 for non-24-hour sleep-wake disorder. You may have seen the commercials about it. This occurs when individuals are unable to entrain to a regular 24-hour sleep-wake circadian cycle, which results in a progressively shifting sleep times that eventually creates excessive sleepiness in the daytime and then insomnia in the nighttime. And then most individuals affected by non-24 are totally blind without light perception. At this time, Hetlios is the only FDA-approved medication for this condition, and there are very limited treatment options that are proven to be effective in this disease state. Hetlios does appear to be more effective than placebo, as in its clinical trial, 20% of study participants were able to entrain to a 24-hour or less circadian period after 1 month, compared to only 3% of participants taking a placebo. This medication was later approved for the treatment of sleep disturbances in the setting of Smith-Magenis syndrome, or SMS, which is a rare genetic disorder that can result in congenital anomalies, intellectual disability, behavioral challenges, and of course, sleep disturbances. In a trial of 25 participants with confirmed SMS, tasimelteon did improve sleep quality and sleep duration compared to placebo, but it's really unclear at this point if it's any more effective than less costly sleep medications in this setting. So I'll quickly go through the criteria here. So we'll start with non-24-hour sleep-wake disorder. So first, the patient must be 18 years or older. That's per label. It must be prescribed by a specialist, so a psychiatrist, neurologist, or sleep specialist. The patient must have a confirmed diagnosis of non-24, and this is very specific criteria outlined by the International Classification of Sleep Disorders. So it's a history of insomnia or excessive daytime sleepiness alternating with asymptomatic episodes. And these symptoms must have persisted for at least 3 months. And then there must be documentation of gradually shifting sleep-wake times demonstrated by daily sleep logs or actigraphy for at least 14 consecutive days. And then finally, the patient must be blind in both eyes without light perception. That makes up by far the majority of patients with this disease state, and that's also was an inclusion criteria in the clinical trials. And then for reauthorization, there just needs to be documentation submitted demonstrating a positive clinical response from before the member started this medication. And then if it's reauthorized, it can be approved for 12 months. I'll note the initial approval is only authorized for 6 months. Then for the next indication for sleep, nighttime sleep disturbances in Smith-Magenis syndrome, the patient needs to meet the following age requirements. So either 16 years or older, and the request is for the capsule formulation, or 3 to 15 years old, and the request is for the liquid suspension formulation. Number 2, prescribed by or in consultation with a specialist again. 3, diagnosis of Smith-Magenis syndrome confirmed by genetic testing, basically, and that's outlined in A or B. And then number 4, documentation of sleep disturbances, for example, frequent nocturnal arousals, early morning awakenings, daytime sleep attacks, or inability to fall asleep. And then 5, a history of failure, contraindication, or intolerance to both A and B, which is 1, a beta-1 selective blocker, the most studied beta blocker in this condition is ace-butylol. And then B, at least 1 additional medication used to promote sleep. And that could be any sleep medication. All of them are much less costly than this medication. And then if these criteria are met, it'll be authorized for 6 months. And then reauthorization is basically the same as the first indication, that there needs to be documentation demonstrating a positive clinical response. And then we have the dosage forms and quantity limits. And then I guess, Marissa, if we could go to the end form that guides the prescriber through the PA process. The committee can take a look at it, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Luke. Committee, as you study that form there, we'll entertain any comments, clarifications, or questions for Luke. Okay. Hearing none, do we have any stakeholders, Noin?
This is Naya. There's no pre-registered stakeholders, and there's no one's hand is up.
Okay. Luke, I had a question. So the drugs that need to be tried for SMS, is that taken from some sort of a guideline or a best practice recommendation?
So from what I can tell, there's no guidelines specific to this rare genetic disorder. However, there are at least 3 very small trials that support the use of acebutolol in this condition, specifically to help sleep disturbances. And I know it's kind of interesting that a beta blocker might help, but apparently there is evidence for this specific to this unique situation. And then as far as trial of another sleep medication, that does seem to be standard of care. There's very limited evidence in general for this indication, but it's also kind of a cost analysis type situation too, where this drug is maybe hundreds of times more expensive than, you know, your standard generic sleep medications.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. It would be an off-label use of that beta blocker, probably for sure, but
Yeah.
sounds like there was some evidence for it. Okay.
And I will note as well that just because this medication is approved for this very specific indication doesn't necessarily mean that the evidence is great for it either. So
yeah, makes sense. Okay, DOR board, are there any other parts of the policy you want us to flip to, or clarifications or questions for Luke? All right, hearing none. Nicely done, Luke. We'll turn our attention to the motion. Last motion of 2023.
This is Kevin Flynn. I move that Apple Health Medicaid program implement the clinical criteria listed on policy 60.25.00.AA-1 as recommended.
This is Dmitry Davidov. I second the motion.
Thank you. Just one moment. Was there a -1 on the policy title? Can we flip back? The copy that I have didn't have a -1 that was included in the packet. But maybe you guys did an update since
This
you
is
emailed that
Marissa.
out.
Alex, there should be a -1 to notate the version of it. And that since this is the first version, that is missing. So we'll make sure that we add that in. That was an oversight on our end.
Cool, great, thanks. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 And any opposed or abstentions? And the motion passes. I'm guessing there's not going to be much appetite to go back to those other two sections as it's 4 o'clock. And Marissa, Ryan, and others, I trust that we'll get those added back at the next meeting's agenda.
This is Marissa. Yeah, we can definitely accommodate it at another meeting.
Great. Is there any other business for us to attend to?
This is Marissa, not on my end for DUR board. So I'm good. I'll defer to Nanya if we have anything on her end.
This is Naya. Nothing on my end.
All right. Nicely done, everybody. Thanks for your input. We will adjourn, and I wish you all happy holidays and a happy new year.
Thank you so much.
Have a great holiday.
Have a great year.
Take care. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks. Happy holidays, everyone.